Immortal Spirit Continent. Great Chu Dynasty, Origin Spirit County. Congratulations, Patriarch, it's a son. Inside the Chen residence, the sound of a baby's cry echoed. A maid held a baby boy and congratulated the handsome young man in front of her. A reward, a great reward. Chen Feng laughed heartily, satisfied as he looked at the baby in the maid's arms. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a descendant with spiritual roots for the first time. Reward, 300 points of inheritance value and 50 years of pure cultivation. From his high position, Chen Feng listened to the voice that echoed in his mind, a fleeting expression of joy on his face. Finally, the first spring has come, not in vain of my hard work. Chen Feng sighed with emotion. In the past 30 years, this was his only descendant with spiritual roots. After all, the probability of having a descendant with spiritual roots with Immortal was extremely low. Being able to have the first spring was also extremely lucky. And it was different with a partner who had spiritual roots. As cultivation level increased, the probability of having descendants with spiritual roots would also increase. If it were with Immortal, the probability would be about 1 in a few thousand. As for himself, having crossed over to the Immortal Spirit Continent over 50 years ago, rejected by the sex due to his inferior spiritual roots, he had come this far step by step. If it weren't for obtaining a so-called family inheritance system, he might have turned into bones long ago. And this system was also somewhat peculiar, with the main task of developing his family and adopting the principle of having as many offspring as possible. The stronger the family, the more feedback he would receive. Recalling these years, Chen Feng struggled in this world. Now, he already had over 20 descendants, the oldest being over 20 years old, and even had 7 or 8 grandchildren. His family had already begun to take shape and had some reputation in the Great Chu Dynasty. After all, he was a cultivator. Cultivators were not common in the dynasty. Now, Chen Feng's family only had him as a cultivator. It was precisely because Chen Feng was a cultivator that he could establish himself in this world and expand his family. Thinking of this, Chen Feng felt a bit emotional. System, claim the reward. Ding, claim successful. A burst of pure energy entered Chen Feng's danshan, and his body began to change. His aura gradually rose and finally stopped at the 7th stage of qi refining. Only one stage of improvement. Chen Feng felt a bit emotional. It was true that the higher the realm, the more difficult it was to cultivate, and the higher the requirements for aptitude. This one stage of cultivation would take him more than 20 years, even with the assistance of genius treasures. Not to mention, fortunately, the system had strengthened his lifespan. Even if he had to endure, he could still struggle through several stages of cultivation. It must be known that his lifespan was 350 years, and even those in the foundation building stage had lifespans similar to his when they reached their limit. If his aptitude was not enough, he could make up for it with multiple births and eugenics. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of this system was that as long as his descendants cultivated, they could nourish him. Although there were no results at the moment, what if he had 10, 100, or even 10,000 descendants who cultivated in the future? Wouldn't he be able to soar even while lying down? Your ancestor will be your ancestor? Since he had already reached the 7th stage of qi refining and stepped into the later stage of qi refining, he could start planning for a partner who was also a cultivator. After all, he had already tasted the benefits of having descendants with spiritual roots. What kind of rewards would he receive for having 10 descendants with spiritual roots? 100? Therefore, having more offspring and eugenics was the way to develop. After thinking about it, Chen Feng waved his hand, had the maid take his descendants back to their birth mother, and after everyone left, he opened the panel. Name, Chen Feng. Realm, 7th stage of qi refining. Techniques, myriad spirit longevity art, pure yin technique, 8 extremities palm. Lifespan, 320. Inheritance value, 350. Family members, 34 people, with 1 descendant with spiritual roots. Main mission, expand the family size to 100 people and enter the upper echelons of Origin Spirit County, unfinished. Side mission, marry a cultivator from a prestigious family, unfinished. Family reputation, 120, who in a 50-mile radius doesn't know. Achievement, family head. Looking at his own panel, Chen Feng pondered for a moment and called a servant to give an order. Spread the word, we will hold a family banquet tonight, and all members must be present. After giving the order, Chen Feng walked briskly towards his concubine's quarters. Seeing the exhausted Yuan Mei after giving birth, Chen Feng approached and infused her with longevity true qi. Her complexion gradually improved, and Chen Feng felt a sense of tenderness as time passed. Night fell. The Chen residence was brightly lit, and all the Chen family descendants returned. On the main seat, Chen Feng announced the addition of another first-generation heir. Named Chen Chuling, it symbolized the first descendant in the family to be born with spiritual roots. The descendants looked up at the imposing Chen Feng on the high platform, their eyes filled with admiration and awe, listening to his speech. During every family gathering, Chen Feng would announce some matters. Qiren, you and Chuming can expand our Chen family's business to the entire Origin Spirit County without worrying about those other families. If they dare to make any moves, let me know. Chen Feng's voice echoed faintly. Chen Qiren and Chen Chuming, who were named, stood up and respectfully responded. Understood, father. Below, 2 middle-aged men in their 30s respectfully replied. Looking at Chen Feng on the high platform, their eyes were filled with admiration. They knew that their usually cautious father would only make big moves if there was a possibility. Chen Feng's cultivation had already surpassed his previous competitors. This was Chen Feng's first generation of heirs, and also the earliest born. However, none of them had spiritual roots, so they could only cultivate martial arts and develop the family's industries. Kawu, our Chen family's martial arts hall can also expand. We will not disappoint our father's expectations. A middle-aged man with a strong and resolute appearance, emitting a vast pure yang aura, stood up and respectfully replied to Chen Feng. At the same time, a glint flashed in his eyes. Observing the scale of qi and blood in Chen Kawu's body, Chen Feng felt emotional. Chen Kawu's talent in martial arts was excellent, intelligent, and eager to learn, with martial arts cultivation reaching the realm of Grandmaster. Ordinary qi refining cultivators couldn't gain much advantage when close to him. Unfortunately, without spiritual roots, they cannot step onto the path of cultivation and escape the fate of life and death. There was a distinction between immortals and mortals. Even if mortal martial arts were powerful, after 100 years, they would become a pile of bones and a handful of yellow soil. On the other hand, stepping onto the path of cultivation, even a qi refining first stage cultivator could live for 120 years, and reaching the peak of qi refining could approach 200 years. Chen Feng took a deep look at his first generation of heirs. Although they were still young, what about 20 or 50 years later? Also, implement the breeding plan thoroughly. The future generations of our Chen family must have 5 descendants in their lifetime, and the reward plan should also be implemented. Yes. Chen Feng's imposing voice fell, and all the descendants present stood up and respectfully responded. For the actions of their father, grandfather, this was inevitable. If the family wanted to develop and grow, a prosperous population was necessary. They had no objections to any of Chen Feng's decisions, especially the first generation of heirs. Their admiration and reverence for Chen Feng occupied the highest position. After arranging these matters, Chen Feng returned to his own residence. With these decisions implemented, the Chen family would undoubtedly rise to the forefront of Origin Spirit County. Chen Feng took out a list, which recorded 7 or 8 families. These were the families that competed with the Chen family. Chen Feng looked at the first family on the list. The Wang family, with 2 qi refining cultivators in their family, the highest cultivation level being qi refining 6th stage, was the most intense competitor of the Chen family. The rest of their strength was not much different from the Wang family. Resources were indispensable for a family to develop. I'll wait for any movement from you. Chen Feng silently circled the Wang family with a red circle. With his cultivation at the 7th stage of qi refining, he was considered average in Origin Spirit County. As long as he didn't provoke those who were much stronger than him, it would be fine. However, once one's cultivation reaches beyond Origin Spirit County, it becomes insignificant. Not to mention that there are still many peak qi refining cultivators above me. Even foundation building cultivators are suppressing me. Chen Feng thought to himself that things can be done, but they shouldn't be done too big. Otherwise, if those peak qi refining and foundation building cultivators take action, it would be a disaster. It still comes down to strength. Chen Feng's gaze turned serious. Open the inheritance mall. Fortunately, he had the help of the system. He still had 350 inheritance points, enough to exchange for some things. Foundation building pill, 200 inheritance points. Increases the probability of breaking through foundation building by 50%. Heavenly spirit fruit, 400 inheritance points. Allows those without spiritual roots to obtain pseudo-spiritual roots, and strengthens the spiritual roots of those with spiritual roots. Longevity pill, 50 inheritance points. Extends lifespan by 10 years. Alchemy experience, 10 inheritance points for 5 years. Chen Feng's gaze lingered on the alchemy experience. He could exchange his inheritance points for 175 years of alchemy experience. How terrifying was that? It was enough to allow someone with no foundation to become an alchemist, at least a first-grade alchemist. However, in the end, Chen Feng reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the alchemy experience. In this world, the cultivation technique was also crucial. Chen Feng took a deep breath and said, exchange for the first volume of the Pure Yang Immortal Art. Ding, 320 inheritance points deducted successfully. Streams of information flooded his mind, and Chen Feng's blood and qi trembled. A pure yang aura emanated from his body. His entire body felt as if it was surrounded by a ring of intense fire. After a moment, the inheritance was successful, and he directly comprehended the Pure Yang Immortal Art. I don't have to worry about cultivation techniques for now. Although the Pure Yang Immortal Art was only the first volume, it was a cultivation technique that could directly reach the gold core stage. For cultivators like Chen Feng from a small sect, this was a pleasant surprise. In this world, there were countless talents, but they were stuck at their current realm until they died because they didn't have a cultivation technique to advance further. A cultivation technique was the most precious thing for every power and was highly valued. The cultivation techniques available on the market were not particularly profound. If news of him possessing such a cultivation technique were to leak out, those high and mighty foundation building cultivators would not hesitate to take action, regardless of their reputation. The temptation of such a cultivation technique to them was immense. Time flew by, and 10 years had passed. Within Origin Spirit County, hidden currents surged. In these 10 years, the newly established cultivation families, the Chen family, showed their fangs and launched a fierce expansion, even swallowing up a small cultivation family. During these 10 years, besides dealing with a small clan with only a 4th-level qi refining cultivator, Chen Feng also took in more than 10 concubines. The first generation of descendants increased by more than 30, and when combined with the grandchildren, the total population of the family had reached 98, just one step away from 100. However, the population of the Chen family would definitely experience explosive growth in the future. After all, the first and second batches of the first generation had all grown up. There were even a few who had reached adulthood among the first batch of grandchildren. At this time, in the Wang family, the high-ranking members gathered together. In my opinion, Big Brother, we should take action. The development of the Chen family has been too unexpected, and they have even taken over a lot of our industries. A middle-aged man said to Wang Xing, who was sitting in the main seat. In these 10 years, the Chen family had gone crazy, breaking the unwritten rule of not interfering with each other's territories and causing the decline of the Wang family's martial arts hall. They even seized a lot of our spiritual fields. And relying on Chen Kawa, the Grand Master of the Chen family, they firmly secured the top 3 positions in the martial arts hall of origin Spirit County, even targeting the spiritual fields under the Wang family. The Chen family has gone too far. They only have Chen Feng, a 6th-level qi refining cultivator, but they dare to be so arrogant. A man with a powerful aura and a furious expression on his face spoke respectfully to the 2 people in the main seat. I dare to ask the 2 elders to take action and suppress the arrogance of the Chen family. On the main seat, Wang Xing listened silently to the discussions of the members below. The martial arts hall and the spiritual fields were the main sources of the Wang family's spiritual stones. The actions of the Chen family had already threatened their foundation, and anger filled Wang Xing's face. Chen Feng, if it weren't for the fact that we are both cultivators, how could you be so at ease? Second brother, gather the troops and prepare. Take our martial artists and crush the Chen family in one fell swoop. Yes, Big Brother. A man with a gloomy expression nodded. In this world, it was survival of the fittest. If it weren't for Chen Feng's strength as a 6th-level qi refining cultivator, they would have taken action long ago. At this moment, inside the Chen family estate. Is it finally time to make a move? Chen Feng slowly stood up from his seat. The Wang dynasty's restrictions on cultivators were relatively loose, as long as they didn't go too far and harm too many ordinary people. Kawa, get ready to take over, Chen Feng ordered, then left the room. The Wang family. They were already prepared to set off. Wang Xing nodded at his family members. Let's go. Second brother, when the time comes, let's surround Chen Feng and try to kill him. Understood, the shady man nodded. At this moment, Chen Feng's voice came from above the Wang family. Fellow deist Wang Xing, I hope you're well. Chen Feng descended into the courtyard in white clothes, smiling at him. Attack. Wang Xing and the shady man exchanged a glance, not expecting Chen Feng's arrival. Now that you're here, you can stay. They knew that talking too much would only lead to mistakes, so without any nonsense, they attacked with all their might. Wang Xing shouted, and he and the shady man attacked Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised his hands, and the aura of a 7th-level qi refining cultivator burst out as he grasped his long sword. Oh no, how did you break through so quickly? Wang Xing's eyes widened, feeling a sense of fear from the pressure. He turned and tried to run. You see, in the cultivation world, each level of cultivation brought a significant increase in strength. Except for some exceptional geniuses who could barely surpass their own level, ordinary people like them would be helpless against someone even just one level higher. Poof. Chen Feng made his move, beheading the shady man. With only a cultivation level of the 4th-level qi refining, he was no match for Chen Feng. Then, the pure Yang True Qi circulated and quickly arrived by Wang Xing's side. You can't escape. Poof. Chen Feng seized an opportunity and made a clean and decisive move, then turned to look at the Wang family members around him. With a sword in one hand, he moved like a gust of wind, and all that could be heard were the sounds of his attacks. What followed was a one-sided massacre. High-level cultivators were like nuclear weapons in front of ordinary people, even warriors. All the elite members of the Wang family were wiped out. Chen Feng stood with his sword, looking at the corpses without a trace of mercy. In the development of a family, killing was necessary. The cultivation world didn't care about such things. If you want to develop, you have to snatch and fight for it. One achieves success while thousands of bones wither. Among them, there were also many martial arts experts, but ultimately, there was a difference between immortals and mortals. They were not a match for a single strike. After collecting some useful items, Chen Feng left the Wang family. Afterwards, flames rose high in the Wang family, and the sound of killing filled the air. The next day, Chen family disciples were seen cleaning up the battlefield, and the Wang family was annihilated. The name of the Chen family once again resounded throughout Origin Spirit County, and all the cultivation families received this news. And Chen Feng's achievement of reaching the 7th level of qi refining also became known to all the families. Half a month later, representatives from the Pei family, also a cultivation family, arrived. Inside the Chen family estate, Chen Feng received the head of the Pei family, an elderly cultivator. At the 7th level of qi refining, he was already over 150 years old and had only a few days left before death. Behind him was a 2nd level qi refining female cultivator, Pei Yunyan, who hid behind the head of the Pei family and secretly observed Chen Feng. Are you suggesting a marriage alliance with me, head of the Pei family? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised as he looked at the head of the Pei family below, and the marriage partner was himself, along with the granddaughter behind him. That's right. Lord Chen is an extraordinary person. I know my time is limited, so I intend to entrust my granddaughter, Pei Yunyan, to you. The head of the Pei family was making a bold gamble. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He had been wondering where to find a cultivator as a partner, but he didn't expect one to come knocking on his door. After all, the chances of producing offspring with spiritual roots were much higher with 2 cultivators. Chen Feng's gaze fell on Pei Yunyan. The woman had a graceful and elegant figure, with long black hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding a celestial aura. Her appearance was definitely top-notch. The meaning of the Pei family's master was clear. He was afraid that the Pei family would perish after he left. After all, once he left, there would only be Pei Yunyan from the Pei family, and as a second-level qi refining cultivator, she couldn't do much. She might even be spied upon, as finding a female cultivator as a Dao companion was extremely difficult. And the Pei family's master valued him because of his 7th-level qi refining strength, which he had demonstrated by killing 2 members of the Wang family. He had only been cultivating for 50 years, and this talent was already outstanding. Perhaps in the future, he would have the opportunity to break through to the foundation building stage. Even if he couldn't, he could still reach the 9th or even 10th level of qi refining, which would be enough to provide a good environment for his granddaughter. This could be considered an investment or an exchange. After considering the interests involved, Chen Feng agreed. Seeing Chen Feng's agreement, the Pei family's master breathed a sigh of relief and said to Pei Yunyan behind him, Yunyan, go and get to know Chen Feng. Pei Yunyan blushed a little, looking at Chen Feng on the high platform who was smiling gently, like a charming young man. It seems that marriage is not so terrifying after all. Chen Feng's appearance and gentle temperament made her heart flutter. The Pei family's master quietly left the main hall, leaving the 2 of them alone. Chen Feng naturally agreed and walked up to Pei Yunyan from the main hall. Chen Feng, your future husband. Chen Feng smiled and looked at her. Faced with the sudden presence of a man, she was a little at a loss. After being discovered to have spiritual roots, she had been practicing at home and had never had any contact with other unfamiliar men. This made her a little unsure, but then Chen Feng directly held her delicate jade hand. Let's go, I'll show you around the house. And so, Pei Yunyan was taken away by Chen Feng and they strolled around the estate. They chatted about trivial matters and got to know each other, without any other inappropriate actions. This also gradually increased Pei Yunyan's fondness for Chen Feng. The 2 of them were like a pair of golden boy and jade girl, wandering through the Chen family's territory. Soon, it was evening. Chen Feng leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, Yunyan, it's getting late. You should go back with your grandfather first. I'll send someone to marry you. Upon hearing this, Pei Yunyan's face instantly turned red, like a ripe red apple, making people unable to resist taking a bite. Okay. Pei Yunyan nodded gently, reluctantly leaving Chen Feng's side and returning home with her grandfather. Chen Feng watched as the 2 left and took the matter of etiquette very seriously. All the wives and concubines in his family were married according to proper customs, and their status was well established, not mistreating anyone. He also attached great importance to his first Dao companion and immediately gave instructions to make arrangements. 15 days later, Chen Feng of the Chen family married Pei Yunyan of the Pei family. For a while, all the forces in the county that had a good relationship with the Chen family were sent invitations. The marriage between the Chen and Pei families also caused a stir. Half a month later, the Chen residence was decorated with lights and festoons. Among the guests present, there were more than 10 cultivator families. Some were testing Chen Feng's attitude, but most of them wanted to establish friendly relations with him. After all, Chen Feng's 7th-level qi refining cultivation was barely considered to have reached the threshold of the upper class in Origin Spirit County. According to Chen Feng's cultivation age, there may be a chance for him to break through the foundation building in the future, which will make him even more attractive. Some of the guests present had flickering eyes as they looked at the couple on the wedding stage. I heard that Chen Feng loves beautiful women. At this moment, a powerful voice came from outside the hall. Congratulations to Chen, fellow Daoist from the Li family of the Origin Spirit County. The Li family of the Origin Spirit County. The people from the cultivation families present had a change in their expressions, and Chen Feng on the high platform also looked over. The foundation building clan. Everyone present was extremely familiar with this title. This was one of the few foundation building clans in the Origin Spirit County. It was unbelievable that a high and mighty foundation building clan would send someone to attend a wedding of a qi refining 7th stage family. Chen Feng looked at the person who came, who was from the main branch of the Li family and had a cultivation level of qi refining 7th stage, making him the highest among the guests present, apart from himself. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. He didn't have much contact with the people from the foundation building clans, so he wondered what the purpose of their visit was. Moreover, he was only a qi refining 7th stage cultivator. Kiren, take a seat. Since the visitor was a guest, after Chen Feng paid his respects, he continued with the following ceremony. After the ceremony was over and the bride was sent to the bridal chamber, Chen Feng walked towards the cultivators from various families. After dealing with them, Chen Feng went to sit next to the people from the Li family. Fellow deist. Chen Feng took a seat next to him, and the person from the Li family did not display the proud attitude of a foundation-building clan. But there wasn't much to say either. He went straight to the point and said, Chen fellow deist, the head of my Li family has heard about your deeds and admires a talent like you. It is said that you entered the Origin Spirit County alone and achieved such accomplishments in just over 50 years. If you have time in the future, you can come to my Li family for a meeting. Chen Feng listened and looked at the person from the Li family, his thoughts quickly becoming active. It was not a good thing to be noticed by a foundation-building clan so quickly. At least not now. However, this representative from the Li family has a decent attitude, so it shouldn't be anything bad. It wouldn't be appropriate to offend them by not going. Chen Feng thought to himself and made a decision, nodding, I will accompany my newlywed wife for this month, and I will visit the senior of the Li family next month. As for why he had to wait until next month, one reason was to accompany his newlywed wife, and the other reason was to enhance his own strength. Although the head of the Li family was not at the foundation building stage, he was still a chi refining 10th stage cultivator. If anything unexpected happened, he could escape with his life. Chen Feng thought about the worst case scenario and made several preparations. He didn't believe that the Li family was as they claimed, just wanting to get to know a talented person. There must be another motive. After seeing off the guests, Chen Feng entered the bridal chamber. Looking at Pei Yunyan, who was sitting nervously on the edge of the bed, Chen Feng walked over and held her hand, whispering, I'm here. That night, the candlelight flickered, and the moon was covered by clouds and mist. At this point, the marriage alliance between the Chen and Pei families was completed, and Chen Feng's first Dao companion was successfully included. And the system, which had been silenced, had already sounded with the completion of the mission. Ding, side quest completed. Reward, 20 years of pure cultivation, 100% accurate pill *1, 20 inheritance points. Ding, secondary mission released. As the head of the clan, how can I become subordinate to others? The Chen family will never be slaves. The sun rose, and Chen Feng gently covered the exhausted Pei Yunyan with a blanket before quietly leaving the new house. Claim rewards? Ding, claim successful. A pure energy entered Chen Feng's body, and he felt a sense of relief as fatigue dissipated. His cultivation gradually increased, and the true essence in his body became more refined. After reaching the critical point, it paused. Just a little more, Chen Feng whispered. He now felt that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th stage of qi refining. With a little more refinement, he would definitely be able to step into the next realm. His strength had also increased by more than 30%. Chen Feng exhaled a breath of stale air and looked at the rising sun. His family was like this rising sun, destined to one day hang high in the sky. A flash of light appeared in the palm of Chen Feng's right hand, and a pill with a strange fragrance fell into his hand. Without hesitation, Chen Feng swallowed it in one gulp and looked towards the mansion behind him. The Hong wish has not yet succeeded. I still need to work hard. A month quickly passed. During this time, Chen Feng spent most of his time accompanying Pei Yunyan, helping her quickly integrate into the environment. And there was also some good news. As expected, Pei Yunyan had not had her monthly period for a long time. At the same time, more than 10 of Chen Feng's wives and concubines were in the same situation. After comforting and accompanying them, Chen Feng found Chen Kewu. He handed him a manual. Kewu, this is the result of my decades of deduction. I have deduced the Pure Yang technique to a profound realm, enough for me to assume the realm of a grandmaster. This was the result of Chen Feng using up all his inheritance points to deduce the martial art Pure Yang technique towards the direction of high-level martial arts. Father. Chen Kewu took it and tears welled up in his eyes. Chen Feng laughed and scolded, you're already grown up, yet you still put on such a posture. Go, thoroughly comprehend the upgraded Pure Yang technique. Martial arts have been abandoned by others and regarded as a minor path. But I believe in you. You can create a new path with martial arts. Yes, father. Chen Kewu choked up. He didn't expect his father to value him and the members of the family so much, spending more than 10 years planning a new path for them. Good lad. Chen Feng smiled and left, leaving Chen Kewu watching him until his figure completely disappeared from sight. I won't let you down, father. So what if I don't have spiritual roots? How does it matter? Even without spiritual roots, I, Chen Kewu, am not weaker than anyone. As for Chen Feng, after briefing the family affairs, he set off for the Li family. At this moment, outside the Li family mansion, Chen Feng took out a letter of introduction and handed it to the guard at the gate. I am Chen Feng from the Chen family, here to meet the head of the Li family. The guard, a mere mortal warrior, naturally did not dare to neglect the immortal who had descended from the sky. In just 2 minutes, the Li family's direct line, who had previously visited the Chen family, appeared in front of Chen Feng. Head of the Chen family, follow me. He beckoned, indicating for Chen Feng to follow him. I haven't asked for fellow deist's name yet. The Li family's direct line paused and said, Li Yi. Fellow deist Li Yi. Soon, the two of them hurriedly arrived at a tall mansion. The head of the family is waiting for you inside. You can go in by yourself. Chen Feng nodded and stepped inside. Soon, after passing through a small path by a rockery and a pond, he saw an elderly man with white hair but a youthful appearance, full of vitality, in a pavilion in the middle. Chen Feng looked at him, unable to discern the old man's cultivation level. Chen Feng understood that this was the head of the Li family, Li Hu, a Qi refining stage 10 cultivator. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng stepped forward and calmly looked at the old man sitting at the tea table. Chen Feng of the Chen family pays respects to senior Li Hu. Li Hu was somewhat surprised. Chen Feng's calm demeanor made him look at him with admiration. The heads of other small families would be eager to bow down at his feet. But compared to the others, Chen Feng was somewhat different. Please sit. Li Hu nodded, and Chen Feng did not refuse, sitting down in front of Li Hu. Have some tea. Li Hu pushed a teacup over, the tea inside not moving at all, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Thank you for the tea, senior. Chen Feng took it and looked at Li Hu with some doubts. What was Li Hu's intention? Li Hu did not speak, only asked Chen Feng. What do you think of this tea? Drinking tea was one of Chen Feng's small hobbies, so after a moment, he gave his answer. This tea is elegant and fragrant, refreshing and not greasy. It brings a sense of tranquility and pleasure. It has a slight bitterness followed by sweetness, truly a rare and excellent tea. Not bad. Li Hu nodded, appreciating Chen Feng with a glance. Do you know why I invited you here? Chen Feng looked up at Li Hu and shook his head gently. I don't know. I would like to ask senior for the reason. Li Hu laughed and slowly spoke. My Li family has stood in Origin Spirit County for thousands of years. Do you know why we have always remained standing? Chen Feng was taken aback by his words. Of course, it's because the Li family has produced talented individuals and has a long-standing reputation. Each generation has had several shining stars. Ha ha ha, you're quite eloquent, young man. But besides that, my Li family has another foundation. Li Hu looked straight at Chen Feng and said in a slow voice, that is the recruitment of talented individuals. Besides the main family, my Li clan has 13 affiliated families, and there are more than 20 cultivators from other clans. Hearing this, Chen Feng's heart tightened, confirming his previous speculation based on the new side mission released by the system. These so-called affiliated families were nothing more than a tool for the main family. No, they were dogs that had to serve them for generations? Chen Feng's face darkened slightly as he spoke. If it's about this matter, I'm afraid it won't work. Chen Feng looked up, meeting Li Hu's gaze. Oh, I admire you. You are indeed a clever person. But you should also know what the consequences will be if you refuse me. Li Hu's eyes narrowed as he looked at Chen Feng, his gaze carrying a faint pressure. He didn't expect to be rejected, let alone be rejected so thoroughly. Looking at Chen Feng's resolute expression, he sneered inwardly. Do you know how many people would give anything for this opportunity? Joining my Li family and enjoying our protection, we would even provide resources to help you cultivate. Chen Feng didn't hesitate and directly refused. Thank you for the kind offer, but there's no need for this matter. After that, Chen Feng faced the pressure and ignored Li Hu's displeased expression, turning around and retracing his steps. Master, should I? In the pavilion, a person dressed in black appeared, asking Li Hu while making a throat-slitting gesture. Li Hu shook his head and looked deeply in the direction Chen Feng had left. We invited Chen Feng to come to our house for a discussion, and most of the families in Origin Spirit County are aware of this. If we don't let him leave, how will people view us? They will think that our Li family is not giving small families a way to survive and resorting to forced buying and selling. In Li Hu's mind, Chen Feng's resolute expression appeared, and he sneered, I'll see if you still have that kind of backbone later. They safely left the Li family and Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he quickly entered the county city. It seems they are concerned about the reputation of the family and didn't lay a hand on me. Chen Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt several killing intents locked onto him when he refused. However, he still came out because of his pride. Sitting in a restaurant, Chen Feng's face was gloomy. Thinking about everything that happened in the Li family made him furious. It's still not enough strength. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. The pressure brought by being at the 10th level of Qi refining was immense, not to mention foundation building cultivators. After taking a short break and sensing that no one was following him, he returned to the family. Main quest, expand the family to 100 people and rise to the upper level of Origin Spirit County. Incomplete. Side quest, as the head of the family, how can I become subservient to others? The Chen family will never be slaves. Completed. Chen Feng looked at his completed side quest and breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it wasn't for the quest, he would have still resolutely refused to accept the situation. There was no way he could bend his strong waist or kneel with his hard knees. After this matter, it will surely bring a lot of trouble. Chen Feng thought to himself. With over 100 descendants, he was close to reaching the upper level of Origin Spirit County. At least he needed to break through to the 9th or even 10th level of Qi refining to succeed. Or the family needed 2 8th level Qi refining cultivators to barely be considered part of the upper level of the cultivation families in Origin Spirit County. But above the upper level, there were still the top level, the 3 major foundation building families, towering above. The road is still long. Chen Feng sighed. Claim rewards. Throughout history, as the head of a family, decisions must never be mistaken. A slight carelessness could lead to complete destruction. Reward, pure cultivation for 30 years, 100 inheritance points. Familiar energy surged, breaking through the bottleneck of the 7th level of Qi refining and smoothly reaching the 8th level. Phew, Chen Feng exhaled. After breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refining, he could handle most minor setbacks. As long as there were no 9th or 10th level Qi refining cultivators, there wouldn't be any major problems. However, whether the Li family would make any moves afterwards was still unknown. I need to prepare some safeguards for the family. Exchange, 50 years of formation experience. 100 inheritance points deducted successfully. After receiving the information, Chen Feng began to delve into the path of formations. Everything seemed to come naturally. At the same time, besides these 50 years of experience, some basic formation knowledge also appeared in his mind. First level Vajra formation, capable of withstanding attacks from up to the 6th level of Qi refining, requires materials. This one will do. Chen Feng directly chose the formation, went to the family treasury, gathered the required materials, and started to set it up. After setting up the formation flag and holding the compass in his hand, a golden light radiated from the surrounding flags, enveloping the entire estate. Oh my, what is this? In the estate, many people were astonished as they looked at the golden curtain in the sky. Chen Kuo was also attracted by the commotion and narrowed his golden eyes as he looked at the sky. No killing intent. After sensing the absence of killing intent, he looked towards the main residence, where he felt a wave of energy. It seems like it was done by father. He breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was done by his father, there shouldn't be any danger. Might as well turn around and continue studying martial arts. Husband, is this a formation? At this moment, Pei Yunyan's voice sounded in her ears. As the only cultivator in the family, she naturally found the source of the energy fluctuations. When she saw Chen Feng behind her, her anxious heart finally relaxed. Yes, this is the golden light formation, capable of resisting attacks from Qi refining stage 6 and below. Pei Yunyan's pupils widened in surprise. She had some knowledge about formations, but a formation capable of resisting attacks from Qi refining stage 6 was extremely rare in Origin Spirit County. At the same time, her admiration for Chen Feng, who was able to set up such a formation, became even more evident in her eyes. You are pregnant, so don't go out too much. Chen Feng expressed his satisfaction and affection, handing the compass to her. I'm giving you the formation compass so that you have some protection when I'm not at home. Pei Yunyan didn't expect Chen Feng to entrust such an important thing to her. Husband, don't say any more, go back and rest. After October, the rest of Chen Feng's wives all gave birth, except for Pei Yunyan. Chen Feng also felt a hint of joy at this unusual phenomenon. You see, the stronger the talent of a child, the more difficult their birth would be. Just like Neza, it took 3 whole years. A few days later, a cry broke the silence. Triple spiritual roots. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. He looked at the baby in Pei Yunyan's arms. You see, Pei Yunyan only had quadruple spiritual roots, while he himself had the lowest 5 elements spiritual roots. It was truly a miracle for a child to be born with triple spiritual roots. Chen Feng named the child Chen Shuiyuan. To celebrate the birth of the 10th child of the first generation, Chen Feng once again held a family banquet. There were already more than 134 people present, although most of them were children. But compared to the last time, the population had more than doubled. After the implementation of the birth plan and the establishment of the long-term main family strategy, the Chen family's population was expected to have a major explosion in the future. Chu Ren, the expansion speed has slowed down in recent years. Focus on the Li family. If there is any movement, inform me immediately. Yes, father. Chen Qiren was already in his 40s and had been managing family affairs for many years, which greatly increased his authority. However, when facing Chen Feng, he was extremely respectful and full of admiration. Chu Wu, the martial arts hall no longer needs to expand. Focus on cultivating martial arts talents and developing spiritual fields. Understood, father. He absolutely obeyed Chen Feng's instructions. Although he was in his 40s, Chen Kuo's vitality was still as strong as ever, even stronger than before. This made Chen Feng raise an eyebrow slightly, reminding him of distant memories. The path of martial arts might be feasible. You see, in the future, not everyone in his family would have spiritual roots. Most of them would be ordinary people. And cultivating immortality had extremely strict requirements for spiritual roots, let alone those without spiritual roots. On the other hand, martial arts seemed to be the most suitable path for his family. Moreover, after upgrading the Pure Yang technique, it was possible to cultivate to the highest level of Grand Master, equivalent to the later stage of Qi refining. In addition, the whole family will learn martial arts, lay a solid foundation before the age of 6 and start martial arts training after the age of 6. This matter will be entrusted to Kuo. After looking at Chen Kuo below, Chen Feng continued, you can delegate your authority and focus on studying advanced martial arts. Yes, father. Chen Kuo nodded to show his understanding. Then, there was repeated emphasis on the importance of childbirth, and a policy was implemented where the more children one had, the more rewards they would receive. A year later, Pei Yunyan caressed her slightly bulging belly. She didn't expect to be pregnant again, and the same was true for the other wives in the mansion. Of course, Pei Yunyan chose to support her husband's actions. Meanwhile, the side quest is released again. Side quest released. Since there are so few successors with spiritual roots, we should recruit talented women. 5. Incomplete. After the side quest was released, Chen Feng started to get busy. He spread the news that he intended to form alliances with major cultivation families. At the same time, he indirectly informed some cultivation families about his advancement to the 8th stage of Qi refining. Soon, 3 years had passed, and Pei Yunyan gave birth to her third child, but neither of the two sons had spiritual roots. This disappointed Chen Feng, but how difficult was it to give birth to descendants with spiritual roots? Even if both parties were cultivators, the probability of giving birth to descendants with spiritual roots was only a few percent. Of course, this probability increased with the improvement of cultivation. If both parties were foundation-building cultivators, the probability was almost 100%. During these 3 years, 3 cultivation families came to propose alliances and offered women with spiritual roots from their families. However, this also made Chen Feng's reputation somewhat strange in the cultivation family circle. But Chen Feng didn't care about these things and arranged his family members properly. In the following 2 years, 2 descendants with spiritual roots were born, which surprised Chen Feng. As for Pei Yunyan, Chen Feng arranged for her to cultivate. With the accumulation of resources, she reached the 3rd stage of qi refining. As for his own descendants with spiritual roots, they had become a handful. The eldest, Chen Chuling, even reached the 1st stage of qi refining. After 5 years of development, the Chen family had grown to over 300 members. It seemed that Chen Feng's multiple births and rewards, or perhaps the fact that the whole family practiced martial arts, made their blood and energy stronger. However, for Chen Feng and the Chen family, this was a good thing. Great-grandfather, Grandpa Kowo asked me to call you. He said he's about to enter the Grandmaster realm. A childish voice came, and Chen Feng looked over. This was Chen Kowo's grandson, his great-grandson, Chen Xingxing. You've worked hard, little star. Chen Feng picked him up. The little child was a little over 3 years old. This made him feel a little dazed. Unknowingly, the 3rd generation of the family had grown quite a bit. Let's go. Chen Feng disappeared in the hall and appeared in the place where Chen Kowo studied martial arts. Father. Chen Feng nodded and put down little Xingxing, letting him go play with his little friends. Are you ready? Chen Feng looked at his son. You should know that once you enter the Grandmaster realm, it is a groundbreaking change for this world. For martial arts, it is a leap forward in time. On this world, the pinnacle of martial arts is only the Grandmaster realm, which is enough to match the 1st and 2nd stages of qi refining. Yes, please protect me, father. Chen Kowo nodded confidently. Then let's begin. Chen Feng crushed several middle-grade spirit stones and enveloped the surrounding space. Chen Kowo's blood and energy surged, constantly growing. His body swelled and his flesh became more solid and refined. A pure yang energy surrounded him, which surprised Chen Feng. He quietly watched the changes in Chen Kowo. This breakthrough lasted for a day and a night, during which Chen Feng prohibited anyone from approaching. Boom! A loud noise was heard as Chen Kowo's released blood and energy receded, and his body became extremely refined. His aura also became stronger, like a fierce beast in a flood. 2 hours later, Chen Kowo opened his eyes and moved his body. What is this? At the same time, he sensed the changes. What's wrong? Chen Feng looked over. At this moment, Chen Kowo had undergone a tremendous change in his aura. Chen Kowo took out a long knife from the room and fiercely swung it towards his arm under Chen Feng's commentary. The expected scene of blood splattering did not occur. The long knife was shaken away by Chen Kowo's physical body. Ding! Chen Feng's pupils contracted. Although this was an ordinary quality long knife, it was still refined by himself. Yet, it couldn't even break through Chen Kowo's physical body. Father, besides the physical body, there is another change. I have a new kind of energy inside me. After speaking, a stream of gas attached itself to the long knife. Chen Kowo raised the long knife and slashed it towards his own arm. The previous situation did not occur. Instead, his flesh was easily cut open, and powerful blood flowed out. At this moment, Chen Yuan felt a tremor throughout his body. His skin became condensed, and there was also something strange in his true qi, similar to the energy in Chen Kowo's body. After breaking through to the Grandmaster level in martial arts, there can still be feedback. This meant that there was still a path to follow in martial arts. Chen Feng's eyes brightened as he looked thoughtfully at Chen Kowo. Kowo, don't resist. Chen Feng grabbed his pulse and infused pure yang true essence into it. The true qi within his body was the same as the true essence converted by his own pure yang immortal scripture. Within his body, a similar existence to true essence had appeared. Chen Feng fell silent. The significance was self-evident. If this were to be spread, who knows how many people would go crazy for it. Even those lofty immortal sects would disregard everything to obtain this method. A method that allowed ordinary people to cultivate true essence through the refinement of martial arts, possessing the same strength as the qi refining stage, without relying on genius treasures. Although the process was difficult, once it spread on a large scale. Not to mention the entire immortal spirit continent, just the Great Chu dynasty alone governed over billions of people. With more people stepping into cultivation, the competition for resources would become more intense, and resources would become scarce. This was something no one wanted to see. Chen Feng's expression turned serious as he said, Kowo, don't publicize this matter. Once the news leaks, the Chen family will undoubtedly suffer a devastating blow. The subsequent cultivation methods must be strictly guarded, and no one can know without my permission. Do you understand? Chen Feng exuded an immense aura. I understand. Even if I die, I won't reveal a single word. Chen Kowo nodded heavily. Chen Kowo also understood the seriousness of the matter. Good. Chen Feng nodded. he was still very reassured about his second son. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Feng spoke again, "From now on, designate this area as a restricted zone. Hand over all your affairs to Kiran. Nothing can leave the Chen family's territory without my permission." This matter had to be handled with caution. After all, it involved too much. Without absolute strength, it was better to be safe. "Yes, sir." Afterwards, the true essence that is born within you can be called Wuyuan. Half a month later, fellow Daoist Chen, an elderly man with white hair, raised his hand and bowed to Chen Feng on the grand hall. "Yes, fellow Daoist Lu, what brings you here today?" Chen Feng's gaze fell on the young girl behind Lu Yu, who seemed familiar. The Pei family had been the same back then. However, when Chen Feng met Lu Yu's eyes, he saw a flash of light, followed by a sigh. A bitter and resentful expression appeared as he began to speak emotionally. "That Zhou family is really despicable. They're almost in their graves and still want to marry my Binger." Chen Feng automatically filtered out some irrelevant words and organized the most direct information. The head of the Zhou family, due to his old age, has no hope of breaking through to the 10th stage of qi refining. Since he doesn't have any descendants with spiritual roots, he set his sights on the Lu family. How could Lu Yu be willing, letting his own descendant, Lu Binger, who is not even 30 years old, be married to someone who is almost in their grave? He has a violent temper. He immediately refused, and the subsequent events became clear. The Zhou family made a move and pushed the Lu family into a desperate situation. In the end, there was no other choice but to marry Lu Binger to Chen Feng, and then have the Chen family confront the Zhou family. Chen Feng first comforted Lu Yu. That Zhou Dong is really despicable. He's already 140 years old and still wants to force himself on someone. How could Chen Feng refuse someone who came to him willingly? In terms of emotions and interests, he would agree. However, it is not advisable for him to confront the Zhou family directly at the moment. Although the Zhou family now only has Zhou Dong as a cultivator, he is still a qi refining 9th stage existence. Even if he is old and weak, he can still exert most of his power. The 9th stage of qi refining has already reached the threshold of the upper echelons of the entire origin spirit county. Chen Feng's cultivation at the 8th stage of qi refining cannot contend with that. But as long as the other party is not foolish, they will not offend a qi refining 8th stage cultivator, who is also young. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng spoke, "Fellow Daoist Lu Yu, since that's the case, I agree to your request. I will handle the Zhou family." Driven by the temptation to complete the mission, Chen Feng nodded and agreed. As long as he is given time and space to develop, the Zhou family is nothing more than moss. Before long, the Chen family held another grand feast to welcome the marriage of Lu Binger, the female cultivator from the Lu family. On the other side, the Zhou family. Bang, bang. After receiving the news that Chen Feng was marrying the female cultivator he had planned for months, Zhou Dong gritted his teeth and smashed the teacup in his hand. Despicable person. That damned Chen Feng, how dare he snatch away the person I had my eyes on. Furious, Zhou Dong, with his white beard fluttering, looked towards the direction of the Chen family with hatred. Spread the word, change the target, focus on attacking the Chen family's assets. Yes. A member of the Zhou family quickly ran off after receiving the order, afraid of becoming the target of Zhou Dong's anger. But a family that hasn't even been established for 50 years dares to oppose me? Let's see what they can do against me. A sinister look flashed in Zhou Dong's eyes. With such a scarcity of descendants with spiritual roots, we should recruit talented women. 5. Completed. Reward, 50 years of pure cultivation, 200 points of inheritance value. At this moment, lying on the bed resting, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. Finally, another small goal has been achieved. In less than 10 years, from 0 to 5. This is the benefit of improving strength and status. And in the future, as long as steady development continues, the number of descendants with spiritual roots will not be lacking. After all, there are already 5, and the number of cultivators in the family has exceeded 7. In the world of qi refining families, this is already a considerable scale. The Lu family, on the other hand, only has 2 cultivators, with the highest cultivation level being qi refining 7th stage. However, a family with a maximum of qi refining 8th stage cultivators is still too fragile. It's fine for minor conflicts, but once it attracts attention, even without the intervention of foundation building cultivators, a qi refining 10th stage cultivator can slaughter the entire family. And the reward for the side mission is exactly what Chen Feng needs. Not bad. Chen Feng was somewhat satisfied. Husband, what's so good? At this moment, the voice of Lu Binger came from beside him. Chen Feng turned his head and jokingly looked at the awakened beauty. I'm talking about you. After a playful moment, Chen Feng left the realm of tenderness. For the current situation, as the backbone of the Chen family, he was also the pillar. He had to withstand all the risks and make the right choices. Receive the reward. A pure energy flowed into his body, and his true essence gradually increased. His aura gradually rose and soon reached the peak of the 8th stage of qi refining. Finally, with the breaking of the shackles, he successfully entered the 9th stage of qi refining. After his aura stabilized, all the energy was exhausted. This made Chen Feng somewhat frustrated. It took him 50 years of cultivation to just barely reach the 9th stage of qi refining. What about the 10th stage of qi refining? The strength of his spiritual roots was too weak, which had a huge impact on his cultivation progress. If he had a single spiritual root, he would probably be close to the foundation building stage by now. Before the gold core stage, the 5 elemental spiritual roots were no different from trash. This made Chen Feng feel emotional, and his desire to improve his aptitude became even stronger. After all, the world of cultivation was extremely cruel. Although the current times were peaceful, there were potential dangers. The Li family had not made any moves yet. He had saved face for them in the past, but they probably held a grudge against him and might be plotting to crush him like a small ant. Otherwise, how could they stand tall in Origin Spirit County for thousands of years, with their subordinate families obediently following their orders like dogs? It was impossible to achieve anything without being ruthless. Furthermore, there was the Zhou family. Would Zhou Dong, who was at the 9th stage of qi refining, swallow his anger? Looking at the 200 inheritance points that were credited to his account, Chen Feng resisted the urge to exchange them and saved them for future needs. The most important thing now was to expand the size of the family, develop the family, and live a peaceful life. However, if he didn't provoke anyone, someone would still come and provoke him. After working diligently for less than half a year, Chen Qiren hurriedly came to him. Seeing Chen Qiren sweating profusely, Chen Feng's heart tightened. If his eldest son acted like this, it meant that something big had happened. Qiren, the more anxious and flustered you are, the easier it is to lose your way in the fog. Chen Feng appeared in front of Chen Qiren in a leap, grabbing his wrist and infusing true essence to stabilize his breath. What happened? After his breath stabilized, Chen Feng asked. The Zhou family attacked us. Most of our restaurants were attacked by martial artists, and we suffered heavy losses. Even 2 of our clan's children died. What? Chen Feng's face darkened, and his silence was terrifying. This was the first case of unnatural death among the clan since its establishment. All of this was his hard work, his descendants. Which too? At this point, Chen Feng's cheeks were about to drip with water, and Chen Qiren quickly spoke up. Chen Onlei and Chen Onli, the 2 children of the 7th family. Zhou Dong. Chen Feng roared angrily, his anger soaring to the sky. He was extremely angry about the deaths of his 2 grandsons. At the same time, he felt guilty. He didn't expect that the Zhou family would really tear their faces apart. This was his decision-making mistake, a serious mistake. If he had taken action after reaching the 9th stage of qi refining, nothing would have happened, although his strength would have been exposed. The Li family would have noticed him, but when he was only at the 7th stage of qi refining, they wouldn't have paid too much attention to him. He was just a mere ant. But, in just a few years, he had advanced to the 9th stage of qi refining at an astonishing speed. They would definitely take measures. But, they didn't. But, that's how life is. Once you make a wrong choice and have too many concerns, the consequences, no matter how regretful and remorseful you are of no use. Now, Chen Feng had only one thought. To massacre the Zhou family? Chen Feng made this almost insane decision to massacre a family as a means of revenge, which would definitely cause many families to be wary. But so what? Exchange, 50 years of formation cultivation. Ding. 100 inheritance points deducted successfully. After absorbing the experience of formation, Chen Feng quickly searched in his mind. The earth-binding formation, with his current level of formation cultivation, was enough to trap a qi refining 8th stage cultivator and could instantly affect a qi refining 9th stage cultivator. However, Chen Feng only needed one opportunity. Facing the aging and weakening Zhou Dong was enough. Chu Ran, go find Koa and have him lead all our martial artists, as well as that kid Chuling, to the Zhou family. Chen Feng handed his family token to Chen Qiren and disappeared into the sky alone on his flying sword. Father. Chen Qiren naturally knew what Chen Feng was going to do. Immediately, he ran without stopping. Zhou Mansion. Well done. Dare to fight with me? Let me teach you a lesson first. Zhou Dong listened to the reports from his clan members, a smile on his face. Especially when he heard that 2 Chen family direct descendants were killed in this battle, his face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. If it weren't for Chen Koa and Chen Qiren staying within the Chen family's territory, otherwise. Zhou Dong thought of the 2 other leaders of the Chen family besides Chen Feng. Afterwards, I will kill those 2 and make Chen Feng, that bastard, lose both arms in pain. A bloodthirsty look flashed in Zhou Dong's eyes as he looked at the people beside him. Remember, keep an eye on the Chen family. As soon as there is any news about Chen Koa and Chen Qiren, immediately inform me, understand? Yes, Patriarch. The Zhou family members nodded repeatedly, respectfully replying. Ha ha ha, remember, if you handle this matter well, I will reward you generously. Suddenly, boom. A loud noise rang out, and a golden light enveloped the entire Zhou mansion. What's happening? Zhou Dong narrowed his eyes and looked at the slowly rising golden curtain not far away. This is a formation. His expression darkened, realizing that something was not right. How could someone approach his mansion and successfully set up a formation? Someone wicked is here. He looked around, but only saw his clan members, all of them showing fear, greatly startled by the sudden turn of events. Seeing this scene, he sighed. Except for himself, everyone in the Zhou family was just ordinary people. They had no effect in the face of matters between cultivators. Useless. He cursed. Follow me. He stood up and walked towards the edge of the golden curtain. Let me see who dares to come to my Zhou mansion and act recklessly. Sensing that the energy contained in this golden formation was not very terrifying, he easily broke through it and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the person who came is not a formidable character. The group of people walked to the edge of the golden light, and Zhou Feng stopped, turning to look at his clan member, a middle-aged man. You, go up and punch this golden light. Elder, elder. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered, his body retreating. Go quickly? The elder is here, don't worry, I've got everything under control. The man looked around, gritted his teeth, and walked forward. Bang! This person was originally a martial artist. He looked at the golden curtain in front of him and swallowed his saliva. He mobilized his energy and blood, and threw a punch. A loud rumble came from the golden curtain, but there was no other change. Zhou Dong saw all of this and looked at the people around him, saying in a deep voice, all of you, go up and attack this light curtain. The group of people looked at each other, and then Zhou Dong shouted angrily, why aren't you going? A bunch of useless things. This made the group of people reluctantly approach the golden curtain and reluctantly throw a punch at the terrifying scene. Zhou Dong, on the other hand, was observing the changes. Finally, he looked around and found no one else, and then he pondered for a moment. It's just like this. He thought that this was just a trick played by his old enemy. This golden curtain could at most trap someone at the 7th stage of qi refining, and it posed no pressure on him. Outside the golden curtain, after adjusting their positions, Chen Feng set up a hidden formation and an earthbinding formation, quietly waiting for Zhou Dong to break the formation. Boom! A loud noise erupted, accompanied by a powerful force. Chen Feng saw the compass in his hand spinning rapidly, and the spiritual energy in the spirit stone was consumed crazily. In a moment, it turned into a piece of stone without any spiritual power, and the golden curtain shattered along with it. When the familiar scenery returned to its original state, most of the Zhou family members breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Dong looked around as if searching for something. After searching for a while with no results, he shook his head mockingly and said, just a small thief. Chen Feng, who was now only 200 meters away from him, only needed a few seconds of opportunity. Chen Feng could appear behind him and behead him with a single sword. However, the margin for error was too low, not to mention that if he attacked immediately, he would be discovered. Even if Zhou Dong couldn't defeat him, he could still escape. This was not what Chen Feng wanted. As long as he got a little closer, within 50 meters, he could use the earthbinding formation to defeat the enemy with one move. So, he had a second plan. He picked up the compass hanging from his waist and infused it with his true essence. Suddenly, within 100 meters of Zhou Dong, the surroundings flickered with light and the environment instantly changed. But soon it merged into one, but this change couldn't escape Zhou Dong's insight. It's here. He glanced sideways and noticed the flaw in the surroundings. He sneered in his heart, indeed, just a small thief. He led the clan members and approached casually. A short sword had already appeared in his sleeve. As long as he got close, he could give the small thief who ambushed him a good beating. Getting closer, Chen Feng stared at Zhou Dong, who was gradually approaching him, and a low-grade law weapon long sword appeared in his hand. After getting within 10 meters of the ambush, Zhou Dong grabbed a clan member next to him and threw him towards the ambush point. His whole body leaped into the air, and the short sword flew out, stabbing towards the ambush. Now, Chen Feng attacked, appearing behind Zhou Dong, and the long sword struck. Zhou Dong only felt a gust of wind behind him, and a chill rushed to his forehead. Not good, fell into a trap. He was shocked and was about to jump in the opposite direction. But now, Chen Feng was within 50 meters. Bind. Chen Feng pointed with a single finger, and a black shadow hundreds of meters wide appeared under his feet. It quickly entangled Zhou Dong's legs like a vine. And there's more. Zhou Dong was shocked, his true essence erupted, and the aura of a 9th stage qi refining burst out without reservation. The powerful true essence shattered the black shadow that bound him, and he quickly dodged to the side, swinging his right arm to block the sound of the golden spear attacking his head. Ping! The short sword in Zhou Dong's hand was shaken off by a powerful force, and Chen Feng's sword missed its target. He changed direction in an instant. Tear! A blood-red gash was slashed across Zhou Dong's back, and his daoist robe was torn apart by the shock of true essence. Chen Feng. Zhou Dong, relying on his experience, narrowly avoided a fatal blow and turned around to find that the person in front of him was none other than the head of the Chen family, Chen Feng. I see that you're tired of living, daring to ambush me. Zhou Dong's anger surged, and he drew a long sword, looking at Chen Feng. If it weren't for your tricks, how could you, a mere 8th level qi refining cultivator, have injured me? They glared at each other, but Chen Feng remained calm and terrifying. The sword edge stirred up a storm, and Chen Feng, without saying a word, no longer suppressed his aura and let it explode completely. How is this possible? Zhou Dong's eyes were filled with disbelief. He clearly sensed that Chen Feng had reached the 9th level of qi refining. How is this possible? In less than 10 years, how did you? Shut up and die, old fool. Soon, the two engaged in battle, and within a few breaths of time, Zhou Dong was struggling to defend himself. After all, Zhou Dong, an old man weakened by age and already exhausted from a previous battle, how could he be a match for the young and strong Chen Feng? This made Zhou Dong somewhat terrified, and he couldn't help but regret his actions. How did you hide so deeply? Zhou Dong, disregarding his panting, shouted at Chen Feng. If he had known that Chen Feng was hiding so deeply, he would never have laid a hand on the Chen family. Now, looking at Chen Feng's posture, it was clear that he was fighting with all his might, making it impossible for Zhou Dong to withstand. Let my 2 descendants accompany you in death, not only you, but also everyone in your family. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the martial essence in his body merged with true essence, releasing a fierce aura from his long sword. Bind. Behead. The earth-binding formation was activated again, but Zhou Dong, who was prepared, couldn't be trapped. The powerful true essence prevented the earth-binding formation from binding him and shattered it. However, this gave Chen Feng enough time to approach during his spiritual ascension. A sword was swung, and blood splattered on the ground. And the long sword in his hand, which had been blocking in front of him, was shattered by the strike. How is this possible? After uttering these words, Zhou Dong felt his head spinning, as if he was being pulled into a realm of illusion. Who? Chen Feng sheathed his sword and slowly exhaled a breath. Although this battle came and went quickly, but it placed a tremendous burden on his body, and it took about 70 to 80% of his mana to kill Zhou Dong. Afterwards, Chen Feng looked at the members of the Zhou family who were kneeling on the ground, not killed by the aftermath. When they saw Chen Feng looking at them, they all knelt and pleaded, "Immortal, this matter has nothing to do with us. It was all that damned ancestor. No, it was Zhou Dong who did it. Spare." Chen Feng's eyes were filled with disgust. He swung his sword and wiped away the bloodstains left by the sword wounds, all in one swift motion. At this moment, Chen Feng sensed that Chen Kawa had arrived at the outskirts of the Zhou residence, followed by Chen Chuling. After giving a few instructions, Chen Feng returned to his mansion. All members of the Zhou family in Origin Spirit County, regardless of age, shall be killed. Under the leadership of Chen Kawa, the Bug, and Chen Chuling, the cultivator, the cleansing began. In just 3 days, the entire Zhou family was wiped out. The entire Origin Spirit County was shocked by the methods of the Chen family, and many small families that had conflicts with the Chen family. Almost all of them came with gifts to apologize, fearing that their own families would be the next target. This also gave the Chen family an iron-blooded title, a fearsome reputation, and they would never provoke the descendants of the Chen family when they were away from home. Meanwhile, Chen Feng held a memorial service within the family, and the heads of the Zhou family's direct lineages, including Zhou Dong, were hung at the door. The families that had formed an alliance with the Chen family, such as the Liu and Pei families, were fortunate that they had made the right choice. This also silenced the hidden undercurrents, and the Chen family entered a period of golden development. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the main mission was still incomplete. This made Chen Feng feel a bit frustrated. It seemed that he needed to reach the 10th stage of qi refining to be considered part of the upper class in Origin Spirit County, and the strength of the family also needed to pass the test. Currently, only Chen Chuling had entered the ranks of cultivators. The path of development was still far away, so he ordered to continue developing. In the blink of an eye, 11 years had passed. During these 10 years, there was basic stability and a rapid increase in population. In these 11 years, 3 cultivation families had approached the Chen family, and the method they used was, of course, marriage alliances. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1,000 members in the family. I hope the host will continue to work hard. Reward, pure cultivation for 50 years, 5 elements technique, inheritance value 300. Receive. A pure energy entered his body, no different from the true essence he had cultivated. The quality and quantity of his true essence in his body were improved, and Chen Feng could clearly feel a kind of etherealness. He stopped only when he felt that he was just one step away from entering the next realm. Almost, Chen Feng whispered. After more than 10 years of cultivation, plus 50 years of cultivation, he had only barely reached the peak of the 9th stage of qi refining. However, the family's population had skyrocketed in these 11 years. He alone had contributed to more than 100 people. Under Chen Feng's full support, the female cultivators gradually entered the next realm. 4 descendants with spiritual roots were born, and they were only one short of breaking through the 10-person mark. And his top 7 descendants had gradually embarked on the path of cultivators, with the highest, Chen Chuling, reaching the 3rd stage of qi refining. However, Chen Feng was regretful that among his 9 descendants, the one with the strongest spiritual root was only a 4-element root, and their cultivation did little to support him, which was better than nothing. But in the future, when the number and cultivation level increased, the support he received would be considerable. This made him realize that he needed to focus on improving the strength of his spiritual roots. His own cultivation and spiritual roots were factors that directly influenced the next generation. Exchange, Heavenly Spirit Fruit. Ding, 400 inheritance points deducted successfully. With a flash of white light, a fruit resembling ginseng, with a fiery red and translucent body, appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Chen Feng chewed it up and swallowed it in a few bites. The heavenly spirit fruit fell into his stomach and turned into faint red light, gathering towards his dantian. Then it wandered through his limbs and bones, a process that was painless. It even felt somewhat comfortable. After a moment, Chen Feng completely absorbed the medicinal properties, and he could clearly perceive that his spiritual roots had become stronger. He felt relaxed and light. His affinity with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had also increased significantly. Most importantly, Chen Feng felt that it would be easier for him to enter the next realm. His spiritual roots, especially his fire attribute spiritual root, had been greatly enhanced. This made Chen Feng ponder. If this enhancement continued, his 5 elements spiritual roots would probably be comparable to heavenly spirit roots in every attribute. However, the cost is so high. Currently, the enhancement of the fire spirit root is only 40%, which is far from the 4 spirit roots. Just as the Chen family is rapidly developing. Li Mansion, Chief Patriarch, please make a decision for us. A well-built man with a greasy face cried to Li Hu. The Chen family has gone too far. Their crazy expansion has forced many of our family's industries into bankruptcy. The Chen family, relying on Chen Feng's cultivation at the 9th stage of qi refining, simply doesn't take us small families seriously, especially since we are your affiliated family. Listening to the middle-aged man's complaints, Li Hu recalled the young man who had rejected him with disdain and walked away without leaving him any face more than 10 years ago. Brave kid, really bold. Combining Chen Feng's performance and the current scale of development, he is definitely at the top among the qi refining families. This made him somewhat itchy, regretting why he didn't force him to become a lackey of his own family back then. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "This kid has great ambitions and has already gained power, with a cultivation at the 9th stage of qi refining. Very well, when you go back, imprint the Li family's seal on the industries under your control. If the Chen family dares to make a move, I will go and resolve it." Upon hearing Li Hu's response, the middle-aged man showed a pleased expression, thanked him repeatedly, and left. Watching the middle-aged man's departing figure, a gloomy expression appeared on Li Hu's face. "Li Yi, go and investigate the details of the Chen family, collect all the information about the current situation of the Chen family, and bring it to me." Yes. After making this arrangement, Li Hu's figure slowly disappeared. However, a list was left on the table, with the name of each family written on it. Chen Feng's name was circled. Chen family. Chen Feng sat on the main hall, looking at the slightly weathered Chen Qiren below, feeling a bit emotional. Now, he had white hair, while he himself still had a youthful appearance. This formed a sharp contrast, the most direct difference between immortals and mortals. And he, despite being nearly 100 years old, was still strong and healthy, enjoying life and farming without any pressure. I already know about this matter. Since they have brought up the foundation building families, we have no choice. Look at those small cultivator families, merge with the integrated union, and let Chulang and Shuiyun, these two children, find the immortal seedlings with spiritual roots within the scope of Origin Spirit County and bring them back to the Chen family. Understood, father. Although Chen Qiren had entered old age, his blood and qi were still strong and had not declined. Also, after dealing with these matters, practice together with Kawa and strive to enter the ranks of Grand Masters as soon as possible. Okay. Chen Feng watched Chen Qiren leave. Over the years, Chen Qiren had devoted himself to the Chen family, while Chen Feng, as a figurehead, only took care of the general direction and left everything else to his capable eldest son. His contributions to the family were also significant, becoming the third person to understand the method of grandmasters. As for Chen Kawu, after entering the ranks of grandmasters, his lifespan had also increased, and he still had the appearance of a middle-aged man. This greatly surprised Chen Feng and made him value the path of martial arts even more. The next realm, named Celestial Human by Chen Feng, was equivalent to the foundation building realm among cultivators. Of course, this method was also extremely expensive, costing a total of 2,000 inheritance points, which made Chen Feng put it aside for now. But as Chen Feng's attention shifted back to the Chen family, or when there were conflicts of interest with the Li family, Chen Feng knew that his family had almost reached its peak among the qi refining families. If you want to make further progress, you will inevitably have conflicts with these foundation building families. Although foundation building cultivators are not easy to provoke, those qi refining cultivators at the 10th stage are enough to give Chen Feng a hard time. Cultivation progress is slow, so Chen Feng focuses on his techniques. He has been studying the 5 elements technique for some time. Its characteristics are perfectly compatible with his own 5 elements spiritual roots, enhancing his control over the power of the 5 elements. Moreover, he has derived many attack methods from it. For example, he can condense fireballs and manipulate the power of water, and so on. However, even with these techniques, Chen Feng feels that his attack methods are lacking. It seems like I need to go out and explore, Chen Feng sighs. With the increase in family cultivators, the cultivation techniques have become too monotonous. He needs to purchase some new ones. Name, Chen Feng. Realm, Qi Refining, 9th Stage. Techniques, Myriad Spirit Longevity Art, Pure Ying Technique, 8 Extremities Palm, 5 Elements Technique. Lifespan, 450. Inheritance Value, 0. Family members, 1,000, including 9 descendants with spiritual roots. Main quest, expand the family to 100 members and enter the upper echelons of Origin Spirit County, incomplete. Side quest, recruit 5 youths with spiritual roots, incomplete. Family reputation, 300. The family's reputation radiates within a 500 li radius. Achievement, family head. Seeing the lifespan column, Chen Feng feels a bit emotional. With the system's enhancement, his lifespan has even surpassed that of foundation building cultivators. Even if he grinds for hundreds of years, he can still enter foundation building. However, this would take too long, and there are too many variables. The prosperity of the family is linked to his cultivation. After a simple disguise, Chen Feng enters the market in Origin Spirit County. Most of the people here are ordinary folks, selling herbs or some strange things they have found, hoping that cultivators might take an interest and exchange them for some good fortune. Beyond this area where ordinary people gather, there is a market where cultivators gather. Various independent cultivators or cultivators from different families sell their wares. Of course, the prices are not fixed, it's all based on feelings. The items are also of varying quality, and whether one can buy something good depends on luck and discernment. Chen Feng holds a large portion of the family's wealth in his hands, but he hasn't come across anything helpful to him along the way. All those encounters and adventures that could be found just by passing through a market, as described in novels from his past life, are all nonsense. Chen Feng believes that he has searched for adventures quite a few times, but he mostly ended up buying useless things. Things like ancient rings, tiles, and inconspicuous broken jars, all turned out to be junk. Passing by these independent cultivators, Chen Feng arrives at the area where businesses gather and chooses a trading firm he has visited a few times before. "Oh, fellow deist Chen Feng, what a rare guest," says the receptionist, a wealthy merchant, as he sees Chen Feng. After entering the market, Chen Feng is greeted by a magnificent building called Myriad Treasures Trading Firm. The receptionist, who has met Chen Feng a few times before, is a wealthy merchant and is very enthusiastic. After all, Chen Feng's name carries great weight in Origin Spirit County. He has previously slaughtered a family with a chi refining cultivator at the 9th stage. Now, the development of the Chen family is evident. Apart from the foundation building families, they are undoubtedly the strongest in Origin Spirit County. Chen Feng greeted the newcomer with a friendly gesture. "Fellow deist, I need some law weapons and some items that can enhance." The shopkeeper of Myriad Treasures Trading Firm smiled faintly and said, "Understood. Fellow deist, please go to the inner hall first, I will fetch them for you." After a moment, the shopkeeper came back with a storage bag. "Here are some basic law weapons, 3 low-grade long swords and 2 low-grade broadswords." Then, he took out 2 boxes and opened one of them, saying, "These are Thunder Spirit talismans, with the power equivalent to a full-force strike from a chi refining 9th stage cultivator. And this," he said, opening another box. "This is the Exploding Spirit Pill, with an extremely wide explosion range. Even a chi refining 8th stage cultivator at the center of the explosion will be reduced to ashes." Chen Feng nodded and said, "These are good, but I want to know if you have any poison or anything with a stronger toxicity." "Well, of course we do." The shopkeeper hesitated and glanced at Chen Feng before taking out several small bottles from behind him. "These are spider-devouring poison. Once poisoned, even foundation building cultivators can be affected, not to mention those below foundation building." Chen Feng nodded in response. "How much for these?" The shopkeeper smiled and said, "For the 5 low-grade law weapons, it will be 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, fellow deist Chen. After all, you are a valued customer of our trading firm." Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged, prompting the shopkeeper to continue. "For the Thunder Spirit Talismans and Exploding Spirit Pill, it will be a total of 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. As for the poisons, let's say 200 low-grade spirit stones. In total, it will be 3,400 low-grade spirit stones. How does that sound?" As Chen Feng looked at the shopkeeper's smug smile, his mouth twitched. Greed is a characteristic of merchants, and Chen Feng was not entirely satisfied with the price. 3,400 low-grade spirit stones was more than the annual income of the Chen family, even after deducting expenses, leaving only 1/3 of the savings. It was worth noting that this achievement was made after the Chen family's aggressive expansion and the absorption of large households like the Zhou family. Before absorbing the Zhou family, the annual income was halved. Purchasing these items would require more than 5 years' worth of the family's income. Spirit stones were truly not easy to come by. If it weren't for some windfall gains, they wouldn't be so extravagant. Chen Feng calmly said, "If the shopkeeper wants to do long-term business with me, let's make it an even 3,000 low-grade spirit stones." The value of a low-grade law weapon was indeed between 400 to 500 spirit stones. However, consumable items like talismans had fluctuating values, and it wouldn't hurt to haggle a bit. The shopkeeper hesitated, his face showing a troubled expression. Chen Feng continued, "In the future, there will be many areas where the shopkeeper and I can cooperate." After weighing the pros and cons, the shopkeeper of Myriad Treasures Trading Firm gritted his teeth and agreed. After all, he had seen the development of the Chen family and knew its potential. He was willing to establish this good relationship. "Fellow deist Chen, in the future, please prioritize me when doing business or purchasing items." "Of course." Chen Feng smiled and nodded, then handed over the payment before leaving the market. After leaving the market, Chen Feng found a restaurant and sat down, contemplating the bustling city and deep in thought. The scale of his family had gradually expanded, and the population had increased accordingly, resulting in increased consumption of resources. Even with an annual income of a terrifying 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, only 1/3 could be saved. If the family's population doubled in the future, what then? Currently, the family's savings amounted to just over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and that was after the recent acquisitions. 30,000 might seem like a lot, but in reality, it would only cover expenses for a little over 10 years. Moreover, the Chen family's industry in Origin Spirit County was scarce. The reason was that almost all the industries here belonged to foundation building families, making it difficult for outsiders to get a piece of the pie. However, entering Origin Spirit County is only a matter of time. After returning to the family, Chen Feng began to arrange the plan to enter the county. First, he opened a restaurant and introduced 3 signature dishes, dongpo pork, squirrel fish with osman thus, and spirit chicken stewed with mushrooms, which helped him establish a foothold. Next, a few months later, Chen Chuling and Chen Yun returned, bringing 5 children with spiritual roots. Kiran, you will be in charge of managing these children. Then, Chen Feng took out 2 law weapons and rewarded them to Chen Chuling and Chen Yun. In front of the crowd with spiritual roots, he also took out 3 low-grade law weapons. As long as someone reaches the 5th stage of Qi refining, they will be rewarded with a law weapon, and it will be valid for a long time. Side quest, recruit 5 youths with spiritual roots, completed. Reward, 20 years of pure cultivation, 50 inheritance points. Phew. After seeing the reward, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With 20 years of cultivation, he should be able to reach the 10th stage of Qi refining. Claim the reward. A familiar feeling surged, and the bottleneck was easily broken through. In just a moment, the aura of the 10th stage of Qi refining stabilized. This means that Chen Feng has completely reached the peak of the Qi refining stage. After familiarizing himself with the new level, Chen Feng called Chen Qiran. Qiran, I have broken through to the 10th stage of Qi refining. From now on, you don't need to worry too much. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiran was first shocked, then his face was filled with joy. With his father reaching the 10th stage of Qi refining, the position of the Chen family would be extremely stable. The industry needs to be upgraded. The spiritual fields can be expanded, and we can also start breeding spiritual birds and the like. Take this, it can extend your lifespan by 10 years. Chen Feng exchanged his remaining inheritance points and handed a longevity pill to Chen Qiran. Although Chen Qiran has also reached the Grandmaster realm, he is still not beyond the realm of ordinary people. For now, it seems fine, but after Chen Feng's investigation, his aura is only maintaining its last bit of strength. After this, he will enter a decline period, as vitality is a mysterious thing. Thank you, father. Chen Qiran's face was filled with excitement as he swallowed the pill in his hand. After a while, his white hair gradually faded, and the wrinkles on his face decreased. After arranging some matters and emphasizing the importance of reproduction, Chen Feng left the main hall. Chen Qiran fully supported his father's policy of having multiple offspring with superior genes. The more people there are, the higher the probability of giving birth to cultivators, and the stronger the Chen family will become. However, after a year, the Chen mansion was filled with joy. Ding, congratulations to the host for having 10 descendants with spiritual roots. Reward, 500 inheritance points, 100 years of cultivation for any skill, 50 years of pure cultivation, 3 spiritual roots. Chen Feng looked at the babies in the cradle with a hint of surprise on his face. This is his 4th child with Pei Yunyan, and the first child with spiritual roots after his own spiritual roots were enhanced. Could it be because of the increase in strength? Her spiritual roots are already quite good, and they are also the minimum threshold for some immortal sects. After spending some time with Pei Yunyan, Chen Feng finally left. Receive cultivation. Chen Feng was somewhat looking forward to it. Would these 50 years of cultivation allow him to step into the foundation building stage? However, after stabilizing his cultivation at the peak of the Qi refining stage, Chen Feng settled down. Chen Feng was not impatient, after all. For 10 cultivators at the 10th stage of Qi refining to have a breakthrough into foundation building, it would be considered fortunate. However, it's a different story with the assistance of the foundation building pill. However, the foundation building pill is so precious that it is beyond the reach of ordinary small families. But Chen Feng is not worried. After all, there is still a main task in front of him. To break through the foundation building stage is not difficult. What is difficult is to fulfill its goal requirements. To step into the upper level of Origin Spirit County. Time flew by, and sitting at home, Chen Feng also received an invitation from Myriad Treasures Trading Firm. After 3 months, Myriad Treasures Trading Firm will hold an auction in Origin Spirit County. Among them, there are many treasures to be auctioned, and there is even a cultivation method for the gold core stage as the highlight. And the cultivation method that can reach the gold core stage will be a fatal blow to the families in small counties like Origin Spirit County. Here, foundation building is already top-notch. The 3 major foundation building families all have no further cultivation methods. Now that there is a cultivation method to advance, wouldn't they empty their pockets to buy it? It is said that even the nearby county families will come to participate in this auction. Chen Feng has participated in many auctions over the years, but this is the first time he has seen such a large-scale one. Time quickly passed. After 3 months, the auction arrived as scheduled. However, what made Chen Feng a little annoyed was the scale of this auction. Only the foundation building stage was assigned a VIP room, and Qi refining cultivators had to find scattered seats on their own. As he stepped into the auction venue, a voice came from behind Chen Feng. Fellow deist Chen Feng, you really came to participate in this auction. Not far away, a middle-aged man who looked around saw Chen Feng and walked towards him as if he had seen a savior. Fellow deist Wan Wuze, long time no see. Chen Feng was also somewhat surprised. This person was a cultivator he had communicated with a lot since he started cultivating. He could be considered one of the few friends he had in this different world. Tisk tisk, I heard that you have developed well. I didn't expect that I can't see through your cultivation level now. Wan Wuze was somewhat surprised as he looked around Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and said, fellow deist Wan is not bad either. In these years of traveling and cultivating, you have made breakthroughs in most of your leisure time and reached the 8th stage of qi refining. Chen Feng revealed his cultivation level with a single sentence, and a hint of surprise flashed across Wan Wuze's face. To think that he had concealed his cultivation level, yet Chen Feng could see through it at a glance. So, Chen Feng is at least one stage higher than him. You are extraordinary, tisk tisk. Wan Wuze was somewhat envious. He and Chen Feng have known each other for almost 60 years. In the beginning, my cultivation was always ahead, but I never expected to be left far behind now. Let's go to the advanced venue first. It will be hard to find a good spot once there are more people. We can catch up later. Wan Wuze nodded in agreement, and the two of them entered together. Although the auction is still 5 or 6 hours away, there are already quite a few people here. About 1/5 of the seats are occupied, with a total of 300 to 400 people. This means that there are 300 to 400 qi refining cultivators. However, most of them are here to broaden their horizons, and the majority are in the early to middle stage of qi refining. Among them, there are also many people who know Chen Feng and warmly greet him. Wan Wuze, on the other hand, wants to take the opportunity before the auction starts to explore. Suddenly, a faint but powerful aura sends a chill down the backs of Chen Feng and Wan Wuze. A woman dressed in a snow-white robe, like a goddess of ice and snow, passes by them. Behind her are two girls, with a completely different demeanor from the woman who resembles an ice goddess. The two girls seem very lively, talking about interesting things along the way. Foundation building. After the three of them leave, Chen Feng lets out a sigh of relief. His gaze lingers on the back of the ice goddess as she enters the VIP channel. Beside him, Wan Wuze jokes, Chen Feng fellow deist, I heard you have that kind of preference. Are you interested in those three women? Chen Feng shakes his head slowly and sighs, how can I use the word interested? We are not on the same level. Upon hearing this, Wan Wuze winks and says, Chen Feng fellow deist, you don't know. These three are from Huaxian County. The one leading them is the city lord of Huaxian with peak foundation building cultivation. And the two girls behind her are her daughters, and... He looks at Chen Feng and smiles, if you have any ideas, you can go to Huaxian County in a year and participate in the city lord's selection for a son-in-law. Selection for a son-in-law. Chen Feng furrows his brows, somewhat puzzled. Wan Wuze realizes that Chen Feng is not well informed about the news in Huaxian County after all these years of seclusion and cultivation, so he continues, here's the situation. The city lord of Huaxian County and her family have been established for a little over 80 years, slightly longer than you. Her husband passed away for certain reasons, and she only has 2 daughters. In other words, the actual family consists of the city lord of Huaxian and her 2 daughters, all of them women. There are quite a few female-dominated families in the cultivation world, but it is very difficult for such families to develop. In terms of inheritance alone, for someone like Chen Feng, cultivating dozens of successors in a year is not a problem. Chen Feng falls silent. It is extremely difficult for a family like that to continue developing. Yes, and the city lord of Huaxian, Xia Jiao, and her Xia family are attracting a lot of suitors. Independent cultivators or some families in the nearby counties are all eager to make a move. After all, the benefits involved are immense. Wan Wuze looks at Chen Feng and jokes, Chen Feng fellow deist, are you interested in giving it a try? With your speed of reaching the 10th stage of qi refining in 80 years, you might just soar to the sky if you catch someone's eye. Chen Feng is speechless and gestures for Wan Wuze to be quiet. What a joke? He is the head of a clan. How could he become a son-in-law? However, I also made a note of this news in my heart. Huaxian County City, overall strength is slightly weaker than Origin Spirit County City. In the entire county city, there is only one foundation building family, the Xia family. As the two exchanged, time quickly passed. The auction arrived as scheduled, with a venue that could accommodate 3,000 people, and it was almost full. This made Chen Feng somewhat amazed. It was his first time seeing so many cultivators gathered together. As the auction began, the noisy crowd quieted down. With shining eyes, they watched as one law weapon after another was brought up for auction. There were more than 10 mid-grade law weapons, and even 3 high-grade law weapons. The value of a mid-grade law weapon reached 3,000 spirit stones, while a high-grade law weapon could go up to tens of thousands. Chen Feng also watched with dry mouth and stared fixedly at a crimson high-grade sword. It should be noted that a good weapon is enough to give someone the ability to surpass their level. A high-grade law weapon is even a standard equipment for foundation building cultivators. And Chen Feng, with only a low-grade sword in his hand, seemed somewhat shabby. Looking at the spirit stones in his hand, Chen Feng seemed to have made a big decision. Soon, the auction for the appetizer law weapons began. The price of each mid-grade law weapon was no less than 3,000 spirit stones. Among them, a mid-grade whip law weapon was even auctioned off for a high price of 5,000 spirit stones, which left Chen Feng dumbfounded. The starting price for the high-grade crimson sword is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. There's a show. Chen Feng's gaze condensed, and he took a deep breath before giving a resolute offer without hesitation. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Feng pressed the mechanism next to him to make a bid. With one move, he raised the starting price by 5,000 spirit stones. The surrounding cultivators cast surprised glances, some even with greedy eyes. For a qi refining stage cultivator to possess 15,000 low-grade spirit stones, that was a huge sum of money. Who among those present wouldn't be tempted? This was also thanks to the donations from the two major families, which accounted for half of Chen Feng's savings. What the hell, fellow deist Chen Feng, you? Wang Wuze's expression changed on the side, looking at Chen Feng with astonishment. Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged, his eyes fixedly waiting for the auction to finish. Just as Chen Feng thought he was about to win, a voice sounded. 17,000 low-grade spirit stones. Someone in the private room made a bid. This made Chen Feng's expression darken as he looked up at the private room above. He saw Li Hu's figure appear in his line of sight, nodding and smiling at Chen Feng. Old Skinny 3. Chen Feng cursed inwardly, looking at the crimson sword on the stage with an uncertain expression. 17,000 low-grade spirit stones. Does anyone else want to continue bidding? The auctioneer on the stage, a foundation building cultivator from Myriad Treasures trading firm, raised his hammer and began to strike. Just as he was about to strike for the third time, Chen Feng gritted his teeth as if he had made a big decision. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. One statement caused a stir. The value of a high-grade law weapon was around 16,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, the price would fluctuate depending on the characteristics of the law weapon. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones was already very high. Li Hu didn't expect that the Chen family would be so wealthy. His eyes showed a hint of conspiracy as he sneered at Chen Feng. If it weren't for the need to bid for the gold core technique and not waste spiritual stones, otherwise. He also loved this sword very much, and being robbed of it by Chen Feng made him even more unhappy. With Chen Feng's bid, the scene fell silent for a long time with no one else bidding, and in the end, this crimson long sword fell into Chen Feng's hands. Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief, as if he felt a sinister gaze. He looked up and it was Li Hu. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. However, as the auction continued, after the law weapon auction was completed, the coveted item for all Qi refining cultivators flowed out, the foundation building pill, increasing the breakthrough chance for Qi refining cultivators by 5 levels, causing a sensation. Many Qi refining cultivators who were already at the 10th stage were eagerly watching the foundation building pill on the stage. With it, they could change their destiny and rejuvenate. They could even become a local tyrant in some small county towns. Even the VIP seats in the venue were in chaos. Li Hu was the same, looking at the pill with a look of longing. However, the starting price for the foundation building pill was 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and in a short time, it was bid up to over 97,000 per pill. Chen Feng, on the other hand, closed his eyes and nurtured his spirit, showing no interest in the foundation building pill. But even if he was interested, what could he do? The price of nearly 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones was beyond his reach, even if he sold the Chen family. Moreover, Chen Feng didn't need this thing. It was only worth 300 inheritance points, not particularly precious to him. The Li family also participated in the auction, but after bidding once, they were quickly suppressed by others. In the end, the foundation building pill fell into the hands of the Xia family. This made Chen Feng slightly surprised. He didn't expect the Xia family to be so wealthy. Wan Wuze, who was beside him, also had a look of envy, regretting that he was not born into a big family and could only struggle at the bottom. At the same time, he looked at Chen Feng with some emotion. If I had chosen to honestly establish a family like him back then, maybe I would have done better. Chen Feng also noticed the changes in his former fellow deist and asked him, "What are your plans for the future? Will you continue to seek your own immortal fate, or settle down somewhere?" Wan Wuze shook his head with a somewhat desolate expression. "Forget about the immortal fate, those immortal sects are high above. Once we cultivators enter, we are nothing more than servants, unable to say the way forward. And settling down, sigh." He sighed, his figure somewhat dejected. "I don't have the energy to develop, my lifespan is almost 100 years, and I won't have any chance after that." Chen Feng looked at Wan Wuze's face and said, "If you don't mind, you can come to my Chen family as a guest. I will give you an annual salary of 300 spiritual stones. When you reach the perfect stage of Qi refining, I will help you break through to foundation building. You don't need to do anything when you're free, and you can also branch out." These words made Wan Wuze silent. The price offered by Chen Feng was already very high. Previously, in the Immortal sect, his annual salary was only 200 low-grade spiritual stones. Most importantly, Chen Feng promised to help him break through to foundation building when he reached the perfect stage of Qi refining. They had known each other for many years, and he was quite familiar with Chen Feng's character. He would do what he said. Chen Feng didn't bother him and continued to watch the competition on the stage with relish. After all, he couldn't afford to buy it, so he might as well enjoy the show. Finally, it was the finale, a method that could cultivate to the early stage of gold core. Everyone present held their breath and looked at the golden scroll. The foundation building cultivators on the stage had a serious expression and spoke confidently. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Myriad Treasures Trading Firm, a lifelong work of the esteemed senior gold core, a technique that leads directly to gold core. It is also the highlight of this auction." The cultivators of Myriad Treasures Trading Firm Foundation Building gave a brief introduction. Everyone present seemed unable to contain their excitement. All the major foundation building families in the VIP seats stood by the windows. They looked straight at the scrolls with burning eyes. After a brief introduction, the starting price for the auction by Myriad Treasures Trading Firm was announced. Starting price, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each bid not less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hiss. The cultivators present couldn't help but gasp. Most of them couldn't even afford the minimum bid. 230,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Bai family was the first to make an offer, igniting the atmosphere in the entire venue. The Li family also refused to back down and offered a sky-high price of 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. This left Chen Feng dumbfounded, thinking to himself that it was no wonder they were an old foundation-building family with such profound background. In the end, after intense competition, the technique was finally sold to the An family for a sky-high price of 670,000 low-grade spirit stones. This price made Chen Feng exclaim in envy. If a foundation-building family was so wealthy, how much more so a gold core? After the auction of the gold core technique, the auction came to a close. After receiving the large sum of money, Chen Feng finally obtained the Crimson Sword. True to its name, using this sword increased the power of fire cultivators by 20%, making them almost invincible among the same level cultivators in Origin Spirit County. Naturally, Chen Feng couldn't help but love it. After playing with it for a while, he left the auction venue with Wan Wuze. I wonder what you're considering. Chen Feng looked straight at him. Wan Wuze remained silent for a moment before nodding. Well, I've been wandering around for half my life. It's time for me to settle down. I'll trouble you? No problem. Chen Feng was in a very good mood. It was a good thing to bring in an 8th level Qi refining cultivator as an investor. Currently, besides himself leading the way, the highest cultivation level in the family was Pei Union at the 5th level of Qi refining. Not to mention his own children. Moreover, Wan Wuze had triple spiritual roots. On this journey, Wan Wuze told him that he had actually joined a sect before. However, due to lack of talent and background, he could only survive in the sect by struggling. In the end, he couldn't bear it and left the sect, wandering around the nearby counties for several years until this auction. It could be said that he had achieved nothing in the first half of his life. Chen Feng didn't expect his old friend's journey to be so difficult. He thought that he had been traveling around all these years. After settling his old friend for a while, Chen Feng brought his own children into the Chen family. After announcing Wan Wuze's joining, Chen Feng had someone bring his children with spiritual roots. Except for the 10th child, Chen Shuyan, who was still in swaddling clothes, all of them were present. Chen Feng first smiled at Wan Wuze and then said to the children below, besides being a guest of our clan, he is also the strongest person below me, excluding Chen Kowu. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask Elder Wan for advice. Yes, father. Then, all the children looked at Wan Wuze and said, greetings, Elder Wan. Wan Wuze's mouth twitched. Since he had boarded the thief ship, he would just go all the way. Taking care of flowers and teaching the younger generation was also a good life. Moreover, Chen Feng promised to provide him with cultivation resources, which was definitely better than that bird sect. Alright, everyone can leave for now. I have something to discuss with Elder Wan. Chen Chuling and a few others stepped forward, and Chen Feng looked at Wan Wuze with a smile, saying, Elder Wan, I trouble you with these children. I can rest assured leaving them in your care. Wan Chuling looked at his old friend with some resentment but still agreed to take care of this matter. From now on, within the Chen clan, there was an honorary guest at the 8th level of Qi refining, as well as a master. With someone to teach his own children, Chen Feng completely took on the role of a figurehead. He completely immersed himself in a simple life, practicing swordsmanship, cultivating the 5 elements technique, and expanding the territory. On the other side, within the Li family, Li Hu went on a trip but failed to obtain the foundation building pill or the gold core technique. He was also scolded by the patriarch. Frustrated and with Chen Feng's face appearing in his mind, his anger grew even stronger. The Chen family has grown to such a scale in just a few decades. Their foundation is not weak. I can't let this continue. Thinking about how the popularity of the restaurant he managed had been taken away by the Chen family's restaurant, and how he was constrained by the face of the foundation building family, he couldn't target such a small Qi refining family too much. Combining his new grievances with the old ones, his expression became gloomy. Li Yi, gather all the clan leaders of the affiliated families. It's time to make some moves after supporting them for so long. Oh, and give me the information you've collected on the Chen family. Li Yi nodded, and his figure disappeared into the night. Before long, the leaders of all the affiliated families of the Li family arrived one after another. They were extremely curious as to why the head of the family had summoned them in the middle of the night. There were quite a few people who came, with no less than 5 at the 9th level of Qi refining, and the lowest level being at the 6th level of Qi refining. Li Hu sat in the main seat, his face somewhat gloomy as he looked at the intelligence in his hand. He felt a bit dazed. In the blink of an eye, the trash that he could have easily crushed 20 or 30 years ago had grown to this extent. Their industries spread across 3 affiliated towns in the county, and they even had a presence in the county itself. They had 2,000 acres of spiritual fields, and the annual income from just the spiritual fields alone was at least 1,000 spiritual stones. This scale was even better than several old Qi refining families in Origin Spirit County. After all, the Chen family had only been established for 100 years. How was this possible? If they continued to develop, it would definitely affect their own interests. After a moment of silence, Li Hu handed over this information for the clan leaders of the affiliated families to examine. Half a moment later, cries of surprise came one after another. I've heard of the Chen family, and recently they have risen rapidly, but I didn't expect them to be this formidable. Yes, 30 or 40 years ago, the Chen family was just an unknown family. I didn't expect them to be stronger than us now. This Chen Feng is truly terrifying. After reading this information, they all looked up at Li Hu. They understood what Li Hu intended to do with this move. They had also done similar things before. Among the clan leaders of the affiliated families, a well-dressed man showed a pleased expression. Dealing with the Chen family? What a good thing. Li Hu looked at the members below, seeing their respectful gazes, and his stature involuntarily rose a bit. Look, this is the might of my Li family. Even a small Chen family, without me taking action, the dogs I've raised can tear you apart. Unintentionally, he felt a sense of pride. The small Chen family, how laughable, how laughable. This Chen family thinks they're superior to everyone else. They even refused our invitation to join our clan. They really don't know what's good for them. Today, I have gathered all the clan leaders here to deal with the Chen family and strangle them. Li Hu looked down at the junior clan leaders below and continued, you can boldly go and seize their assets. If they dare to fight back, show them the insignia of our Li family. Also, all the assets obtained from the Chen family will belong to all of you. I will provide assistance from behind, and if you do well, there will be rewards. With empty promises and exaggerated claims, Li Hu excited the subordinate clan leaders in front of him. Chief clan leader, don't worry. This Chen Feng is only at the 9th level of qi refining. With so many of us here, we will definitely handle the situation properly. The clan leader of the Xiong family stood up. He was in his prime at the 9th level of qi refining and looked down upon Chen Feng. He had been stuck at the 9th level of qi refining for over 30 years and believed that he was much stronger than Chen Feng. Very well, Li Hu praised the clan leader of the Xiong family with a glance. The other clan leaders present also expressed their support. Li Hu added, if anyone brings me Chen Feng's head, I will share the foundation building technique with them. His words caused a stir among the crowd, and their eyes were filled with excitement. What were they subordinate for? It was for this foundation building technique? They will definitely sacrifice themselves for the main clan. Seeing everyone's response, Li Hu nodded. Go and do it. After speaking, everyone gradually left the Li family. Among them, the clan leader of the Xiong family approached another 9th level qi refining expert. His goal was the foundation building technique. It was difficult for one person, even a clan leader at the 9th level of qi refining, to control such a large clan. He didn't want to slowly erode his way to the top. Why not just kill Chen Feng directly? And so, fellow deist, please stay. The two of them conversed happily and turned their attention to another clan leader who was also at the 9th level of qi refining and had a good relationship with them. When dealing with someone of the same level, caution was necessary. The three of them discussed happily, and with their combined strength, they would be able to share the foundation building technique afterwards. They secretly plotted. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, there were changes within the Chen family. Our family's assets have been looted and our buildings destroyed by thieves. Chen Qiren's face was filled with anger, and his expression was not good. Have we found out who is behind these people? Chen Feng's face was gloomy. Someone else had appeared now. He was almost certain that the Li family was behind all this. There were not many qi refining families who dared to provoke him within the qi refining family, and they wouldn't be so blatant. Not just one family, we have discovered 4 so far. Chen Qiren's face looked grim. And all these families are affiliated with the Li family. I understand. Tell everyone except those involved in the investigation to withdraw. I want to see how many people are involved in this. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold. These people really didn't know their limits. Even if there were foundation building families supporting them, so what? Chen Feng looked at his main mission, to rise to the upper echelons of Origin Spirit County. Well then, if they show no mercy, then don't blame me for breaking the rules. Chen Feng's voice was cold as he looked at Chen Qiren. Tell Chuling and the others not to go out these days. Let all the clan members who have become martial artists be prepared. Sitting on the high seat, Chen Feng's eyes were filled with determination. Understood. Chen Feng's slight chill made Chen Qiren feel a shiver down his spine. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at midnight. 3 figures sneaked into the Chen family's territory and looked towards the nearby courtyard wall. Both of you, let's sneak in, find Chen Feng's bed, catch him off guard, and take his head. Understood. The 3 of them approached the courtyard stealthily. Suddenly, a burst of golden light was triggered, enveloping the entire courtyard, and a sharp voice echoed all around. The entire Chen family's territory trembled. Not good, there's actually a formation in this house. Fellow deist Xiong. Xiong's face twisted, looking at the golden light with envy. The small Chen family actually had a protective formation. Xiong said, don't worry about it, this formation is not high level and can't stop us. If we retreat now after being discovered, the Chen family will be even more alert next time. It's better to break the formation and charge indirectly. What fellow deist Xiong said is right. Chen Feng is just one person, but we have 3. We have the advantage. The Taoist beside them also walked over, looking at the golden light. Watch me break the formation. Boom. Inside the courtyard, Chen Feng, who was lying next to Lu Binger, opened his eyes and leaped up, disappearing into the night. Leaving behind a worried expression, Lu Binger watched Chen Feng's departing figure. At this moment, Wan Wuze also woke up, his face darkening as he looked at the golden light filling the sky. He knew that Chen Feng had set up a formation, and this formation could withstand a Qi refining 7th stage cultivator. At that time, he was amazed, but he didn't expect to witness it so soon. Boom, boom. With several loud bangs, the golden light scattered into fragments, leaving only the alarm formation still running. Chen Kuo also woke up from his bed, looking displeased at the broken formation, his powerful blood energy overflowing. Boom. Offend my Chen family, seek death. He stomped on the ground, cracking it, and broke through the roof, rushing towards Xiong and the other two. Boom. Just as the three of them entered the courtyard, a man with a muscular physique, exuding a powerful aura and resembling a fierce tiger, pounced towards them. Upon seeing the three men, Chen Kuo didn't hesitate and threw a punch. Physique refinement cultivator. The three of them were somewhat surprised, using their techniques to resist, condensing their true essence into a barrier. A loud rumble was heard. Chen Kuo turned into a shooting star in midair, falling back in the direction he came from. Chen Kuo? Chen Feng? He had just arrived and saw Chen Kuo rushing towards the three of them. Then, he saw a beautiful arc. Is this a bit abstract? Soon, Wan Wuze arrived at the scene, picked up the fallen Chen Kuo, and came to Chen Feng's side. A Qi refining 8th stage and a physique refinement cultivator. The Chen family's hidden strength is quite deep. Xiong squinted his eyes, looking surprised at the two people beside Chen Feng. A physique refinement cultivator, huh? Chen Feng glanced at Chen Kuo thoughtfully, and then he relaxed. Then, with a cold expression, he looked at the three men and said, I recognize you, Xiong. You're a loyal lackey of the Li family. Xiong's face froze, and he snorted coldly. I didn't expect, Chen Feng, that you're quite sharp-tongued. If nothing unexpected happens, it was the Li family that sent you here, right? Those families that targeted my family's industries, the Li family was behind them, right? The Chen family's master is quite clever. No wonder they have developed so rapidly. Xiong laughed, his tone somewhat disdainful. Since Master Chen understands, then. Xiong exchanged glances with the two people beside him, forming a triangle and surrounding Chen Feng and the others. Attack. Talking too much will lead to mistakes. As people who can manage a sizable family, they understand this. To Chen Feng, he was just an emerging force, not to mention the support of the Li family behind him. What does it matter to wipe out a small Chen family and kill Chen Feng? Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. Chen Kuo and Wan Wuze beside him had a serious expression, emitting a powerful aura, ready to strike. You don't know your place. Remember, if you dare to make a move, I will slaughter your entire family. 3 Qi refining 9th stage cultivators, not to mention that his cultivation surpassed theirs, reaching the peak of Qi refining. In addition, he had the boost of a high-grade law weapon, and this was his home ground, with an array formation set up. Seeing that the three people ignored him, Chen Feng didn't waste any words. He had already given them a chance. If they chose to retreat, at least the ordinary people in their family could survive. After all, Chen Feng didn't like senseless killing. What would happen if he killed too many and became known as a demon, being hunted by everyone? Poof. Chen Feng raised his hand, causing 2 huge earthen walls to rise from the ground. In his hand, a crimson sword burned with flames. Chen Feng showed no mercy, activating the 5 elements secret technique, combining the power of fire. His cultivation was also revealed, with powerful true essence attached. He swung his sword with his right hand. Under the disbelieving gaze of a Qi refining 9th stage cultivator, his head flew to the side, burned beyond recognition by the flames. Oh no, he concealed his cultivation. He's a Qi refining 10th stage cultivator? The Li family deceived me. Seeing that the situation was not right, Xiong stopped his attack and tried to escape. Chen Feng pursued him with a sword. Although Xiong was prepared this time and focused on dodging, he couldn't escape his fate for long. On the other side, Wan Wuze and Chen Kuo teamed up to trap another Qi refining cultivator. For a while, the fluctuations of true essence spread, and the sound of battle filled the night sky. Bind. Chen Feng used one hand to strengthen the earth-binding formation, catching Xiong off guard as he focused on avoiding Chen Feng's sword. Chen Feng took advantage of the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. His fist struck the man's forehead, instantly delivering a second blow. I gave you a chance. Xiong's head exploded like a watermelon, and blood flew in all directions. On the other side, faced with Chen Kuo's frenzied attacks and his formidable defense, the clan leader panicked. Seeing the battle not far away come to a halt, he gritted his teeth and said, You forced me to do this. First, he dodged and created distance, then he directly used a powerful move, Tiger Kneels on the mountain, and shouted, Stop. I surrender? I am Yu Ren, the clan leader of the Yu family. I can provide all the information about the Li family's actions against the Chen family. Please spare my life. Huh. Chen Kuo's raised palm seemed somewhat stunned, unsure whether to strike or retract it. Wan Wuze was also confused. Although he was amazed by Chen Feng's unexpectedly powerful combat strength, he was also bewildered by the scene before him. Chen Feng approached and looked at the kneeling man with disdain. However, he also wanted to know what he was talking about. Speak. Tell me everything you know, and I will spare your life. Chen Feng looked at him coldly. I'll talk. This is how it happened. Listening to Yu Ren's detailed account, Chen Feng's expression changed constantly. The Li family really thinks highly of me. Afterwards, his gaze landed on Yu Ren. Since you have revealed this information, I will spare your life. He glanced at the kneeling Yu Ren, who was begging for mercy, and furrowed his brows. Since you are a subsidiary family of the Li family, then from now on, you will pledge your allegiance to me. Afterwards, Chen Feng somehow obtained a piece of mud and molded it into a small ball, looking at him. Open your mouth. Chen Feng threw the mud ball into his mouth and said coldly, swallow it. Yu Ren's expression changed, but in order to stay alive, he closed his eyes and swallowed it. This is the 7 absolute soul-breaking powder. Only those with a gold core can cure it. You can come to me once a year to get the antidote, otherwise, you will die a painful death. Chen Feng's cold voice echoed in his ears, causing him to shudder and feel a chill all over his body. With a deeply furrowed brow, he then simply lay on the ground, looking like a hopeless fish. He was skeptical about Chen Feng's words. After all, this level of poison was extremely rare. But what if it was true? He didn't dare to gamble, so he could only choose to obey. Then, Chen Feng's words made him feel cold all over, and he jumped up from the ground. Don't lie there, lead the way for me. Let's go to the Xiong family first and wipe out their entire clan to prove that you are a useful person, otherwise. Chen Feng walked past him, and his icy words echoed in his ears. Kawa, you go and lead all the capable warriors of our clan to follow. I will go to the Xiong family with Yu Ren first. Lao Wan, you come with me too. Chen Feng greeted Wan Wuze beside him. Wan Wuze also felt a bit numb in his heart. He knew exactly what Chen Feng was going to do. Chen family motto, when the spring wind blows, new life emerges. To eliminate the grass, one must burn its roots. In the seemingly glamorous cultivation world, such things were quite normal. If one is not ruthless, they cannot stand firm. The 3 of them headed west and arrived above the Xiong family. Yu Ren, it's your turn to take action. Show your worth. Yes. Yu Ren could only grit his teeth and take the lead. He understood that this was his declaration of allegiance. Once he did this, the Li family would not spare him. But if he didn't do it, he would die. Enough, a fellow Daoist may die, but a poor Daoist will not. He then summoned his own law weapon and smashed it heavily towards the ground below. In an instant, a large number of sleeping Xiong family members died. Who goes there? The cultivators from the Xiong family heard the commotion and appeared one after another. There were 4 cultivators in total. Looking at the destructive Yu Ren and the grimacing faces of the dead clan members, as well as the aura emanating from him, he was a chi refining 9th stage cultivator, and they couldn't afford to provoke him. They could only threaten him with words. Our clan leader is Xiong, also a chi refining 9th stage cultivator. The Wei Mi family is a subsidiary of the Li family. Senior, please don't make a mistake. Before Yu Ren could speak, Chen Feng's figure appeared in front of them. Your clan leader is already dead. Next is you, and your entire clan. What? The leader of the Xiong family didn't believe it, but he signaled to the people beside him after seeing the scene in front of him. Quick, go to the Li family for help. You clan master, Yu Ren, why aren't you taking action? Chen Feng had no intention of making a move and looked at Yu Ren beside him. What? You are senior Yu? No, you are my father's good friend, right? The leading cultivator of the Xiong family heard Chen Feng's voice and finally saw Yu Ren not far away, showing a look of shock. Sorry. Yu Ren's face showed a guilty expression. He gritted his teeth and slapped it to death. The other 3 cultivators scattered and fled, but Yu Ren chased after them and attacked. However, one of them still managed to escape. He returned with a face full of shame to take responsibility. Wan Wuze's mouth twitched. The strongest of the 3 was only at the 4th level of chi refining, while Yu Ren was at the 9th level. How could they let them escape? The reason was obvious. Wan Wuze also wanted to take action, but Chen Feng transmitted a message to him, telling him not to move. He was puzzled, but Chen Feng told him that there was another purpose. Chen Feng did not punish him either. He just patted him on the shoulder a few times and said in a deep voice, this is the first time, and also the last time. As familiar golden light rose, Chen Kawa and the others arrived. The entire Xiong family was filled with cries of killing. It took more than half an hour for the chaos to finally calm down. At this point, not a single member of the Xiong family was alive. Yu Ren remained silent about the strength displayed by the Chen family. There were more than 10 chi refining cultivators who could fight, and 3 of them were at the 8th level or above. Of course, Chen Kawa was also included in this count. This strength was quite impressive and undoubtedly made the Chen family the most powerful chi refining family in Origin Spirit County. This sleepless night resulted in the extermination of 8 families, uprooted completely, with flames raging. More than 30 chi refining cultivators were killed, and everything pointed to the Chen family. Many chi refining families were filled with fear, and the fear of the Chen family in their hearts gradually grew. What? You're afraid of what? If I take action, I can wipe out your entire family. Are you afraid or not? The Chen family also directly intervened and revealed the plot of the Li family. The wind of public opinion turned against the Li family. The curses were endless. Indeed, the Li family hadn't done anything good in recent years. The other 2 major foundation building families also sent people to comfort the Chen family. What was the Chen family doing at this time? They were taking over territories, and they were even too busy to handle it due to a lack of manpower. Main quest, expand the family to 100 members and rise to the upper echelons of Origin Spirit County. Completed. Congratulations, host, for advancing further in this world. You have obtained the title, Renowned in Yuanling. Rewards: pure cultivation for 100 years, mastery of any skill for 100 years, 500 inheritance points. Chen Feng, who was counting the spoils, breathed a sigh of relief. With these, he was confident that he could advance to foundation building. What would Li Hu think when he found out that I had successfully reached foundation building? I wonder what expression he would have? In his heart, Chen Feng mocked the Li family a few more times. After all, his affiliated family had suffered heavy losses. Li Hu would probably be scolded to death. The gains from this time were quite abundant. 11,000 low-grade spirit stones, including the 1,000 donated by the Yu family, 17 low-grade law weapons, 2 medium-grade law weapons, 21 different cultivation techniques, and countless gold and silver. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. Good people are indeed plentiful. He also had to thank these families for their selfless contributions, which filled Chen Feng's pockets. After counting the gains, Chen Feng cleared a space and announced that he would be in seclusion. Receive rewards? Countless pure energies surged into his body, and Chen Feng began to guide them according to the method of breaking through to foundation building. The energy in his body was compressed infinitely, and the remaining energy washed over his organs, limbs, and bones. This put some pressure on Chen Feng, but the energy was naturally harmonious, just like his own, so there were no major issues. He didn't have to worry about the chaos of energy, the inability of his body to withstand it, or the lack of energy that other chi refining cultivators faced when breaking through to foundation building. Would there be any problems with using his own energy to enhance himself? No. His meridians quickly began to expand, and his flesh and blood were washed and baptized inch by inch. The 5 organs and 6 viscera are rapidly strengthening. Under the immense energy surge, every inch of cells are filled and then burst open, and then recombine. This is a qualitative change. The true yuan in the body is also being washed and sublimated. Success. With the conversion of the true yuan in the body into pure mana, a bitter sea is born in the body, or it can be called the sea of mana. Not the bald one, but an ocean formed by mana. The excess energy rushes into the bitter sea, and the bitter sea, which was originally like a small pond, quickly grows. It becomes a slightly larger pond, much stronger than the cultivator who just broke through the foundation building. Foundation building achieved? A pressure spreads from the body, and the entire Chen mansion feels this oppressive feeling. The closer, the more uncomfortable. What is this? Wan Wuze's face changed when he learned that Chen Feng was in seclusion and was rejected. His pupils contracted. He is very familiar with this feeling, the pressure of a foundation building cultivator. He succeeded? So fast? Even with the foundation building pill, it shouldn't be this fast. He hurriedly ran to Chen Feng's seclusion place, but Chen Feng had already retracted his pressure. Lao Wan, you can just push the door and come in. Before Wan Wuze arrived, Chen Feng's voice appeared in his ears. Pushing the door open, he saw Chen Feng, who was imposing and exuding a more intense immortal aura. You succeeded. Yeah. Chen Feng showed a big smile and responded to Wan Wuze. How is this possible? You are too monstrous. Wan Wuze couldn't believe his eyes. From Chen Feng announcing his seclusion to becoming a foundation-building cultivator, it only took half a day. Even in the Immortal sect, it takes several days for those geniuses to break through. This also made him feel a sense of admiration. The former fellow deist has become his senior. As he walks further on the Immortal path, he is still stuck in place. Don't worry about these things. You have become a guest of my family. If you want to break through foundation building in the future, I will definitely assist you. Chen Feng said this again. It was also his promise. But this made Wan Wuze feel a mix of emotions. Alright, I still need to stabilize my cultivation. Help me inform Chu Ren that I will announce my breakthrough in foundation building after a month and invite guests to a banquet, etc. Understood. Wan Wuze nodded and left. Chen Feng watched Wan Wuze's departing figure. After becoming a foundation building cultivator, he would face more challenges, but for now, there shouldn't be any trouble. Ding, main quest issued. Family development requires territory and resources. Occupy the spiritual vein mine by dominating Origin Spirit County. Looking at the main quest, Chen Feng felt a toothache. What is this? It's like giving me an AK-47 and asking me to attack Ping'an County. How is this possible? Chen Feng felt helpless. But fortunately, there is no time limit, so he can plan slowly. Within the Chen clan, everything is going well, but it's different on the other side. The Li clan. Li Hu is currently like an ostrich, enduring silently. The Yu clan betrayed, the 8 clans were annihilated, causing such a mess, you're making the entire Origin Spirit County laugh at our Li clan. In front of him, the ancestor of the Li clan was furious, pointing at him and scolding him. After scolding for a while, Li Kun took a deep breath and looked at Li Hu with disappointment. Now that the incident has happened, I must handle it cleanly and remove all negative news about my Li family in the city. After saying that, he turned and left, adding coldly, I don't care what methods you use. Li Kun's figure disappeared from sight, and Li Hu, sweating profusely, straightened his bent body. Looking at the kneeling descendants of the Xiong family beside him, he gritted his teeth and said, useless. Lock him up in the prison. Li Hu waved his hand, and 2 figures carried away the kneeling descendants of the Xiong family. Only the sound of begging for mercy remained, eventually turning into curses. Li Hu frowned as he looked at the intelligence from the Chen family in his hand, and in a fit of anger, he tore it all apart and shouted, damn it. Li Yi, come here. Li Yi, trembling, walked in at the door. As soon as he entered, he met Li Hu's gaze that seemed to want to kill him, and quickly spoke, "Clan leader, these intelligence reports are really accurate. I've been monitoring for over a month and don't know how many people I've bribed to investigate. But, I didn't expect the Chen family to be so well hidden." Veins popped on Li Hu's forehead, and after a moment of helpless rage, he sighed. Never mind. At this moment, he was a bit confused, obviously wary and resentful of the Chen family, which suddenly revealed its fangs. Now that it has come to this, let's first wipe out the Chen family and make those who have ill intentions quiet down, and then gradually fade away with time. Li Hu clearly wanted to go all out, with Chen Feng's face appearing in his mind, almost biting his teeth. Starting from rejecting him, he had been humiliated by him. Now that he had alarmed Li Kun, he had to handle it properly. Furrowing his brows, he thought of the last words Li Kun said before leaving. No matter what method you use. He made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Let's do it. Spread my order, summon all clan members above the 8th stage of Qi refining, no matter where they are, and annihilate the Chen family 3 days later. Li Hu seemed to think of something and instructed Li Yi, also, go deliver the message to the other 6 clans and let them join us. Chen family, Chen Feng? I'll see if you can survive this time. Li Hu's heart was filled with ferocity. At this moment, Chen Feng focused all his skill cultivation on one formation. The formation had reached a small level of completion, and Chen Feng found the flaws in the Golden Light formation, as well as improved the energy and defense deficiencies. Using the terrain, he upgraded the Golden Light formation to withstand the attacks of early foundation building cultivators. Of course, the consumption would be terrifying. Just maintaining it for 1 minute would burn 10 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. If it also had to withstand attacks, the consumption would be even more terrifying. It was like building a formation that he couldn't afford to use. But for Chen Feng, who had made a fortune, this problem wasn't particularly big. If he occupied a spiritual vein in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about consumption. Of course, these were all future matters. In 3 days, Chen Feng exchanged 200 inheritance points to reward his wives with a forever youth pill each. He cherished them and accompanied them with all his heart, bringing endless joy. This joy was shattered by the arrival of unexpected guests. Chen Feng, who was tending to his wife's flowers, suddenly frowned. Then he relaxed and gently said to the person beside him, "I have something to attend to, I'll be back soon." As the words fell, Chen Feng left on his flying sword under the gaze of his wives and concubines. Outside the Chen residence, a furious shout rang out. "Chen Feng, come out." Boom, thud. This shout, coupled with the commotion, caused most people in the Chen residence to change their expressions. Who dares to be so insolent in my Chen family? Wan Wuze also ran out to watch the excitement as soon as he arrived at the door. He saw Chen Feng landing on the Golden Light formation with his flying sword. Then he looked at the group of people outside the formation. Their imposing manner was impressive. However, Wan Wuze looked at them with a mocking expression and secretly mocked Chen Feng. Among the people outside the formation, there were 4 Qi refining 10th stage cultivators alone, and there were more than 20 cultivators in total. The leader was Li Hu, who was furiously attacking the Golden Light formation. However, it was all in vain, as there was no sign of the Golden Light being shaken by their joint attacks. What kind of formation is this? It can actually withstand our combined attacks. Li Hu felt more and more that something was wrong. With so many people attacking, there was no sign of the Golden Light being affected. "Family, should we stop attacking?" A Li family cultivator stepped forward, looking at the formation in front of him with lingering fear. "This Chen family is a bit strange. I'm afraid it's not that simple." Li Hu's expression was also extremely complicated. They came with great momentum, threatening to annihilate the Chen family. But they couldn't even enter the door. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Looking at the cultivators he brought, many of them looked at him with questioning eyes. Many people had already lost their confidence, especially those affiliated families. They were particularly wary of Chen Feng. Seeing that everyone wanted to retreat, Li Hu's expression turned ugly. In a deep voice, he said, "Don't be afraid, I borrowed a treasure from my father. Watch me break his formation." This statement was like a reassurance pill, calming the people present. Only to see Li Hu take out a long knife, with spiritual power flowing and extraordinary spirituality. It really is Uncle Li Kun's treasure. Beside Li Hu, a cultivator with a larger face looked at the big knife in Li Hu's hand and exclaimed in admiration. "This treasure contains a strand of my father's residual power, equivalent to a strike from a foundation building cultivator." Li Hu gently stroked the big knife in his hand, looking proud. Inside the formation, Chen Feng looked at him with a speechless expression. An old man acting like a child. However, he was curious about this so-called strike from a foundation building cultivator, and it could also verify the strength of his formation. So, Chen Feng didn't make a move, but quietly watched Li Hu's performance. With this treasure, the Chen family will be destroyed. A Li family cultivator beside Li Hu exclaimed excitedly, looking at the long knife with a hint of respect in his eyes. Wan Wuze was also frightened when he heard this. That was a strike from a foundation building cultivator. There was a trace of panic on his face as he looked at the golden light filling the sky, finding it hard to believe. Although Chen Feng had told him that he had strengthened his formation. Wait a minute. Chen Feng. His gaze shifted upwards and he saw Chen Feng, who looked like he was watching a play, which calmed his heart. What am I worried about? A strike from a foundation building cultivator and a foundation building cultivator. Which one is more terrifying? Wan Wuze stepped aside, quietly waiting for the opening of the show. Behold my divine might, roar. Outside the formation, Li Hu shouted loudly, and the white light on his long knife trembled violently. A terrifying power descended, and the cultivators around Li Hu all looked like they were facing a great enemy. So this is the power of foundation building? Even a residual spell has a feeling that I can't resist. Among the crowd, many cultivators swallowed their saliva and looked at the imposing big knife with some fear. At the same time, there was also some relief. With the ancestral treasure, it doesn't matter how the Chen family jumps around, they are just a group of clowns. The Li family cultivators were somewhat proud, standing straighter, and feeling a bit contemptuous towards the faintly visible, blurry characters of the Chen family in front of them. Attack. The power of foundation building circulated, and the blade struck the golden barrier like thunder, causing ripples and dimming it slightly. However, it remained strong. Li Hu's expression, which was once arrogant, became somewhat stunned. He looked at everything in disbelief and lifted the big knife to examine it again. The immediate power has been used up, but why? He was puzzled. The cultivators present were also the same. Hiss. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the atmosphere at the scene became eerie. Do you think I'm seeing things? Did that formation really block the attack of foundation building? Someone in the crowd spoke, causing a chain reaction. No, I don't believe it. How could the insignificant Chen family have such a formation? Li Hu roared angrily, waving the big knife towards the formation. However, without the support of spiritual power, no matter how he activated the treasure, it had no effect on the formation. Watching the crazed Li Hu, the elder of the Li family couldn't help but say, "Clan leader, I think we should retreat for now. This matter is too strange. We should return to the clan and let the ancestor decide." Yes, clan leader, main clan leader, let's retreat. The group of people looked at the unaffected golden formation and began to hesitate. Among them, several subordinate clan leaders secretly swore they would never get involved in the Chen family's troubles again. It was too dangerous. The group of people, like clowns, had been making a fuss here for a long time and couldn't even enter the door. Leave. Li Hu, under the persuasion of everyone, regained his sanity. Countless thoughts ran through his mind. The Chen family had a formation that could withstand foundation building, but no one from the Chen family had come out to stop them. This also meant that the Chen family probably didn't have any strong cultivators to resist them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to make a fuss for so long. Combined with the rapid rise of the Chen family and the mismatched formation, an idea arose in his mind. Could it be that the Chen family has obtained some great opportunity or inheritance? Otherwise, considering everything, Li Hu's expression changed. Let's go back and find the ancestor. There's something wrong with the Chen family. They might have obtained some opportunity. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes also lit up, and they thought of many things. It's possible, it might really be like this, otherwise. Unlike before, they now had a greedy look in their eyes. Seeing Li Hu and the others preparing to leave, Chen Feng knew it was time for him to make a move. After causing such a commotion at the entrance of my Chen mansion for so long, you still think you can leave so easily? You guys are thinking too highly of yourselves. A burst of mocking laughter sounded, followed by a wave of pressure, causing everyone present to pause their actions. Who are you? Li Hu's expression changed. This feeling was too familiar. He quickly unfastened the large knife at his waist, intending to put it into his storage bag. Oh, you still want to apologize to me? How can I not accept it? Li Hu suddenly felt his hand empty. The large knife in his hand disappeared. In front of everyone, a deist dressed in green appeared, like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world, smiling at the group. Who are you, senior? We are the Li family of the Yuanling clan. A cultivator from the Li family took a deep breath and spoke. And in front of Chen Feng, Li Hu's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with fear. Ha ha ha, who am I? Chen Feng looked at the cultivators in front of him with a smile on his face, his voice turning cold. You've been gambling in front of my house for so long, damaging so many flowers and plants on my Chen family's territory. Who do you think I am? You are Chen Feng. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Humph. Power surged, the air instantly seemed to solidify. The powerful force pressed down, suppressing the leaders in front. You guys have quite the audacity. You sent people to cause trouble for my Chen family before, and I only gave them a little punishment. Now you bring so many people here. Are you trying to wipe out my Chen family? You really think I'm easy to bully, huh? Chen Feng's face was filled with anger, a killing intent spread, causing everyone present to feel a sense of fear, cold sweat streaming down their faces. You see, in their hearts, Chen Feng was known for his swift and ruthless actions, often resorting to massacre. Several leaders of affiliated families were even more terrified, their faces pale, their legs trembling as they dared not look directly at Chen Feng. Damn it, Qi refining 9th stage, damn it, the advantage is on my side. Li Hu, you and your family are all frauds. You treated a foundation building expert as if he were just Qi refining. You really think you can fool people like that? A few of the wavering ones directly knelt to the ground. Seeing Chen Feng's killing intent rising, one of the leaders of an affiliated family couldn't hold on any longer and fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Senior Chen Feng, it was our mistake to offend you. It was all Li Hu's threat that forced us. Please spare me, I am willing to bring my family to join you. As the leader appeared, several affiliated families also spoke up one after another. Chen Feng looked at them disdainfully, a bunch of cowards. Seeing Chen Feng remain silent, they began to cry miserably and started fighting each other. That's enough, shut up if you don't want to die. Chen Feng coldly snorted, causing everyone present to shrink their necks and dare not speak. Chen Feng then walked up to Li Hu, looking at him with a cold expression. Li clan leader, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? You were so enthusiastic earlier, what happened? Li Hu trembled as Chen Feng approached, feeling some resentment in his heart, gritting his teeth. Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, waiting to plot against me. The Li family will remember this. Chen Feng, did I get the script wrong? Chen Feng's expression darkened at the words, good, very good. You even threatened me. The people of your Li family have been acting recklessly for too long, to the point where you don't even recognize yourselves. My Li family has inherited for thousands of years. Even if you break through to foundation building, so what? What do you have to compete with my Li family? The gap between foundation building and foundation building is huge. If you don't hand over my father's magic treasure and let us go, your little Chen family won't be able to bear the wrath of my Li family. Ha ha ha, interesting, I didn't expect you to be such an interesting person. Chen Feng seemed to have heard a funny joke and pointed at Li Hu's nose, saying, you seem to be taking yourself too seriously. Even if you are a foundation building cultivator, so what? Can he disregard the lives of his clan members and fight me with all his might? As fellow foundation building cultivators, as long as he can't defeat me, it will be a devastating blow to your Li family. Chen Feng laughed, a very happy laugh. He was perhaps too naive. The three major foundation building families in Origin Spirit County were not as peaceful as they appeared on the surface. There must have been numerous hidden conflicts and struggles while jointly mining the spiritual vein. All three parties wanted to eliminate one of the others, gaining more mining rights and a larger share of the spoils. Why wouldn't they be willing? Chen Feng didn't even bother to look at Li Hu and said to everyone present, you have damaged the spiritual land, the spiritual herbs and flowers of my clan, and caused irreparable harm to the young minds of our children. Since the Li family is leading this, they need to compensate for the losses with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Then I will let you go. In addition, the other families should each pay 10,000, and then you can leave on your own. What? This is robbery. Li Hu on the field heard Chen Feng's outrageous demand and roared in anger. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with my proposal? Then, Chen Feng looked at everyone present with a cold gaze. If that's the case, then all of you can stay here with me. Chen Feng's imposing manner exploded as he drew out his sword, ready to attack everyone present. Senior Chen Feng, please wait. My Dong family is willing to pay this compensation. I beg you to spare me. Just as the sword was about to be raised, someone immediately spoke up. That's more like it. Chen Feng retracted the pressure he had exerted on them. The person from the Dong family took out a storage bag, as if making a difficult decision, and handed it to Chen Feng. Senior, please count it. Dong Wei looked at Chen Feng with a flattering expression. Chen Feng's divine sense poured into the bag, and more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones lay quietly inside. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, looking at him with approval. You have some courage. Immediately after, knowing that they couldn't escape, the people from the other 5 families, taking Dong Wei as an example, made up their minds and handed over the spirit stones one after another. These 10,000 spirit stones depleted most of the savings of the small clans present. After placing the compensation, Chen Feng swept his gaze over each member of the Li family, finally fixing his gaze on Li Hu. Li clan leader, have you made up your mind? The lives and deaths of your clan members are in your hands. The members of the Li family present all looked up at Li Hu, their emotions evident in their eyes. Faced with the gaze of his clan members, Li Hu gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Feng. Fine, but you have to return my father's treasure to me. Joke, this is your tool for committing crimes. Confiscating it is not excessive, right? Chen Feng's eyes turned cold as he stared at Li Hu with killing intent. Li Hu, who had been enjoying special treatment, suddenly felt the pressure multiply, sinking his feet into the ground. After a while, Li Hu finally spoke. Fine, but you have to release your oppressive aura. Nonsense. Chen Feng slapped him with a palm infused with his spiritual power, causing Li Hu's face to quickly swell. You dare to make demands? Do you really think this place is your home? I've changed my mind now. 150,000 spirit stones, otherwise none of you will be able to leave. What? No, absolutely not. This is extortion. Li Hu covered his swollen face and became furious upon hearing Chen Feng's increased demand. Swish. A bright red arm fell, and Li Hu's expression became extremely painful as he howled in agony, clutching his severed arm. Noisy, I'm not negotiating with you, I'm informing you. With a stroke of his crimson brush, Chen Feng ignited a blazing flame, as if it were the ghostly fire from the underworld. Everyone present trembled and looked at Chen Feng with fear. Chen Feng raised his long sword and turned towards the people around him, causing them to pale in fear. Chen Feng's figure was like that of a demon god, leaving a deep imprint in the hearts of the cultivators. You, go inform your family's patriarch to bring spirit stones to exchange for people. Chen Feng didn't waste any more words with Li Hu. He was afraid that he couldn't hold back and would kill him with a single sword. However, the consequences of doing so would be severe and would delay his own pace. The person who was pointed at by Chen Feng trembled all over, then quickly nodded and disappeared from the scene without looking back. Those who have paid compensation can leave, regardless of meals. While driving a few people into the Chen residence, Chen Feng shouted at the 6 members of the small family who were still standing there in a daze. The few people quickly expressed their gratitude and hurriedly fled the scene as if they had just escaped a disaster. After entering the Chen residence, Chen Feng took out a formation flag and surrounded the 16 members of the Li family. The heritage of the old foundation building family was still quite good. Just those who came to him included 8 Qi refining 8th stage cultivators, 4 Qi refining 9th stage cultivators, and 4 Qi refining 10th stage cultivators. As for those who didn't reveal their cultivation, there was no need to say more. There were many onlookers watching this farce. The Chen family members were pointing and discussing the imprisoned members of the Li family. Mama, what's locked up in there by the patriarch? Among the onlookers from the Chen family, a childish voice sounded, followed by a gentle female voice answering, "Child, don't look. These are useless people." Chen Feng, who was lying on the Grand Master chair, found it amusing. However, at present, the cultivation level of the Li family patriarch was unknown, and his own foundation was still insufficient. Chen Feng looked at his formation cultivation level. Then he looked at the remaining 300 inheritance points he had. Alright, let's exchange. Ding, exchange successful, 150 years of formation cultivation. In an instant, countless memories, fragments, and information flooded his mind. His entire aura became natural, and Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The path of formations once again entered a new realm, stepping into the realm of a second-order formation master. Chen Feng frowned. In just a short moment, he saw many flaws in the golden light formation. Chen Feng flew over and visited the formation flag again, carving inscriptions and increasing its power once again. Without Chen Feng's permission, a mid-foundation building cultivator couldn't attack the Chen residence. Even if it was a late foundation building cultivator, it would take some effort to attack the Chen residence. Now, in Origin Spirit County, safety was greatly guaranteed. Afterwards, Chen Feng reinforced several other formations, even upgrading the earth-binding formation by 1 level. Unfortunately, the current level of formation still made it difficult to set up killing formations, especially powerful ones. At the same time, in the Li family, a powerful force broke through the sky, and a roar resounded. Chen family. A stream of light shot up into the sky and headed towards the location of the Chen family. The mid-foundation building cultivation couldn't be concealed, attracting the attention of everyone in the city. Origin Spirit County, Zhang family. Li Kun has moved, it seems he's heading towards the Chen family, a new rising force. Zhang Yuan, with great interest, looked towards the direction of the Chen family and chuckled. It seems like the Li family has suffered a setback. That's good, I've long been disgusted by their actions. Yuan family. Yuan Xiu, a foundation building cultivator from the Yuan family, also sensed Li Kun's aura. The Chen family. Upon hearing the news from the family's informants, he was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect someone to break through to the foundation building stage, and not from one of the 3 major families. Keep investigating and inform me of any updates. At the same time, news of the Li family being blocked at their door spread. In the end, the situation took a turn when it was revealed that the Chen family's patriarch was a foundation building cultivator and had captured all the members of the Li family. This also made many people admire Chen Feng's courage and determination. However, the Li family's ancestor, Li Kun, made a move. No one knew which direction things would develop in. Many curious onlookers rushed towards the Chen family. Meanwhile, at the Chen family, the Grand Master chair placed at the entrance of the Chen family gently swayed, as if a gust of wind had blown by. Chen Feng opened his eyes and muttered, "So slow, Chen Feng." A roar echoed, and a middle-aged cultivator appeared in front of him. Without saying a word, he threw a punch towards the Chen family plaque. Boom! Golden light emerged, blocking the attack. I want to see how many of my attacks you can withstand. Immediately after, Li Kun threw several more punches, creating sound waves that could be heard several miles away. Chen Feng lay there with a contented expression, quietly watching Li Kun's performance. Now that he had enough spiritual stones, Li Kun couldn't break through even if he exhausted his mana. Chen Feng wasn't worried at all. After a while, Li Kun stopped his attacks and looked at the rapidly healing ripples in front of him, his expression not very pleasant. He had also exhausted a significant amount of his mana. Chen Feng, if you have the ability, keep hiding. This statement made Chen Feng unhappy, and he impatiently replied, "Do you have an eye disease? If you do, I suggest you seek treatment as soon as possible, so as not to delay things." The golden light retracted, and Li Kun locked onto the man lying there contentedly, furrowing his brow. "Are you Chen Feng?" "Indeed." Chen Feng nodded, jumped down from the Grand Master chair, and looked at him. A total of 57 strikes, causing the surrounding plants to wither, plus an additional 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones as compensation. Hearing Chen Feng's voice, his face stiffened, his words filled with anger. "You're just at the early stage of foundation building, relying on the power of formations to act so arrogantly. Have you ever thought about the consequences of this matter? What consequences could there be? Your family damaged the plants on my territory and frightened the children of my clan. Asking for compensation is not excessive, right?" Chen Feng found it somewhat amusing. He had already done so much, yet Li Kun was still asking if he cared about the consequences. As a mid-stage foundation building cultivator, Li Kun naturally didn't take Chen Feng, who was at the early stage, seriously. But he didn't expect to be defeated so easily. His face turned terrifyingly dark, displaying the confidence of his 1,000-year-old family, and threatened with arrogance. If you release the people now and return my magic treasure, I can let bygones be bygones. But if you don't know how to appreciate it, then don't expect to stay in Origin Spirit County in the future. Chen Feng shook his head. You sure know how to talk. You're playing a good game, but since you don't want to negotiate, then let's not talk anymore. Lao Wan, take them. A group of cultivators whose danshan had been sealed by the law weapon were brought forward by Wan Wuze. Under Li Kun's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng raised his hand and the head of a good person rolled to the ground, kicked away by Chen Feng's foot. You dare to be so audacious? Stop. Li Kun's expression changed from confusion to anger as he stared at Chen Feng with bloodshot eyes, roaring loudly. If you tell me to stop, I'll stop? I asked you to compensate me and you didn't, so why should I listen to you? Chen Feng snorted coldly, grabbed a Li family cultivator, raised his hand, and brought the knife down, then kicked beautifully beside Li Kun. Li Kun was stunned, his anger burning sky high. He didn't expect a small newcomer family to be so tough. These two were pillars of the family, and losing even one of them would be a serious blow. He roared, I told you to stop. But Chen Feng ignored him and struck again with his knife. The expressions of the Li family captives all changed, and they all knelt down begging for mercy, crying in pain. Li Hu was also stunned. He went from being delighted to seeing Li Kun to feeling pain. The three people he brought with him died instantly. How could he face going back? How could he face being the patriarch? Father, please agree to his request. We can't let him continue killing. These are our own people, the pillars of our family. Li Hu roared, his tone tinged with pleading. The rest of the Li family members were silenced by his shout and followed Li Hu in calling out. Uncle, ancestor, save me? I'm still young and want to strive for foundation building. It's no wonder Chen Feng is so ruthless. What if he hadn't broken through to foundation building? Wouldn't their roles be reversed? He and even the entire family would be slaughtered. In the cultivation world, being too soft-hearted would leave nothing but scraps. For enemies, if you can kill, then kill. If you want to blame someone, blame the difference in status, position, and even environment. To rise up, especially in the early stages, one must be ruthless. At this moment, Chen Feng also stopped his knife and looked at Li Kun. Li Kun remained silent for a moment, but in the end, he nodded. He was scared. As the patriarch of a family, if he let his people live or die at will and watched as Chen Feng killed most of the pillars of the family, he wouldn't deserve to sit securely in his position. I agree. Li Kun took out a storage ring and fiddled with it before throwing it over. There are 180,000 low-grade spirit stones in here. Are you satisfied? Li Kun's face was not good. This loss of such a large sum of spirit stones was a significant blow to the Li family. His hatred for Chen Feng reached its peak, but he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. For now, he could only swallow his anger and accept this loss. Chen Feng smiled and collected the storage ring, releasing the restrictions on the Li family members. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been like this earlier? I'm a reasonable person. Why are all of you so stubborn? Chen Feng sighed. He didn't want things to turn out this way either. Then, he waved enthusiastically at Li Kun, who was quickly leaving with the Li family members. Have a pleasant cooperation, fellow deist Li Kun. Please take your time. This caused Li Kun, who was walking at the front, to stumble and almost fall to the ground. He turned back and glared angrily at Chen Feng before leaving with the Li family cultivators without looking back. As the onlookers gradually left after this magnificent drama, one cultivator dressed in coarse clothes sighed and left while holding his granddaughter's hand. After this, Origin Spirit County will have one more rising star. After everyone left, Chen Feng waved his hand. Clean up the entrance and replant the flowers and plants. Yes, the Li family member who was named by Chen Feng nodded respectfully. Oh, by the way, put up a big sign at the entrance that says beware of flowers and plants. Understood. Such audacity, such audacity. Li Kun gritted his teeth in anger, especially after receiving the news from the spy. After the sign beware of flowers and plants was placed at the entrance of the Chen family's house, Li Kun became even more breathless with anger. Father, what should we do now? Li Hu looked at the furious Li Kun and reluctantly answered. What can we do? I'll settle the score with him after I break through to the later stage of foundation building. This humiliation, the Li family will remember it, Li Kun said through clenched teeth. On the other side, in the county city of Yuanchu, I heard that another foundation building family has emerged in Origin Spirit County. You should send someone to bestow. At this time, countless invitations were sent out from the Chen family, no longer hiding their intentions since they had been exposed. 1 month later, the Chen family will hold a banquet for Chen Feng's foundation building. The Chen family has also become the 4th largest family in Origin Spirit County, causing envy among others. Countless small families heard the news and flocked to the Chen family. There were many matchmakers and marriage proposals. Chen Feng was happy to see all of this. In just over 20 days, he had taken in more than 10 fairies. The celebration never stopped. In the blink of an eye, the date of the foundation building banquet arrived. Chen Feng thought that as a newly promoted foundation building cultivator, he wouldn't attract many people. But unexpectedly, almost all the big and small families in Origin Spirit County sent people. Families from neighboring counties also sent representatives. It was quite lively. Except for Li Kun, the other two foundation building cultivators from Origin Spirit County were also present. Chen Feng naturally greeted them with a smile, and they quickly became friendly, congratulating each other. Yuan Xiu and Zhang Yuan were curious about Chen Feng, the person who had repeatedly defeated the Li family. Then, they entertained other foundation building forces, busy with their hospitality. 9 foundation building families and 4 foundation building cultivators came. Dear friends, thank you all for coming. Chen is ashamed to receive such attention just after entering foundation building, Chen Feng said with a smile, toasting to everyone. The banquet proceeded in an orderly manner, and Chen Feng became acquainted with several foundation building cultivators. He also noted the names of the foundation building families. Congratulations to fellow deist Chen Feng on advancing to foundation building. At this moment, a deist in a white robe, accompanied by 3 followers, walked in through the door, smiling. Yuanchu County. Chen Feng looked at the person and greeted him with a cupped fist. Greetings, fellow deist. May I know your name? Yuanchu County was directly under the dynasty and managed and coordinated cultivators in the region. It was also the most powerful force in this area. My surname is Chu, name Xiren. The deist was young, with a cultivation at the early stage of foundation building. I wonder if fellow deist Xiren has come for a matter of honor. The surname Chu belonged to the ruling family of the dynasty and was the most powerful family in the entire dynasty. That's right. I didn't expect fellow deist Chen Feng to know so much. Xiren nodded and took out a token and a letter from his pocket. From today onwards, the Chen family in Origin Spirit County is promoted to a noble family. They are entitled to send their descendants to the Great Chu Academy for the entrance examination. Ding, achievement unlocked, noble family, reputation exchange unlocked. Chen Feng. This system is really interesting. However, during Chen Feng's moment of confusion, Chu Xiren spoke up, saying, fellow deist Chen Feng, aren't you going to accept the order? Chen Feng smiled and replied, Chen Feng, at your command. Then, he took the token. In his hand, the front of the token was engraved with the words Great Chu, and it was green in color. On the back, there was the character Chen, and below that were the faint words Yuan Ling. Soon after, the banquet came to an end. Chen Feng called out to Chu Xiren, who was leaving. Fellow deist Xiren, please stay. Oh no. Chen Feng's face changed slightly as he instinctively uttered these words. In his mind, the figure of a man appeared. What a great cause and effect. Fellow deist Chen Feng, what's the matter? Chu Xiren stopped and turned to look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng spoke, I have just entered the foundation building stage and I don't understand the rules of the dynasty very well. What is this Great Chu Academy? And what do we, the aristocratic families, need to contribute? These are the points that Chen Feng is worried about. Chu Xiren smiled and explained one by one to Chen Feng. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and listened to Chu Xiren's introduction, gradually understanding the model of this dynasty. He had some understanding before, but his status was too low to fully comprehend it. Great Chu implemented a system similar to feudalism, with each major aristocratic family being like a small vassal state. The Great Chu royal family treats these aristocratic families and cultivators as if they were being raised. Only during necessary periods will a summons be issued. As for more information, Chen Feng will have to slowly understand it later. Furthermore, the dynasty does not prohibit the fighting and competition between aristocratic families. This is similar to nurturing Gu, with countless open and hidden struggles. The strong are never born in a greenhouse. Chen Feng is well aware of this. After watching Chu Xiren leave, he opened the internal banquet of the family. During the banquet, Chen Feng announced the next 5-year plan. Establishing the Shadow Pavilion, with Chen Chuling as the current pavilion master and Wan Wuze as the deputy pavilion master. Their main task is to be the eyes of the family, observing the world. The banner reads, gathering intelligence. Afterwards, he emphasized the importance of multiple births and established a reward system. After setting the development goals, the Chen family, like a huge machine, began to operate. Chen Feng, on the other hand, accompanied his partner with peace of mind. As the leader, Chen Feng worked so hard, and the members of the family below him did the same. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this time, Wan Wuze approached Chen Feng. Family head, the marriage ceremony in Huaxian County is about to begin. In my opinion, the family head can give it a try. Chen Feng's memory was pulled back to a year ago, to that iceberg, and the 2 lively birds following behind. Tell me about it. Chen Feng put down the book in his hand and looked at Wan Wuze. Wan Wuze had a serious expression and took out a piece of parchment from his pocket. The Xia family has no male heirs, which is well known. This has made the surrounding forces covetous, and the selection of a son-in-law for the Xia family is likely to be turbulent. There is a first-grade spiritual vein in Immortal Flower City, which is monopolized by the Xia family. This has made many families jealous. Just from what I know, there are already 2 forces that are not on good terms with the Xia family. Chen Feng looked at Wan Wuze, his face showing a thoughtful expression. Wan Wuze continued, the most important thing is that the head of the Xia family is currently planning to break through to the gold core stage. If successful, it's fine, but if he fails, the Xia family, without a guardian, will definitely be attacked and devoured. At present, Xia Jiao has released the news of her daughter's marriage in order to find a guardian. Even if she fails, her Xia family will not be completely wiped out. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp light, considering the situation and the environment in which the Xia family is located. They need a guardian, or rather a deterrent, but they cannot be too strong, otherwise there is a risk of backlash. Also, it can't be too weak, otherwise even those wolves outside won't be scared. According to this condition, if Chen Feng is an independent cultivator, he is very suitable. It's a pity that he still has a big family, with a group of beautiful women accompanying him at home. Give up an ocean for a tree? That's impossible. I'm not the Dragon King, I don't have that hobby. Seeing Chen Feng refuse, Wan Wuze took out a map. Master, take a look. This is the distance between Immortal Flower City and us, only 300 miles. If you go at full speed, it will only take half an hour. And, there's no need for the master to personally attend this so-called son-in-law selection meeting. Just write a letter, I've already thought of the content. If it works out, everyone will be happy, and we can also gain a powerful ally. If it doesn't work out, it will only waste a little time. Wan Wuze patted his chest and smiled at Chen Feng. Isn't this a risky investment? Chen Feng was somewhat speechless, but in the end, he nodded. Seeing Chen Feng agree, Wan Wuze also smiled, and then left to prepare. At this moment, he had completely integrated into the Chen family and had developed feelings for his daughter. That's also the reason why Wan Wuze changed his way of addressing him. Otherwise, it would be strange. Chen Feng shook his head and watched Wan Wuze leave, laughing and cursing. In this way, a letter written by Chen Feng was sent to the Xia family and fell into the hands of Xia Jiao. She had also heard of the Chen family and was very curious about the letter. When she opened it and read it, her face instantly darkened, followed by a moment of silence. After a while, she murmured, "This Chen Feng is really talented." Chen Feng? Isn't that the name of the patriarch of the newly rising family in Origin Spirit County? Beside her, Xia Shuer tilted her head and asked. During these days, she had heard a lot of rumors about Chen Feng and became interested in this iron-blooded man and the things he had with the Li family. She had inquired a lot about Chen Feng. Xia Jiao looked at her little daughter and sighed lightly, gently stroking her head. In half a month, you and Shuer will come with me to meet this Chen Feng. Ah, isn't half a month the day for sister to choose a son-in-law? Xia Shuer asked in confusion. Why did her mother suddenly suggest taking her and her sister to meet Chen Feng? We won't hold the son-in-law selection anymore. Ah, Xia Shuer's eyes widened with great confusion. Could it be that mother, you want to? She suddenly thought of something and stared at Xia Jiao with wide eyes. Mother, didn't you say that even if sister gets married, she won't leave home? All right, don't think too much. How could mother bear to separate you and Shuer? Xia Jiao gently stroked Xia Shuer's head. No, it's Chen Feng who wants to marry into our Xia family. Xia Shuer's eyes lit up as she looked at her mother. Xia Jiao didn't answer and called Xia Shuer to tell her about this. Xia Shuer wasn't very concerned about her own marriage, and even somewhat unwilling. When she heard that Xia Jiao wanted to cancel the son-in-law selection, a clear expression of joy appeared on Xia Shuer's face. Finally, she didn't have to seek her partner through a selection. But when she heard her mother say that she would take her to meet Chen Feng, a look of loss appeared on her face. However, it quickly returned to normal and disappeared in an instant. As the eldest daughter of the Xia family, she had a decent level of psychological resilience and a broad perspective due to the external pressures. Although she was only 20 years old. Since mother has made a decision, I am willing, Xia Shuer spoke, her voice revealing no hint of joy or sorrow. As the eldest daughter of the Xia family, she naturally had to be familiar with the surrounding forces. Naturally, she also noticed the rising influence of the Chen family. However, she suddenly realized that Chen Feng's way of doing things, although not particularly difficult to accept, involved having more than 20 concubines. This made it difficult for her to accept, but since her mother had made a decision, what else could she do? She just didn't expect her mother to break the rule of only marrying into the family and not marrying out. Xia Jiao looked at her daughter, who was burdened with worries, feeling a bit uneasy herself. Xia Shuer was overthinking and had many thoughts. Xia Jiao, who knew her daughters well, couldn't help but understand what her daughter was thinking. Don't worry, mother will not give up on you, and there's also Shuer. Xia Jiao walked over and gently embraced Xia Shuer. Xia Shuer pouted on the side. Time passed quickly, and half a month had gone by. The sudden cancellation of the Xia family's selection ceremony for a son-in-law caught many independent cultivators and members of prestigious families off guard. There were constant curses in the dark. During this period, after Xia Jiao took strong action and killed a group of troublemakers who were either deceived or instigated, the turmoil subsided. During this half-month, Chen Feng also received a reply from the Xia family. This made him a little stunned, and he glanced at Wan Wuze, who had a praise me expression on his face, before calmly saying, "You did well, I can fulfill one of your requests." His gaze stopped on Wan Wuze, and his eyes spoke volumes. Wan Wuze felt a little guilty and forced a smile on his face. How dare I make a request? Chen Feng looked helpless and scolded with a smile, I don't know how Ziyun saw something in you. You're already grown up, so be brave and express your love. Why hide it? Wan Wuze's smile froze, his eyes darting around as if he had been caught doing something wrong. You found out. His voice was low and worried. Chen Feng scolded with a smile, I treat you as a brother, and you want to be my son-in-law. I noticed something was off from the day you started calling me family head. Well done, kid. What, you don't want to take responsibility after getting involved with my daughter? Chen Feng's face darkened, looking at Wan Wuze as if he wanted to eat him. Wan Wuze stuttered. I have such a big age difference with her. So what? My children's marriage is up to them to decide. They can do whatever they like. I never interfere, only silently support from behind. Chen Feng looked at Wan Wuze, his eyes carrying a threatening meaning. Dare to do but not dare to admit it? Be careful, I'll break your 3 legs. Then, Wan Wuze gritted his teeth and said, since father-in-law doesn't mind, I dare to mention it. Chen Ziyun and I have had a secret affection for a long time. I don't want to hide it anymore. I want you, father-in-law, to grant us marriage. You brat, you even called me father-in-law. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. He noticed the change in tone when Chen Ziyun was mentioned, and his tone became gentle. In the end, Chen Feng nodded and said, in that case, both you and Ziyun come to see me together and let me know her intentions. Then I will agree. Chen Feng had no intention of showing off or asserting dominance. He never interfered in his children's marriage matters, as long as they truly loved each other. In the world of cultivation, there shouldn't be so many rules. Although there was a feeling of being a cabbage that he had raised for many years, only to be offered to a pig. But, respect, understanding, and support. These were the principles of a father. Even if his heart was free from any worries, he could still intervene if necessary. When Chen Feng heard that he agreed, Wan Wuze's expression brightened, and he hurriedly ran off to share the good news. Afterwards, under Chen Feng's guidance, the two of them set a date, and Wan Wuze officially married into the Chen family. After a pleasant period of time, the agreed-upon time with the Xia family arrived. The meeting place agreed upon by Chen Feng and the Xia family was located at the center of the straight line between the two families. There was Immortal town, which the Chen family had acquired early on and quickly built a restaurant at the meeting point. The chef there was also brought in from Origin Spirit County. Greetings, fellow deist Xiaojiao, and the 2 young ladies. A streak of light flashed across the sky and landed in front of Chen Feng and the others. Seeing the arrival, it was indeed the 3 members of the Xia family. Chen Feng, fellow deist, is indeed as talented as the rumors say. Xiaojiao landed and immediately began to size up Chen Feng. Her gaze first fell on Chen Feng's appearance, and there was indeed nothing to criticize about his appearance. Among the men Xiaojiao had seen, there were hardly any who could compare to Chen Feng. Solid aura, strong physique, not bad. Xiaojiao nodded. Behind her, Xia Shuer and Xia Chuer were also curiously sizing up Chen Feng. Looking at his gentle smile and unparalleled demeanor, Xia Shuer exclaimed, this is different from what the rumors say, not as fierce. Seeing this, Xiaojiao signaled her daughter not to speak. Chen Feng also looked at the 2 women and assessed their appearances, which were indeed impeccable. One had a stable temperament, while the other was lively and vibrant. Chen Feng smiled faintly, his face full of warmth. Master Xia, and the 2 young ladies, please come this way. I have prepared the best dishes for you to taste, which are unique to my Chen's restaurant and cannot be found elsewhere. As Chen Feng led the group into the restaurant, he introduced, I have long heard of the delicious and exquisite signature dishes of Chen's restaurant in Origin Spirit County, and now is the perfect opportunity to try them. Xiaojiao nodded and followed Chen Feng to their seats. They first chatted about trivial matters for a while. Then, they got to the main topic. What do you think of the contents of that letter, fellow deist Xiaojiao? Chen Feng looked at Xiaojiao with a serious expression, his eyes meeting hers. Xiaojiao narrowed her eyes slightly in response to Chen Feng's unreserved gaze. What the letter says is indeed true, but how can I trust you? Others may be like raging beasts, but aren't you the same? I am the same, but I am a person with principles. But fellow deist Xiaojiao, if you don't choose this path, what will you do? The 2 of them exchanged words, their conversation intense and impassioned. The mention of the letter puzzled the Xia sisters, leaving them as confused as 2 monks unable to comprehend. What letter? Xia Chuer looked at her sister, realizing that their discussion revolved around a letter. From the sound of it, it was related to cooperation and the matter of finding a son-in-law. Xia Shuer thought for a moment and shook her head. It should be the one Chen family sent half a month ago. As for its contents, I don't know. Xia Chuer remained silent, listening quietly to their discussion. The matter is settled. Our 2 families will form a life and death alliance. As for Chuer's situation, it depends on whether he is willing or not. Xia Jiao looked at Xia Chuer, and Chen Feng followed her gaze. Mother, what do you mean by willing or not? Xia Chuer was a bit confused, but she understood clearly the matter of the Chen and Xia families forming a life and death alliance. Xia Jiao looked at her daughter, opened her mouth, but didn't know how to speak. At this moment, Chen Feng noticed Xia's hesitation and spoke leisurely, I have reached an agreement with your Xia family to form a life and death alliance, swearing not to betray each other. As a mediator, I need you or Miss Shuer to marry me. Of course, I won't force you, nor do I have the courage to do so. If you are not satisfied after spending some time together, we can cancel this agreement. Chen Feng's gentle gaze fell on Xia Chuer, who raised her head and asked, how can I trust the reliability of this alliance? Chen Feng didn't expect Xia Chuer to ask this question. He looked at Xia Chuer with some appreciation and said, you have no other choice. You need a powerful ally without a deadly threat, and I am the same. We both seek what we need from each other. You, or Miss Shuer, coming back to the Chen family with me is also to let you assess my reliability. After hearing this, Xia Chuer frowned and looked at her mother, who nodded slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, since that's the case, then I'll go. Shuer is still too young and easily deceived. Sister. Xia Shuer looked at her sister with a reluctant expression. Shuer, didn't you hear what the head of the Chen family said? I'm only going for a while, and we won't be separated. Xia Chuer comforted her sister. Xia Jiao stared at Chen Feng and said in a deep voice, I hope you can keep your promise, otherwise. Xia Jiao released her aura, a powerful aura of the later stage of foundation building, enveloping Chen Feng. This was her way of showing dominance and warning Chen Feng not to have any ulterior motives. The consequences of not keeping his promise would be dire. However, Chen Feng remained unfazed and smiled calmly. Fellow deist Xia Jiao, rest assured. My motto is to treat the world with credibility. Without trust, one cannot survive. I won't let my beloved suffer the slightest grievance. Seeing that Chen Feng was unaffected and could calmly respond under her pressure, Xia Jiao nodded inwardly. However, she also felt a sense of crisis. Chen Feng, who was only in the early stage of foundation building, had such courage. What would happen when he grew stronger? Would the Xia family be led by the nose? After her worries, she also had concerns as she lovingly looked at her two daughters. If she could advance to the gold core stage, then all problems would be solved. If not, Chen Feng might be the last guarantee for her two children. She had always believed in her own judgment, and Chen Feng's character was at least not too bad. Moreover, his abilities were not weak. He had established a family in a much shorter time than her Xia family, and the starting point was different. Her family started from the foundation building stage, while Chen Feng started as an ordinary person. In just a few decades, he had already built a considerable family and was still rapidly growing. His potential was undoubtedly significant. As long as Chen Feng didn't die, it was only a matter of time before he dominated Origin Spirit County. This was also one of the reasons why Xia Jiao agreed to the Chen family. After this banquet, the Chen family welcomed a special guest. Once Xia Chuer entered the Chen residence, she was like a curious baby. Ice, you accompany Miss Chuer and help her familiarize herself with the environment. Chen Feng called for his wife and introduced Xia Chuer. Husband, are you? Lu Bing'er looked at Xia Chuer beside Chen Feng with a gentle gaze. It depends on everyone. Chen Feng showed a kind smile. Chuer, this is my wife, Lu Bing'er. She will help you get familiar with the place. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with tenderness as he watched the two leave. You ask Chen Feng what he's going to do? Asking is the main thing. He gathered the entire clan that night and introduced Xia Chuer. This caught Xia Chuer off guard for a while. Lu Bing'er accompanied her and the other wives of Chen Feng, and when they talked about Chen Feng, their eyes were full of tenderness. Chen Feng treated them extremely well, taking care of every detail, not neglecting anyone, even with so many wives. Although she was a little uncomfortable at first, she gradually got used to it and even thought it was a good thing. Having more wives to share the burden made it less likely for something to go wrong. This surprised Xia Chuer. The backyard was so peaceful. There was no conflict at all, which made her admire Chen Feng. However, everything needed to be observed. During this period, Chen Feng often took her around. In Chen Feng's territory, there was a vast sea of flowers. The flowers there were vibrant and beautiful. The air was filled with fragrance, and during the half-month they spent together, Xia Chuer was already at the age of blossoming youth, and during these days, Chen Feng treated her with respect, without any crossing of boundaries. Their feelings also grew, and Xia Chuer, who had heard rumors about Chen Feng being a ruthless man, found that he was actually so gentle and knowledgeable in poetry and literature. In the sea of flowers under the setting sun, Xia Chuer silently accepted when Chen Feng reached out and held her hand. This made her heart flutter, without any melodramatic plot, just pure emotions. And so, the two of them began to talk about everything, from stories of cultivation to personal matters. Chuer, I want to marry you, is that okay? The beautiful sunset illuminated the sky with fiery clouds, infinite rosy hues, so beautiful. It was in this scene that Chen Feng leaned close to her ear and softly spoke. In an instant, Xia Chuer's face turned red. Looking at Chen Feng's serious expression, she softly murmured, When Chen Feng, holding Xia Chuer's hand, appeared in front of Xia's mother the next day, sharp-eyed Chen Feng noticed that Xia's mother let out a sigh. As someone who had been through it all, how could she not see Xia Chuer's state? However, she didn't stop them, only threatening and admonishing Chen Feng a few times. A piece of explosive news spread to the surrounding counties. The Chen family and the Xia family were going to form an alliance. One was the newly appointed clan leader, Chen Feng, and the other was the jewel of the Xia family, Xia Chuer. This made many people envious and shocked many forces. They marveled at Chen Feng's ability to even arrange for the daughter of the Xia family to marry into his family. In this way, many people realized that the cancellation of the marriage arrangement by the Xia family was actually due to Chen Feng's intervention. This made many people curious about the Chen family. Who exactly is Chen Feng, such a remarkable person? As time passed, the wedding arrived as scheduled. Chen Feng personally led almost all the cultivators from his family to welcome the bride, with a red carpet and flowers spanning 30,000 feet, creating a lively atmosphere. On this day, the people under the influence of the Chen family were all given a generous red envelope, and there were people specifically arranging a feast that anyone passing by could attend. Seeing this grand scene, Xia's mother, who was dissatisfied in her heart, also developed a favorable impression of Chen Feng. This also made Xia Shuer amazed, her eyes shining. After the welcoming ceremony, it was time for the banquet. At this moment, almost all the major and minor forces in the vicinity came. Chen, fellow deist, congratulations on marrying the beautiful daughter of the Xia family. It is truly a joyous occasion. Yuan Xiu smiled and congratulated, and Chen Feng returned the gesture, making a welcoming gesture. Where, fellow deist's presence is an honor. It also brings glory to my humble abode. Please, Chen Feng said, gesturing for Yuan Xiu to take a seat. Yuan Xiu bowed and took out a pair of spiritual ginseng from his pocket, handing them to Chen Feng. These are 100-year-old spiritual ginseng. I paid a great price to obtain them, but I haven't had the chance to use them. When I heard about fellow deist Chen's joy, I thought this would be the best gift for him. Yuan Xiu had a smile on his face and gave Chen Feng a knowing look. After seeing off Yuan Xiu, Zhang Yuan arrived with gifts as well. This made Chen Feng complain in his heart. When he got married before, he didn't give any gifts, and it was mostly an internal banquet. But this time, everyone came over. After that, several foundation building cultivators arrived, namely Lin Yujun from the Bai family, Bai Donglei, Tianwu City, Wu family, Wuqiu, Lei County, Tian family, Tianshengua. After recognizing a familiar face, they were invited to the banquet and seated in the front row. Afterwards, an unexpected family cultivator arrived. An family from Yunnan City. Among the foundation building families, the An family was considered very strong. They had 7 foundation building cultivators and controlled a second-grade spiritual vein. Last time, they were the ones who bought the gold core cultivation method at the auction. Perhaps, if they were extremely lucky, they might produce a gold core cultivator in the future. The person who came this time was also an important figure from the An family, An Qian. Yunnan City, the An family congratulates fellow deist Chen Feng on his marriage and wishes for the early birth of a noble child. The person who came was an extremely beautiful woman, but she was also decisive in her actions. There was no arrogant air of a noble family on her face. After a simple congratulations, she presented a very valuable jade bracelet as a gift. This made Chen Feng feel a bit embarrassed, but after some refusal, he accepted the gift. Thank you, fellow deist and Qian, Chen Feng replied with a bow. It's just forming a good relationship. We value the potential that your Chen family has shown. Perhaps there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. And Qian was very straightforward, which made Chen Feng feel a bit embarrassed. This woman didn't hide anything and was extremely straightforward. At the same time, Chen Feng also remembered the name of the An family. It was good to form a good relationship. Having one more friend meant having one more path. In the cultivation world, there is not so much fighting and killing. It is mostly about human relationships and worldly affairs. If one keeps fighting all the time, death is not far away. Of course, if you can overthrow the Great Chu dynasty and ignore all the rules, then that's a different story. Since your goodwill has been delivered, then farewell. After presenting the gift, An Qian turned to leave. But as the host, how could Chen Feng not show some traditional courtesy? So he said, fellow deist An Qian, you have come a long way to attend the banquet. It touches me deeply. Why not have a toast and take a rest before leaving? An Qian paused for a moment, pondered for a while, and then nodded. All right, I'll accept your kind offer. No, it is my honor that fellow deist could come. The arrival of the An family surprised the members of the foundation building family present. Chen Feng was looked upon with even greater admiration. The fact that the An family could attend the banquet and give face to the Chen family showed that the Chen family was not ordinary. This was the sentiment of everyone present. Under Chen Feng's guidance, the atmosphere at the banquet was lively and everyone enjoyed themselves. After the guests left, Chen Feng gave instructions for the next steps and entered the most crucial part. Under Chen Feng's arrangement, Xia's mother and Xia Shuer settled in a beautiful courtyard. At the same time, in the bridal chamber, Chen Feng pushed open the door and walked in slowly. On the bed, Xia Shuer was wearing a red veil. When she heard the movement, she seemed a bit uneasy and nervous. As an experienced person, how could Chen Feng not see it? He approached her, slowly lifted the veil, and drank a toast with her. Looking at the delicate and beautiful woman, he kissed her seductive red lips. Xia Shuer's mind went blank, her eyes closed slightly, and she quickly entered a state of pleasure. Chen Feng gently placed her on the bed, held her delicate and boneless hand, and whispered something in her ear. With a swish, Xia Shuer's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and Chen Feng took a bite. Suddenly, the dragon danced, and the bed began to sway rhythmically, and the candles went out. A night of silence, all filled with emotions. After dawn, as the morning sun shone on Chen Feng, he opened his eyes and looked affectionately at the beauty lying beside him. Xia Shuer's cheeks were still slightly flushed, her hair messy, and she was sound asleep. 6 months later, with Chen Feng's efforts, Xia Shuer became pregnant. Husband, it seems like I'm pregnant, Xia Shuer said with a gentle and surprised look, placing her hand on her belly. You've worked hard, my lady. Chen Feng gently stroked her beautiful hair, his tone incredibly gentle. Xia Chuer couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Feng and said, I think you're the one who's working harder, my old waist and legs. Cough, cough. Chen Feng lightly coughed twice and embraced her in his arms. During these months, Chen Feng took care of her meticulously and often used his spiritual power to nourish her body, taking good care of her. Xia Chuer felt sweet in her heart and secretly thought that she had not chosen the wrong person. Chen Feng's attitude and affection made her feel as if she was in a honey-like sweetness. A few months later, the cry of a baby echoed, marking the birth of a new life. Spirit root. Chen Feng was shocked when he held the child. At this moment, a crisp mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to a child with a heavenly spirit root for the first time. Reward, pure cultivation for 50 years, mastery of any skill for 100 years, and 500 inheritance points. Chen Feng never expected this unexpected joy. As a 5 elements root, he was able to give birth to a child with a heavenly spirit root. After advancing to the foundation building stage, the quality of his bloodline had also improved significantly. A heavenly spirit root was considered top-tier talent even in the immortal sects. At the very least, the child would be regarded as the heir to be cultivated as an elder. Chen Feng was overjoyed and looked at his daughter with great affection. Let's call her Chen Ruoxi. Upon learning that their daughter had a heavenly spirit root, Xia Chuer couldn't believe it. Although she herself had a dual spirit root, which was also extremely strong, it was nothing compared to a heavenly spirit root. But soon, a loving expression appeared on her face. She was happy that her daughter had such talent, as a mother would be. Chen Feng felt the same way. He nodded in agreement with the name Chen Feng had chosen. After a year, Xia Chuer held her little daughter in her arms, her eyes filled with resentment. How did you get pregnant again? If she's born, I'll raise her. Chen Feng's face softened as he played with the babbling Chen Ruoxi. All right, your husband is here. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. It seemed that giving birth to Chen Ruoxi had depleted all their luck. The second child was a son, with 3 spiritual roots and excellent talent. Chen Feng named him Chen Yunkai. At the same time, this also marked the end of the first generation. Following that, the Chen family also experienced rapid development, and time flew by quickly. With the increasing number of descendants with spiritual roots, the once scarce cultivators became more abundant. The first batch of recruited individuals with spiritual roots, including young boys and girls, also grew up, adding to the family's strength. The marriage between Wan Wuze and Chen Ziyun was also completed under Chen Feng's witness. Ding! Host's offspring surpasses 10,000, reward of pure cultivation for 100 years, free mastery of any skill for 100 years, and 2,000 inheritance points. Over 10 years later, Chen Feng heard the voice of the system in his mind. On Chen Feng's 100th birthday, his descendants finally surpassed the 10,000 mark. In just half a year, the scale of the descendants had exceeded 10,000, which was an exhilarating achievement. Even the descendants with spiritual roots numbered over 40, with 7 of them being from the second generation, a significant breakthrough. However, the family was already experiencing an aging population, which deeply saddened Chen Feng. At the same time, the promotion of martial arts had already covered all the outstanding members of Chen Feng's descendants. But martial arts had reached a bottleneck, and Chen Kowa had reached the pinnacle of Grand Master after his battle with Chen Feng, withstanding a blow and having no difference in strength from a 10th stage Qi refining cultivator. Compared to orthodox cultivation, martial arts had its advantages and disadvantages. Its strengths lay in its powerful defense and terrifying strength, almost overwhelming cultivators of the same level in close combat. Its weakness was its weak long-range abilities, making it susceptible to being kite. It was like the difference between a mage and a warrior, with cultivators being mages and martial artists being warriors, but their lifespans were almost the same at the same level. It's time for martial arts to break through, Chen Feng silently said. Open the panel. Name, Chen Feng. Cultivation, foundation building initial stage. Techniques, myriad spirit longevity art, pure yang technique, 8 extremities palm, crimson sword technique. Formation cultivation, peak second stage formation master. Lifespan, 820. Inheritance points, 3,350. Family members, 10,000, including descendants with spiritual roots, 47. Main quest, the family's development requires territory and resources. Conquer the origin spirit county and occupy the spiritual vein mine. Side quest, solve the difficulties on the alternative path. Family reputation, 3,100, moderate reputation in a small place. Achievements, family head, renowned in the origin spirit. I already have so much reputation. Convert reputation. Ding. Conversion successful, obtain 310 inheritance points. The next reputation conversion will automatically occur every 10,000 points. Note, it does not affect the total reputation value. Looking at the 310 inheritance points he had obtained, along with the existing 3,660 points, it would be enough to exchange for a foundation establishment secret manual. Even if he exchanged all of them for formation cultivation, he could advance to the 3rd stage formation master and then die from his own formation, draining his cultivation during deployment. Upgrade Pure Yang Technique. Ding, 2,000 inheritance points deducted successfully. Pure Yang Technique, Celestial Human Chapter deduced. Next upgrade requires 10,000 inheritance points. Seeing that the next stage of martial arts required 10,000 inheritance points, Chen Feng almost couldn't catch his breath. It could have been directly obtained, but instead, it gave him the follow-up cultivation method for Purying technique. A familiar feeling arose, and some information appeared in his mind. And, the system still had a benefit. Exchanging techniques or upgrading techniques didn't require one to slowly comprehend them. Instead, it was a direct enlightenment, only lacking in helping with cultivation. After comprehending it, Chen Feng immediately wrote down the contents of the Celestial Human chapter. Koa, this is the realm after Grand Master, Celestial Human. After handing over the scroll to Chen Koa, the latter visibly trembled and looked at Chen Feng with red eyes. Father, is there really a method for Celestial Human? The Celestial Human realm truly exists, ha ha ha. Chen Koa burst into hearty laughter. He had reached the peak of Grand Master 10 years ago, but his cultivation had not advanced at all. Without a follow-up method, he could only stay in place. When Chen Feng proposed to him that the realm after Grand Master be named Celestial Human, it was as if he had found a path. For 10 years, he had been researching the so-called Celestial Human. Finally, heaven does not disappoint those with determination. Just when he was about to go crazy because of this matter, the method for Celestial Human appeared. He was filled with joy and choked with gratitude as he thanked Chen Feng. Father, thank you. What are you thanking me for? This is for the future of our Chen family. A robust man in his 70s threw himself into Chen Feng's arms like a child, choking up. Father, you have sacrificed too much for us. Chen Koa's eyes were already red. Although he had not stepped into the realm of Celestial Human, with his strong martial arts talent, he unexpectedly gained some understanding of Celestial Human and could clearly sense Chen Feng's cultivation, without any concealment. For 10 years, his cultivation had only made a slight progress. In his impression, his father was a monster, a genius. How could it be possible for him to make no progress in 10 years? It was all because of his own efforts, as well as the blood, sweat, and tears he shed for himself and his descendants, to continue forging a new path. Thinking of this, Chen Feng's figure became even taller in his heart. All along, it was his father who led them forward. As his children, Chen Koa was filled with self-blame, but Chen Feng seemed to understand his thoughts and placed his hand on his head. Like returning to childhood, Chen Feng affectionately comforted the child who was covered in bruises from falling. As long as I'm here, I will always shelter you from wind and rain, silly child. Father. During these 10 years, Chen Feng had indeed worked hard. For the sake of his descendants, the whole family had worked tirelessly, never stopping, and he didn't even touch cultivation, relying solely on the feedback from his descendants. But it was not in this direction, but for a more long-term plan. On average, he accepted the embraces of fairies every year, and the first generation of more than 100 people didn't know how many times. All right, you're all grown up and still crying in your father's arms. If others see, they'll laugh at you. Who dares? Chen Koa stood up as if his tail had been stepped on. Chen Feng smiled faintly. After so many years, his first generation of descendants were still like children in front of him. Well, as long as he was alive, no matter how many years had passed, they would still be his children. And he was the towering tree that sheltered them. After handing over the Celestial Human chapter to Chen Koa, Chen Feng silently left the place. On the way, he strolled around the Chen clan as it was now. The territory has expanded by more than double, with over 1 million mortals under its command, controlling more than 10 mortal towns and possessing over 20,000 acres of spiritual fields. Chen Family Inn has flourished and become the unrivaled top inn in the surrounding counties. At the same time, Chen Feng gave orders to find a feng shui treasure land and started cultivating spiritual materials. Afterwards, Chen Feng returned to the cultivation room. With 100 years of cultivation, Chen Feng was able to refine the Sea of Bitterness 25 times, approaching the mid-stage of foundation building. With each refinement of the Sea of Bitterness, the cultivation of the foundation building realm would increase slightly, becoming purer. After refining it 81 times, it would reach the peak of foundation building. Now it was time to prepare for the breakthrough to the gold core stage. In addition, after 100 years of casual cultivation of skills, Chen Feng pondered for a moment and added them to the art of refining. Becoming a late-stage refiner, Chen Feng was capable of refining low to mid-grade law weapons. However, Chen Feng had no interest in being a blacksmith. Why bother? His delicate wife wouldn't touch it, so why would he go touch a pile of iron? Therefore, Chen Feng summoned 5 young people with spiritual roots from outside. Their spiritual roots were not very strong, and the best among them only had 4 spiritual roots. Even with the Chen family's full support, the highest they could achieve was barely entering the second stage of qi refining. However, this made them very grateful to the Chen family. They had long regarded themselves as part of the Chen family and saw Chen Feng as their idol. But being supported like this for a long time made them feel uncomfortable. They wanted to take on tasks, but their strength was too weak, and they were not allowed to do certain things because they were too young. This made them very frustrated, as they wanted to do something for the family. Finally, they were summoned by Chen Feng, which surprised and delighted them. At the moment they saw Chen Feng, the young people were so excited that they danced with joy. What could be more exciting than facing their idol directly? I have a task that can benefit the entire family. Are you interested? Chen Feng really wanted to say, I have a blacksmithing technique here, are you interested? But it felt strange to say it that way. It lacked a certain level of sophistication and didn't fit the overall atmosphere. So, Chen Feng changed his approach and left the young people stunned. I'm willing. I'm also willing. And so, the seeds of blacksmiths, oh no, master refiners, were planted. Over the course of the year, Chen Feng personally taught them about refining knowledge, fire control techniques, and martial arts. After all, blacksmithing was a physically demanding job. Under Chen Feng's careful guidance, the 5 of them worked together to create their first low-grade law weapon. This made Chen Feng very excited, and he praised them greatly. From then on, the 5 young people officially embarked on the path of refining. In the same year, the family established a refining pavilion, and the 5 became elders in it. Just as the refining work was in full swing, there was an unexpected event. Chen Wuji found Chen Feng, who was sweating and strengthening his red body. As soon as they met, he had a serious expression and said directly, "My true essence is complete, I can break through to the foundation building stage." Chen Feng's face also lit up upon hearing this. As his good son-in-law, Chen Wuji's breakthrough to the foundation building stage was a great thing for the family. With a foundation building expert in the family, along with the golden light array, they would be much more at ease when going out to handle matters. Ding, side mission released, help Chen Wuji successfully achieve foundation building and increase the family's combat power. Reward, longevity true qi. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Longevity true qi seemed to be very valuable. Even without the reward, he would still help to the best of his ability. Exchange, foundation building pill. 200 inheritance points deducted successfully. Chen Feng held the pill in his hand and glanced at Chen Wuji, who was adjusting his breath while meditating. Take it. Chen Feng casually threw the foundation building pill over, as if it were something worthless. Chen Wuji took it and his pupils trembled slightly. This is. He couldn't believe it. The color and aura of the pill were exactly the same as the foundation building pill he had seen when he was still in the Immortal sect. Family head, you. Don't say anything. This is what I promised you. Focus on adjusting and breaking through successfully. Chen Wuji closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Without saying a word, he immediately put the foundation building pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Chen Feng silently arranged 100 medium-grade spirit stones and absorbed the spiritual energy within them as the surrounding spiritual energy was depleted. In this way, it took a day to adjust and prepare. Then, Chen Wuji's aura soared, and spiritual energy rushed through his limbs and bones. His true essence was continuously compressed and refined, and the burden on his organs gradually increased. Sweat beads began to appear on his forehead, and he felt as if he had been hollowed out. His breath also started to fluctuate. Just as Chen Feng was about to go forward to check, a burst of energy suddenly erupted from within Chen Wuji, greatly replenishing the deficiency. His complexion also improved, and his breath began to stabilize. Chen Feng silently watched this process, and time seemed to stretch. Another day passed, and Chen Wuji had completed the sublimation of his organs, and his true essence had been refined. Condense, sea shattering. Kahai City, the mana was successfully refined once. This meant that Chen Wuji had completely stepped into the foundation building stage. Don't be distracted. Use the spiritual energy in the spirit stones to expand the Kahai City and replenish your mana. Chen Feng's reminder sounded in his ears. Chen Wuji looked inwardly and found that his mana was insufficient. This process lasted for half a day. Chen Feng picked up the unused spirit stones and patted Chen Wuji, who had exited his cultivation state, with a smile. Fellow Daoist Wuji, congratulations. Chen Wuji's eyelids twitched at the words and he quickly made the classic hand gesture of gratitude. Family head, please don't say that. Without your help, I wouldn't have come this far. After saying that, Chen Wuji immediately kowtowed, his emotions somewhat excited. Since I started pursuing the path of immortality, only the family head has supported me wholeheartedly, even marrying Ziyun to me. I have no way to repay you. In this life, I, Wuji, am a member of the Chen family. In death, I am a ghost of the Chen family. If I betray you, let the Dao Heart Devil Seed and the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder strike me. No need for that, it's too serious. Seeing Chen Wuji make such a solemn vow, Chen Feng was also startled and quickly helped him up. This was also Chen Wuji's way of expressing his loyalty. If you treat me like this, I will wholeheartedly treat you. I will be loyal to you even in death? Chen Feng nodded inwardly. He hadn't misjudged him. However, Chen Feng did not hold a foundation building banquet for Chen Wuji, only informing a small number of people. There was no other reason, it was not appropriate to spread rumors. Proceed with caution, do things steadily. A cautious approach will lead to long-term success. As long as we manage well, we will have a remarkable achievement in the future. It should be noted that the current main mission is to take control of the entire Origin Spirit County. The 3 major families all have foundation building experts within their families. As for whether it is one or multiple, there is no way to know. Chen Feng calculated in his heart, but for now, he focused on his development. In the cultivation room, Chen Feng was adapting to the longevity true qi. Even his lifespan had increased by 300 years, living longer than most gold core cultivators. Moreover, the longevity true qi had many uses. Apart from lacking offensive power, it was almost omnipotent in other aspects. Adding some longevity true qi to formations could make them more stable and smooth. Furthermore, his self-healing ability had also greatly improved. Interesting. Chen Feng could clearly feel that the wood attribute in his 5 elements spiritual roots had greatly strengthened. Time passed silently. In Origin Spirit County, the Chen family had become a prominent force. Their reputation had spread to the surrounding counties, attracting many independent cultivators to join. Chen Feng did not reject these people. After testing their character, he hired them as responsible personnel for various external affairs and as guards. Many of the Chen family's descendants had left Origin Spirit County and displayed their talents in other counties. Chen Feng also attached great importance to the education of the next generation. This was also one of the clan's strategies. I want both quantity and quality. The second batch of descendants with spiritual roots had already left the Chen family and started their own experiences in various places. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand wind and rain. Only by experiencing and exploring this cruel cultivation world can one truly value strength and strive for improvement. Chen Ruoxi had already broken through to the 3rd stage of qi refining. The advantage of her heavenly spiritual roots was fully displayed. In just 3 years of cultivation, she had achieved such success. It should be noted that when Chen Feng first started cultivating, it took him a year to reach the 1st stage of qi refining. As for progressing from the 1st stage to the 3rd stage, it took a full 15 years. However, Chen Feng did not always protect her. He often encouraged her to go out and punish evil. Ding! Congratulations, host. 50 descendants with spiritual roots have broken through. Reward, Art of the Bedchamber, a growth-type spiritual plant *1, 1000 Jade Pill Formula *1, 100 years of pure cultivation, 1000 inheritance points. Finally, I have taken this small step. Chen Feng's face was filled with joy. Looking at Ding Shi, his eyes were full of tenderness. You've worked hard. It's not hard. As long as my husband likes it, what's the problem with having 10 or 8 chubby children? Ding Shi had married into the Chen family 5 years ago and had already given birth to 2 sons for Chen Feng. Ha ha ha, how can that be? Madam's cultivation cannot be delayed either. Chen Feng stroked her hair, showing their affection. Claim the reward. After spending some time with Ding Shi, Chen Feng came to a secluded place. When he saw the system reward, Art of the Bedchamber, his heart skipped a beat. It was indeed thoughtful. Tailor-made? If it wasn't for the sake of expanding the human race, would he need these? Of course, if there were any, it wouldn't be a problem either. Chen Feng was very satisfied as he learned about the characteristics of the Art of the Bedchamber, which emphasized the harmony of yin and yang and was beneficial to the cultivation of both parties. Moreover, it increased the chances of conception and the probability of giving birth to descendants with spiritual roots. Chen Feng was very pleased with this. Then, he turned his gaze to the spiritual plant. A seedling with various shapes and each leaf on top was different, each with its own characteristics. Curiously, Chen Feng examined it. The spiritual plant was called the 1000 Jade Cypress Tree. As long as the conditions allowed, it could continue to grow and produce spiritual energy, increasing its concentration. More importantly, during its adult stage, each leaf of the 1000 Jade Cypress Tree had different characteristics. It is simply the best choice for the foundation of the family for thousands of years, a spiritual plant with unlimited growth potential that can produce spiritual energy. In terms of wealth and companionship, it is indispensable. Why do cultivators build cities and sects in places with spiritual veins? It's all for a better environment and richer spiritual energy. With good resources, the starting point is different. While others cultivate for a day, you can cultivate for dozens of days. The gap will only grow larger. That's why those big families are not worried about being surpassed by others. Tell me, what do you have to catch up with us? The environment and legacy we have created for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, what do you have to compare with? This is also Chen Feng's goal, to create a terrifying legacy for his descendants, surpassing everyone and every force. Receive cultivation. 25 turns, 26 turns. Mid-foundation building, 41 turns. It continued until the 41st turn before slowly stopping. Now, the high-level combat power in the family can already be on par with any family in Origin Spirit County. Exchange, 500 years of alchemy experience. Swipe. Countless memories and information flooded into his mind, and the fire spirit root and wood spirit root in his body were pulsating and shining. After 2 hours of continuous absorption, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, completely sorting out the information and reaching the peak of a second-tier alchemist. The wood spirit pill actually has such a wonderful use. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. This thing not only has an effect on nurturing spiritual roots, but also assists in the cultivation of wood spirit roots. If it were a single wood spirit root, with enough wood spirit pills, cultivation could progress rapidly. Thinking of this, Chen Feng felt a bit regretful. His only descendant with a natural spirit root, Chen Ruoxi, has a fire spirit root. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before a foundation-building cultivator would appear. In the backyard of his courtyard, Chen Feng planted 1,000 cypress spirit trees. Similarly, Chen Feng walked out of the mansion. Myriad Treasures Trading Firm. Seeing the shopkeeper rushing out to greet him, Chen Feng didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. I want an alchemy furnace, the higher the grade, the better. Without saying a word, the shopkeeper took out a small furnace from his storage ring. It was white, with various medicinal herbs depicted on it, each with a different shape and emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. A mid-grade second-tier medicine cauldron, 100 herbs cauldron. Since it's for the Chen family, I'll sell it cheaply for 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is a few hundred spirit stones more expensive than the purchase price. This is also my maximum authority. The shopkeeper's face, full of flesh, trembled as he spoke, gritting his teeth. Thank you. Chen Feng didn't haggle. Although the shopkeeper of Myriad Treasures trading firm was only interested in profit, he was also trustworthy. 70,000 low-grade spirit stones were not cheap. The foundation building pill that all chi refining cultivators coveted cost around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. And a small medicine cauldron actually cost 70,000, a sky-high price. Chen Feng put away the medicine cauldron and took out a storage bag, handing it to the shopkeeper. Inside, there were 75,000 low-grade spirit stones lying quietly. What is this for, Lord Chen? The shopkeeper's body shook when he saw the spirit stones inside. He didn't understand why Chen Feng did this. Just accept it, shopkeeper. I may need your help in the future. Chen Feng smiled. It's not good to always owe favors, especially since he still had something to ask of the shopkeeper. In that case, I'll accept it. If there's anything Lord Chen needs in the future, feel free to come find me. The shopkeeper is also a straightforward person. After receiving the storage bag, he patted his chest and guaranteed. Chen Feng had already stepped out of the trading firm's gate when he heard the shopkeeper's words. He said in a deep voice, since that's the case, I do have a favor to ask of the shopkeeper. Please keep an eye out for second-tier or higher alchemy furnaces for me in the future. I have a great use for them. After saying these words, Chen Feng disappeared before the shopkeeper's eyes. The shopkeeper of Myriad Treasures trading firm watched Chen Feng's departing figure and couldn't help but think about something. His expression kept changing. Well, if you take someone's money, you can't just sit idle. Fulla, go send a message to the headquarters in the southern region. Back at home, Chen Feng couldn't wait to open the medicine cauldron and take out various medicinal ingredients. This is Tianfuzi, Daixinko. Looking at the familiar herbs that he touched, and being familiar with their medicinal properties. After organizing everything, flames ignited beneath the pill furnace. After preheating, the various medicinal ingredients were melted separately. The process went smoothly, and in just half an hour, the first batch of wooden spirit pills was born. There were 7 in total. Technically, the wooden spirit pill could only be considered a first-tier pill, and it was quite simple. However, this was Chen Feng's first attempt, and he successfully produced 7 pills in the first batch. This was a good result, as most alchemists could only guarantee 5 or more pills in a batch, which was already considered quite good. After collecting the pills, Chen Feng continued to refine them, becoming more and more proficient, and the time required became shorter and shorter. In this way, he worked tirelessly until nightfall. Only then did Chen Feng feel a wave of fatigue and decided to stop. Let me test the effect. Without resting, he hurriedly went to the root of the 1,000 cypress tree. Looking at the spirit plant that had already taken root and had its roots expanding infinitely downward, he nodded. The vitality was still very strong. Chen Feng's heart moved, and he placed the wooden spirit pills in front of the 1,000 cypress tree. In an instant, just like hot oil meeting fire, the wooden spirit pills flashed with light and quickly withered. What was expected was the 1,000 cypress tree, which gently swayed its branches as if expressing gratitude and longing. Chen Feng didn't hold back and poured all the pills he had made that day, dozens of them, in front of the 1,000 cypress tree. The 1,000 cypress tree swayed even more violently, and light radiated from all around, visible to the naked eye. The 1,000 cypress tree was slowly growing, from about 1 meter at the beginning to a crazy climb of 2 meters, and it still didn't stop. The trunk also became thicker, and the leaves became denser, with fine patterns appearing on them. Upon closer inspection, these patterns actually formed a series of runes. In this way, the changes continued for more than 3 hours until all the wooden spirit pills on the ground were completely consumed. The 1,000 cypress tree in front of him had grown to a height of 10 meters, with lush branches and leaves. Chen Feng couldn't tell how much these wooden spirit pills had increased its age, but he knew one thing. The concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings had increased by 40%. It was unknown how many people would be shocked by this news. If people were to find out that the Chen family had such a plant, even the gold core families would be tempted to snatch it. They would cultivate it and leave it for future generations. Chen Feng also realized the seriousness of this matter and immediately set up a formation to envelop the overflowing spiritual energy. He imprisoned it within the Chen family's courtyard. Every cultivator in the Chen family could feel this change. It seems that the spiritual energy has become denser. Chen Chuling was surprised to find that the concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings had increased significantly. Now, 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 1.5 days before. Master, you are becoming more and more mysterious. Chen Wuji looked into the courtyard of Chen Feng and muttered to himself. He certainly knew where all these changes came from. The spiritual energy spread from Chen Feng's yard, which was the central area. Although he didn't know what methods Chen Feng used, it was good for everyone. Spread my command. From today onwards, the pill tower is established. Chen Feng summoned the entire clan and established the pill tower. He selected 7 qualified cultivators from the descendants of the clan members as alchemy apprentices. From today onwards, you are the 7 elders of my Chen family's pill tower. Chen Feng looked at his descendants, the lowest cultivation level being only at the 2nd stage of qi refining, and the highest being at the 4th stage. But these were not the focus. Once they became members of the Pill Tower, Chen Feng would personally train and cultivate them. In this way, Chen Feng taught them the basics of alchemy for a year. After each person could independently refine a first-grade pill, Chen Feng let them try and make mistakes on their own. As for Chen Wuji, he was kicked out by Chen Feng to teach the cultivators. In the newly expanded mansion of the Chen family, he opened a school. Chen Kuo opened the Martial Pavilion. All clan members above the Grand Master level became members of the Martial Pavilion, totaling more than 1,000 people. This was also the most terrifying blade in the family. Although there were many members, it was also the most mysterious pavilion. Each person inside was bound by a vow of silence. After steady development for 4 years, the Pill Tower could barely refine the wooden spirit pill, and the refining pavilion could easily forge a low-grade law weapon. Boom! While Chen Feng was in battle, his blood and qi suddenly shook, and his martial energy surged. His wife, who was lying on the bed like a pile of mud, couldn't hold on for long and started begging for mercy, raising a white flag. After Chen Feng stopped, he looked towards the martial pavilion, his eyes shining. He succeeded. After bidding farewell to his wife, Chen Feng quickly went to the martial pavilion. As soon as he stepped in, he felt an extremely powerful blood and qi, like a humanoid beast, extremely terrifying. Father, Chen Qiren was also there. As soon as Chen Feng stepped in, he was the first to notice and warmly greeted him. Chen Feng nodded and looked at his eldest son, who had greatly increased his lifespan, feeling relieved. Grandfather, great-grandfather. All pairs of eyes looked over, respectfully and warmly calling out to Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised his hand to signal that it was enough, then turned his gaze to Chen Kuo, who was adjusting his blood and qi in the center of the crowd. I succeeded, father. Chen Kuo felt someone approaching and excitedly spoke. He resembled a 300-pound chubby boy. It's good that you succeeded, but don't be complacent. The path after celestial human is still long. Chen Feng looked at his third son, who had a completely new appearance, as if he had returned to the time when he was just starting out. Apart from his more resolute appearance, he was still young and terrifying. This meant that his lifespan had also been greatly extended, which meant that celestial human and foundation building had the same lifespan. Yes, father, I understand. Chen Feng swallowed his saliva and looked around with a serious expression. This matter must be kept secret. Even if we die, we cannot reveal it or let it be discovered. This is the most important trump card for the rise of our family. Understood. The clan members all nodded in unison, their expressions extremely serious. They were also aware of the seriousness of this matter, a method that could give ordinary people the power of transcendence. This should be released, no matter whose dog's brain it must be beaten out. Furthermore, those who can enter the martial pavilion are extremely loyal to the Chen family, and there are no parasites. Chen Feng nodded silently and took out a few second-grade qi and blood pills from his pocket, handing them to Chen Kuo and giving a few instructions. After encouraging everyone a few more words, he left the spot. Otherwise, staying here would only add pressure to these young people. This is not good. Just as Chen Feng was thinking about whether to make more efforts, an envelope was handed to him. Chen Family Master's personal letter. I am from the Southern Branch headquarters of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. We have already learned about your intentions. In 1 month, we will hold a large auction in South Chu City, where you can find what you need, as well as some rare treasures. Southern Branch headquarters. Chen Feng read it carefully and muttered. The Great Chu dynasty is divided into 4 domains, the Central Chu domain, the Southern domain, the Thousand Ming domain, and the Cloud Lake domain. Except for the Central Chu domain, the other 3 domains are autonomous territories of aristocratic families. The Great Chu royal family also sends people to govern, similar to a prefecture. South Chu City is the center of the entire southern domain, the most prosperous and bustling area, and also the place where the forces in the southern domain are most intertwined, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng realized that there was nothing to worry about on the family side. Going to the southern domain to have a look, a 3rd grade or higher alchemy cauldron is a necessity. Even if it is not needed now, it will definitely be needed in the future, so it is better to be prepared. After settling down, Chen Feng first arranged things for the high-level members of the family, and then wrote a letter to Xiaojiao. In case something happens in the clan during his absence, he wanted her to lend a hand. 3 days later, Xiaojiao unexpectedly came. Mother-in-law, there's no need for this. I only need your help in case of emergencies. Chen Feng hadn't finished speaking when she interrupted him. I'm not here to talk about this. I'm here to tell you that I'm also going to South Chu City. 20 years had passed, and Xiaojiao's appearance remained unchanged, but her temperament had become even colder. However, when facing her good son-in-law, she couldn't help but drop her guard. You're going to? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised and looked at Xiaojiao. What about Shuer? Are you going to leave her alone in Huaxian? Xiaojiao glared at him with some annoyance. Don't provoke my daughter. She has been running to you all these years. What? Do you want to take both sisters as your own? Xiaojiao's words were extremely straightforward, instantly silencing Chen Feng. It even made him feel a bit breathless. This mother-in-law was so fierce, she dared to say anything. Chen Feng silently shifted his gaze away and didn't meet her eyes. Humph, you brat. Seeing Chen Feng's appearance, Xiaojiao let out a cold snort. Everyone knew Chen Feng's feelings, and she didn't want to say much either. After 20 years of development, the two families had become very close, and Xiaojiao could see her youngest daughter's thoughts. She also had some resentment towards Chen Feng, who had deceived her eldest daughter from her hands and now wanted to extend his thieving hands further. This made her sigh slightly, regretting her decision back then. Cough cough, mother-in-law, you're going too far. Let's talk about the matter of South Chu City. Chen Feng quickly changed the subject. If Xiaojiao continued to argue about this issue, he would be torn apart. How dare I take on such a role? Of course, I dare to take on any role. Chen Feng let out a breath and looked at Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao didn't delve deep into this question and slowly said, I'm going to South Chu City this time to attend an auction. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised that it would be such a coincidence. Madam Yu, are you going to attend the auction of Myriad Treasures trading firm? Chen Feng asked tentatively, seeing Xiaojiao nodding. Chen Feng frowned. Carefully sensing Xiaojiao's aura, it was much more elusive than before and even more difficult to grasp. Chen Feng had a bold guess and directly said, Madam Yu must have refined the pill 81 times, perfecting her cultivation, and is going to bid for the Gathering Peak pill, right? Xiaojiao didn't hide it either and nodded, that's right. Indeed. Chen Feng nodded secretly. In 20 years, it was likely that his shrewd mother-in-law had already perfected her cultivation, only lacking a breakthrough. And the Gathering Peak pill was the key pill for breaking through from foundation building to gold core, increasing the probability of forming a core by nearly 50%. This was the dream of countless foundation building cultivators. Without the assistance of pills, breaking through to gold core was an extremely dangerous thing. If one failed to break through to gold core, they would at least not die if they had already broken through to qi refining. But breaking through from foundation building to gold core was different. The three flowers must gather perfectly, and there could be no mistakes in forming the core. Otherwise, they would become disabled at best, and their souls would scatter at worst. With the assistance of pills, it would be relatively easier. As long as their aptitude and perseverance were not too poor, they would generally not fail. Chen Feng thought about the price of the Gathering Peak pill and furrowed his brows slightly. It would cost at least 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even if the Xia family had occupied the spiritual veins for so long, they couldn't mine that many spirit stones. After all, at least a first-grade spiritual vein could only produce tens of thousands of spirit stones in a year, and if they mined too much, the spiritual vein would be scrapped. So, how many spirit stones have you prepared? Chen Feng asked Xiaojiao. For Chen Feng, Xiaojiao breaking through to gold core was more beneficial than harmful. After all, her two daughters were almost in his hands. Not to mention that there were several nephews as well. Xiaojiao had been very good to them in recent years. After breaking through to gold core, she would also revolve around the Chen family. But the problem was, could Chen Feng control her? If she turned the tables and forced the Chen family to take the Xia surname, what would happen? Although the Chen family had developed rapidly in recent years, with nearly 100 cultivators in the clan, there were 3 with foundation building strength. This was a terrifying force in the outside world, but for a gold core cultivator, they could be easily wiped out with a snap of their fingers. After thinking for a moment and seeing Xiaojiao not speaking, Chen Feng said, if there aren't enough spirit stones, I can provide some assistance. Xiaojiao stared at Chen Feng's eyes as if trying to see something. After a while, she said, I have prepared about 1,100,000, which is all my possessions. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, that's fine. If it's not enough, I'll cover the rest. He said this after careful consideration. After all, she was his mother-in-law. He also had over 1,000,000 spirit stones in his hands. Even if he didn't make a move, there was a high probability of winning. Why not do this favor? Xiaojiao looked deeply at Chen Feng and made a soft sound. Then, she looked at Chen Feng and asked, what are you going to do in South Chu City? Are you just going to take a look at the so-called prosperity? I'm also going for the auction. I want to buy a third-grade pill cauldron, Chen Feng replied. A third-grade pill cauldron. Madame Xia looked at Chen Feng and sized him up. I know you are an alchemist, but with only foundation building cultivation, do you really need a third-grade pill cauldron? Even Xiaojiao, an outer disciple, knows the distinction of pill cauldrons. A third-grade pill cauldron is something only a master alchemist would need. Isn't it a waste for Chen Feng to buy such a thing? Moreover, the most direct requirement to become a third-grade alchemist is to become a gold core cultivator. And Chen Feng, it's not that Xiaojiao doesn't believe in him, but as a foundation-building cultivator, isn't he aiming too high? Just as she was about to speak up and advise against wasting money, Chen Feng didn't say anything, but simply took out a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Xiaojiao, gesturing for her to open and take a look. What is this? Xiaojiao took it and glanced at Chen Feng with some doubt in her eyes. After opening it, she took a breath and her pupils contracted, all of which Chen Feng observed clearly. Phew. Xiaojiao closed her eyes and let out a deep breath. 10 foundation building pills, how did you get them? Xiaojiao's face showed both curiosity and excitement. I made them. After Chen Feng finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Xiaojiao took a while to recover and placed the foundation building pills in Chen Feng's hand. Her tone also changed, becoming softer. Good son-in-law, you've been hiding quite well. Xiaojiao couldn't hide her excitement in her eyes. As someone over 100 years old, she hadn't been this surprised in a long time. The main reason was that Chen Feng was able to refine foundation building pills, a second-grade pill that was extremely difficult to refine. Every alchemist is a treasure for a power, and they are sought after by various forces. A family with an alchemist in their ranks would find it difficult not to become wealthy and powerful. This is why Xiaojiao allowed Xia Shuer to frequently run to Chen Feng's side. However, she only thought of Chen Feng as a first-grade artifact refiner. The surprise he brought her now was too great. Her emotions were a bit unstable for a moment, and she looked at Chen Feng with a complex expression. Chen Feng grinned and said, "It's just that my mother-in-law didn't know. Do you think I have the qualifications to own a third-grade pill furnace now?" Xiaojiao was startled and couldn't control herself, slapping the table with one hand. "Yes, even if I don't refine my peak-gathering pill, I will get you a pill furnace." "You're exaggerating, mother-in-law," Chen Feng replied. By revealing his identity as a second-grade alchemist, he wanted to add another layer of restraint to Xiaojiao and make her value him more. Even after breaking through to the gold core stage in the future, the chances of him leaving would be very low. Of course, it was also possible for her to capture Chen Feng and sell him to some major forces. But no one would be foolish enough to do that. "In that case, I'll come to pick you up in half a month, and we'll go to South Chu City together." In the past, Chen Feng could go wherever he wanted, even if he died outside, it wouldn't matter much. But now it was different. Chen Feng's status had risen countless levels in her heart. Traveling with Chen Feng was also a way to take care of his safety. After seeing Xiaojiao off and watching Xia Shuer, who was still smiling sweetly at him, Chen Feng's mouth twitched. "All right, we don't have to hide anymore, we can be open and honest now." Chen Feng took a deep breath and took Xia Shuer to meet her sister. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. After counting all the spirit stones in the house, there were a total of 415,000 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting the 5,000 left for the family's expenses, the rest were taken away. This was the entire fortune of the Chen family since its establishment. Counting the spiritual stones, Chen Feng felt a wave of unworthiness. After working hard for so long, he only earned this few spiritual stones. He could easily spend tens of thousands to buy medicinal materials and refine foundation building pills, surpassing his savings of 100 years. Half of these were donated by kind-hearted people. When he thought about it, it was such an ironic situation. However, after the expansion of the alchemy hall, the family's finances would also increase several times through the sale of pills. Chen Feng looked towards the center of origin Spirit County, where the only spiritual vein in the county existed. After this trip, it should belong to me as well. Chen Feng thought to himself, knowing that the family's foundation would become much richer with the addition of the spiritual vein. Side mission announcement, Hidden Currents Surge, Li Kun of the Li family is preparing to break through to the later stage of foundation building. The family has given birth to its second foundation building cultivator, vowing to avenge the shame of the past. Just as Chen Feng and Xiaojiao set foot on the road to South Chu City, a system prompt sounded in his mind. "Ha, the Li family." Chen Feng shook his head inwardly, knowing that he was no longer a match for them. He had left them alone for so many years, partly because he was afraid of their retaliation before they died, and partly to prevent the other two major families in Origin Spirit County from feeling threatened. It would be detrimental to him if they joined forces against him. So he hid his edge, waiting for the right moment to make a stunning move. However, Li Kun's promotion to the later stage of foundation building was indeed troublesome. Fortunately, even if he broke through, he wouldn't be able to enter the Chen family's territory. Moreover, the family still had two foundation building experts. The problem wasn't too big, and he didn't need to go back for the time being. As long as Kowu and Wuze were vigilant, it would be fine. Thinking of this, a leaf with crooked and twisted runes appeared in Chen Feng's hand. Go. Activating his mana, the leaf fluttered a few times in the air and disappeared from sight. What is this? Xiaojiao also noticed Chen Feng's little movement and looked at the fluttering leaf with curiosity. Just some tricks, don't worry about it, let's continue on our way. Chen Feng laughed and shrugged it off. Only he knew about the matter with the thousand cypress tree. After several years of cultivation, the thousand cypress tree had already reached several hundred years of age. Some of its leaves could be used. For example, the one just now could be used as a means of communication. It was truly amazing. Xiaojiao didn't pursue the matter either, as everyone had their own secrets. If one were to pry too much, wouldn't that be lacking in emotional intelligence? Half an hour later, in the clan, a small leaf transformed into a bird and landed in front of Chen Kowu. Who's there? Chen Kowu sensed something approaching and abruptly stopped his cultivation, glaring fiercely. It's me. Chen Feng's voice came from the bird that had transformed from the thousand cypress tree. Chen Kowu also felt his father's aura. His face showed surprise, looking at the little bird like a curious baby. Father, what is this? His gaze was fixed on the little bird. Don't worry about it, it's just a little trick for communication. Chen Feng's words dispelled Chen Kowu's thoughts. He had thought that his father had cultivated something and transformed into this form. Listen to me. After giving many instructions, the leaf fluttered up again and flew towards the horizon. Chen Feng, who had already traveled 1/3 of the journey, received a message from Xian Bei. Among them, there was also a reply from Chen Kowu. It's truly amazing, Chen Feng exclaimed, putting away the communication leaf and continuing on his way. The Great Chu territory is indeed vast. My origin Spirit County is not too far from South Chu City, yet it took us 2 foundation building cultivators a whole day to travel only 1/3 of the distance. Xiaojiao gave him a disdainful look. That's not for certain. We are considered small in the southern region. The Imperial region is even more vast and prosperous. But I'm also waiting for your speed, otherwise I would have arrived in 2 days. Chen Feng rubbed his head and laughed. Xiaojiao was right. The difference in their cultivation levels was evident, and she had indeed slowed down her pace significantly, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to see her back. However, when Xiaojiao mentioned the Imperial region, Chen Feng asked, "Have you been to the Imperial region? What is it like there? Are there many powerful cultivators?" He was curious about what the Imperial region looked like. He had heard that foundation building cultivators were everywhere and gold core cultivators were as common as dogs. Xiaojiao seemed to be lost in distant memories and ultimately shook her head without directly answering. It's not as terrifying as the rumors say. The talk about foundation building cultivators being everywhere and gold core cultivators being as common as dogs is nonsense. We don't have that many gold core cultivators in the entire Great Chu, but there are indeed many foundation building cultivators. The powerful and influential run rampant there. A single word could mean death. It's better for us not to set foot there in this lifetime. Chen Feng sensed the hidden emotions in Xiaojiao's words. She must have either been there before or come from there. Chen Feng's expression darkened, and he thought of many things for a moment. All sorts of melodramatic love and hate came to mind, like a destitute young man hiding with his royal wife, or a fallen noble's offspring fleeing to the south. After all, Xiaojiao's temperament was truly outstanding, like an elegant iceberg, not at all like someone from an ordinary family. Until now, Chen Feng had not seen her worry about cultivation techniques. Even Xiaojiao's cultivation technique was only half complete and extremely detailed. However, since Xiaojiao didn't want to bring it up, he let it go with the wind. Chen Feng also tactfully refrained from asking further. The two of them continued chatting aimlessly, gradually getting closer to South Chu City. Finally, when they reached the city gate, they let out a sigh of relief and looked at the flying boats in the sky, saying with resentment, "We must buy a flying boat in the future. Otherwise, traveling will be too exhausting." Xiaojiao didn't say anything. The two of them silently entered the city. As 2 foundation building cultivators, the guards at the city gate respectfully called them seniors and let them pass. After entering the city, the auction would begin in a few days. The two of them found an inn to stay in, but they felt a slightly awkward atmosphere upon arrival. Xiaojiao looked at the innkeeper's gaze as they checked in and felt that they were scrutinizing the two of them. Of course, this was because women are generally more sensitive than men. Just as Chen Feng was about to speak and arrange for 2 good rooms, a voice filled with envy came from the entrance. "Fellow deist is truly fortunate to have found such a stunning partner." At the door, a cultivator walked in, with 1 person on each side, and immediately looked at the elegant and cold Xiaojiao, and at her side was Chen Feng, who was preparing to book a room. This made the atmosphere awkward once again. Chen Feng looked at the newcomer and his mouth twitched, afraid that he would say something outrageous. He quickly said to the innkeeper, "Innkeeper, give me 2 top-grade rooms." The innkeeper looked at the two of them with some surprise and quickly arranged it. "Oh, it seems fellow deist hasn't conquered this icy beauty yet, so I get lost." Chen Feng released his aura and turned his cold eyes to the newcomer. "What the hell?" Xiaojiao was about to speak, but seeing Chen Feng's reaction, she remained silent, which further improved Chen Feng's impression in her eyes. That cultivator is only at the early stage of foundation building, clearly a wastrel, with 2 women in his arms who are only at the qi refining stage. They can't withstand Chen Feng's oppressive aura. Seeing Chen Feng's reprimand, his face originally showed displeasure. He was about to say a few words, but unexpectedly, an even more terrifying pressure came from Xiaojiao. His expression changed, and he walked away in annoyance. "Humph, what do I care? Women are strong, men are weak, no wonder." After he left, these words floated lightly, and a few mocking voices slowly came in. Xiaojiao was about to explode on the spot. Judging from the killing intent emanating from her, she probably wanted to kill that man. Fortunately, Chen Feng stopped her in time and comforted her with a few words. After scolding Xiaojiao a couple of times, her emotions finally stabilized. After settling in, Chen Feng lay quietly on the soft bed. The rooms here are all equipped with soundproofing and feedback arrays, with extremely high secrecy. It is worth mentioning that the concentration of spiritual energy here is more than 6 times that of Origin Spirit County. There is even a 4th-grade spiritual vein in the city, so there are many cultivators in this favorable environment. Even ordinary people can live here without illness or disaster, and live several more years. For a moment, Chen Feng had the impulse to settle down here. But impulse is just impulse. He is far from qualified to bring his family to live in South Chu City. Just the foundation building families in the city are enough to give him a headache. Not to mention the gold core families, and even the nascent soul families. That would be truly terrifying. After resting for a while, Chen Feng knocked on Xiaojiao's door next door. Since they came together, even if they don't do things together, they should at least inform each other, right? "What's up?" Xiaojiao also regained her calmness and asked in a relatively calm tone. "Let's go shopping and see if we can find any treasures in the market here." Upon hearing Chen Feng say shopping, it only took a moment for Xiaojiao to appear in front of Chen Feng. She even changed her clothes, her long hair flowing, her beautiful cheeks showing an excited expression. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. Why did he come here to provoke this trouble? Indeed, even a cultivator like Xia Jiao can't resist the temptation of strolling around. In this way, Xia Jiao followed Chen Feng to the local market, where there was a huge crowd. Foundation building cultivators were everywhere, and they even saw several high-level gold core cultivators. Not bad. Xia Jiao nodded lightly and evaluated the market in front of her. She hadn't strolled around for many years, and now she finally arrived at a relatively large place. This made her restless genes unable to hold back, and Chen Feng was somewhat helpless. The two of them first picked and chose along the way. Chen Feng bought a bunch of ancient-looking rings, ancient and broken pottery jars, and other items. He still couldn't give up, hoping to find an old man or a legendary inheritance. Like a beautiful master taking me to fly, showing off all the way and entering the immortal realm. Anyway, these things are worthless. Even if they don't exist, then they don't. Xia Jiao, on the other hand, bought a bunch of law weapon jewelry, which were expensive but affordable. Mainly because Chen Feng's goal this time was to sell off his stock of pills. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiao dared to buy these miscellaneous items. After strolling around for a while, they then entered the local business and inquired about the purchase prices of foundation building pills and other elixirs. After asking, the purchase price for one pill was 90,000, 20,000 for qi and blood pills, and 10,000 for spiritual energy pills. Chen Feng silently walked out. There is definitely no shortage of elixirs here, and the foundation building pill is not a rare item, not to mention the qi and blood pill. Each one can earn a few thousand or even tens of thousands. Who can resist that? Taking out a small stall from the storage ring, Chen Feng set it up in an empty space in the market. Selling foundation building pills, cheap clearance sale, 95,000 each. Chen Feng didn't want to sell at full price either. The price in the trading firm was 100,000 each, so he chose a middle price. And so, a refined and elegant female cultivator and a boisterous and handsome young man formed a strange combination at the stall. At first, they attracted a lot of attention, but most people walked away silently after seeing the price. Are you sure these are genuine foundation building pills? At this moment, a slightly older cultivator walked over. They can be inspected. Chen Feng didn't hesitate and took out the foundation building pills to show him. However, the older cultivator had more experience due to his age. He carefully examined them for a while before speaking up. They are indeed genuine. But what about the price? Chen Feng glanced at him and said, have you seen the price in the trading firm? He was momentarily speechless and ended up buying 2 pills. After all, who wouldn't take advantage of a good deal? The trading firm was selling them for 5,000 spirit stones more. And so, the first sale was made, earning him 190,000 low-grade spirit stones. But the other party used medium-grade spirit stones for the transaction, a total of 19,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This saved Chen Feng the trouble of exchanging them. After all, he had too many low-grade spirit stones, and it was not convenient to carry them all. The storage ring had limited space. Aren't you going to attract customers? After receiving the money, Chen Feng looked at Xia Jiao, his intentions clear. Dream on. Xia Jiao turned her head arrogantly, her gaze fixed on the sky. Tisk. Chen Feng shrugged helplessly. He had just discovered that his cheap mother-in-law had its Sundara attribute. This was a major discovery. If he recorded it with a photographic stone and showed it to Xiaochuer and Shuer, tisk tisk, the scene would be simply beautiful. Thinking of this, Chen Feng almost couldn't hold back his smile. What are you laughing at? Xia Jiao also noticed and furrowed her brows, asking. She always felt that Chen Feng was looking at her intentionally or unintentionally. Nothing, I'm just happy about my first sale. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly, wearing an expression that said, why would I lie to you? Is that so? Xia Jiao looked at Chen Feng suspiciously, but he just kept nodding, as if saying, why would I lie to you? Could it be that I was mistaken? Xia Jiao thought to herself. The two of them continued to set up the stall for more than 3 hours before selling out all the foundation building pills. Then, they started selling spirit power pills and qi and blood pills. Finally, when Chen Feng was about to close the stall, someone from Myriad Treasures trading firm approached him. Origin Spirit County, Chen family's patriarch, Chen Feng. A person who seemed to be in charge looked at Chen Feng with an inquiring expression. Chen Feng furrowed his brows and thought, could it be that my stall is affecting their business and they've come to cause trouble? Seeing Chen Feng's expression, the person in charge knew that he had misunderstood. He then spoke up. Master Chen Feng, we are not here for the foundation building pills. Please don't misunderstand. Master Chen Feng. Chen Feng furrowed his brows even deeper and looked at the person in charge. Yes, I am in charge of the southern region branch of Myriad Treasures trading firm's headquarters. We noticed you when you came to Origin Spirit County to find a third-grade pill furnace. And when you started selling pills, it completely confirmed our speculation. That's why we came here, but I don't know. He didn't finish his sentence. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, no need, no need. I'm not an alchemist, just a pill peddler. After speaking, Chen Feng turned around and was about to slip away. Seeing this, the person in charge also became anxious and immediately spoke up. Master Chen Feng, please wait. This is not a bad thing. We can even give you a free pill furnace, just asking for a chance to cooperate. The commotion also attracted the people around, who gathered around. Damn it, am I hearing things right? This person is just a foundation building cultivator and yet he's called a master, and now they're talking about pill furnaces? Could it be? Upon hearing what the latter said, Chen Feng's footsteps paused, and his mind quickly turned, making a decision. What did you say? Seeing Chen Feng stop, the person in charge was delighted and continued, this is not the place to talk. With your esteemed status, Myriad Treasures trading firm is nearby. Please follow me to our VIP hall. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng looked at Xiaojiao and transmitted his voice, let's go with him for now and see what he can offer us. If I can reveal my identity as an alchemist and get the opportunity to directly purchase peak concentration pills, it would be worth it. And it doesn't seem like a bad thing right now. You decide on this matter, and I'll follow you. If there's any danger, I'll take you and escape. Xiaojiao's voice transmission expressed her attitude. Chen Feng also didn't intend to hide his identity as an alchemist. With this identity, things would be much simpler. In the cultivation world, the status of these craftsmen, alchemists, artifact refiners, etc., was quite high. They could all be treated across different levels. Especially alchemists, they were a necessity for every power, always in high demand. Therefore, the appearance of every alchemist was highly sought after. The two followed the people from Myriad Treasures trading firm and left, arriving at the magnificent building on the outskirts of the market. My name is Wan Yujin, you can call me whatever you like. Wan Yujin first stated his name, showing sincerity and a good attitude. Chen Feng nodded and thought to himself, it seems that there is fierce competition among the trading firms. May I ask if you are a second-level alchemist? Wan Yujin asked cautiously. Chen Feng smiled and didn't directly answer his question, so what if I am or I'm not? What can you bring to me, and what can I bring to you? Chen Feng's words entered Wan Yujin's ears, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Chen Feng seriously, Wan Yujin said, our trading firm has always valued talents, especially talented people like alchemists. Stop, it's impossible for me to join your trading firm. I have a big family to support, and I am the head of the family. Chen Feng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Understood. A hint of disappointment flashed in Wan Yujin's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal in an instant. However, Chen Feng still noticed it. But he didn't care about it. In that case, Master Chen Feng, if you can cooperate with our trading firm and sell a fixed amount of pills to us every year, we will buy them back at a slightly lower price than the market, and we can establish a long-term partnership. Our firm can also give you a free third-grade pill cauldron and purchase medicinal materials from you at a reasonable price. Chen Feng's expression paused slightly upon hearing this, as if weighing the pros and cons. What is the required amount each year? Ordinary second-grade pills should not be less than 30, foundation building pills should not be less than 5, or 10 foundation building pills. Is that all? Chen Feng was taken aback when he heard the request. As for foundation building pills, he had a very high success rate in refining them, producing 3 pills in a single furnace. If Master Chen feels that these tasks are too burdensome, we can reduce it to 20 ordinary pills, 3 foundation building pills, or 6 foundation building pills. Chen Feng was curious, is this the same condition for all cooperating alchemists like me? Yes, it's the same for everyone. Wan Yujin pondered for a moment and nodded in reply. This made Chen Feng even more puzzled. What is the success rate of those alchemists? Wan Yujin didn't understand why Chen Feng was asking this, but since he asked, he might as well answer. For ordinary second-grade pills, the success rate should be about 50%, and each furnace produces only 1 or 2 pills. For those proficient in pill refining, they can produce about 3 pills. As for elite pills like foundation building pills, it's even more difficult. A success rate of 10% is already considered good. Chen Feng's expression changed. These second-grade alchemists were really lacking in skill. Even second-grade alchemists would lose face if this got out. Seeing Chen Feng's unpleasant expression, Wan Yujin thought that these requirements were too harsh, so he gritted his teeth and continued, Master Chen, since you are a newly promoted second-grade alchemist, we can reduce the requirements for the first 10 years. You can produce as many pills as you can. Stop. Chen Feng rubbed his forehead. He had underestimated himself. Let's go with the first option then. 10 foundation building pills per year, right? What a joke. As a master with 500 years of alchemy experience, if it weren't for his insufficient cultivation, he could easily refine a furnace of third-grade pills on the spot and scare them to death. Sure enough, being confident was the way to go. What? Master Chen Feng, are you sure? Wan Yujin was surprised and looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. Chen Feng nodded, I'm sure. Let's go with the first plan, but I have one request. Hearing Chen Feng's confirmation, Wan Yujin was obviously excited. This was a great achievement for him and would definitely earn him rewards from the family. Hearing that Chen Feng had a request, he suppressed his joy and asked, I don't know what request Master Chen Feng has, but as long as it's within my abilities, feel free to ask. Wan Yujin wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. He quickly spoke up. It's nothing major, but I want to purchase a concentrated peak pill through internal channels, without participating in the auction. Don't worry, we'll pay the original price, or even more. Chen Feng casually said, but these words made Wan Yujin extremely embarrassed. He stammered, Master Chen Feng, this might be difficult. The concentrated peak pill is extremely precious and has never been on the market. Only 3 pills have circulated to the southern region this year. On the side, Xia Jiao's expression also dimmed, and she transmitted her voice to Chen Feng. It's okay, even if we don't buy it, we can participate in the auction and try again next time. Chen Feng turned around and looked at Xia Jiao, saying seriously, I promised you that I would help you obtain the concentrated peak pill. This is for you, for Chuer and Shuer, and for us. Us. Xia Jiao's pupils contracted, her face slightly changed, and her heart pounded violently. Yes, us. Our two families are as close as one. After you break through to the gold core stage, my status will also greatly improve. As long as you're here in Origin Spirit County, no one can touch me. Phew, that's a relief. Xia Jiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and shifted her gaze away from Chen Feng's face. Just for the sake of improving my gold core, I can protect him. With the gold shopkeeper, I am willing to add 5 more foundation building pills every year. What do you think? What? Wan Yujin's body trembled, his eyes full of disbelief as he looked at Chen Feng. Say it again. Wan Yujin stared at Chen Feng, thinking that he had misheard something. I said, I can increase the quota for foundation building pills by 5 each year in exchange for internal purchase of peak concentration pills. Wan Yujin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. At the same time, he realized his own loss of composure. Master Chen Feng, I apologize for my earlier behavior. Please wait a moment. After saying this, he hurriedly ran off and entered the Myriad Treasures trading firm. In just a few moments, he hurriedly ran out. Master Chen Feng, I have obtained approval from above. We are willing to sell peak concentration pills to you at a price of 1 million low-grade spirit stones. But, regarding the matter of foundation building pills, Chen Feng smiled slightly and said, I will fulfill my promise. Thank you, shopkeeper. Chen Feng smiled, saving himself from many troubles. 1 million low-grade spirit stones is not something an ordinary person can afford. But is Chen Feng an ordinary person? The answer is obvious. After confirming, Wan Yujin happily went to the treasure vault and brought out the peak concentration pills. He solemnly handed them over to Chen Feng, who took out a storage ring and placed it in his hand. Wan Yujin didn't inspect it and directly accepted the storage ring. Chen Feng took the peak concentration pills, the luxurious gift box, and after saying thank you, handed them to Xia Jiao. Xia Jiao's eyes were somewhat fiery, her breathing becoming uncontrollable and hurried. However, she gratefully glanced at Chen Feng and instinctively took out a storage ring, handing it to Chen Feng. Thank you. Chen Feng looked at Xia Jiao in surprise and was about to refuse. Her voice transmission came, no need to refuse, take it. Without you, I wouldn't know if I could win the bid. It's only right. Chen Feng didn't refuse either and accepted the storage ring. At this time, Wan Yujin took out a medicine cauldron, feeling a burst of heat. This is the Heavenly Flame Cauldron, which is considered a top-grade cauldron among third-grade cauldrons. It's a free gift for Master Chen Feng. Chen Feng's gaze lingered on the cauldron. With his 500 years of alchemy experience, how could he not see the quality of this cauldron? Naturally, it was top grade and would be enough for him to use for a long time. Well then, thank you, shopkeeper, and thank you, Myriad Treasures trading firm. Chen Feng nodded and sincerely thanked them as he accepted the cauldron. On this trip, he had gained a lot for free, naturally making a quick profit. Master Chen Feng, there is something I'm not sure if I should mention. Wan Yujin looked at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with inquiry. What can't be mentioned? His gaze quickly swept over Xia Jiao, and he said, Fellow deist Chen Feng, you came here to help your partner break through the gold core stage, right? If that's the case, although the internal purchase of pills will provide you with great confidentiality, the difficulty of breaking through the gold core stage will increase significantly in a place like Origin Spirit County, where the spiritual energy is scarce. Chen Feng automatically filtered out the term partner, as it was not the time to explain. Are you suggesting that she break through in South Chu City, taking advantage of the abundant spiritual energy there? Yes. Wan Yujin nodded. Chen Feng turned his gaze to Xia Jiao, his eyes filled with inquiry. She didn't pay too much attention to these matters, and what Wan Yujin said was indeed true. Breaking through the gold core requires a massive amount of spiritual energy, so naturally, it is easier to break through in a better environment. So, she nodded lightly. Chen Feng thought for a moment and looked at Wan Yujin. In that case, may I ask if your establishment has a place for cultivation? Of course we do. Wan Yujin nodded. That was his intention. Selling a favor and increasing Chen Feng's goodwill. We can provide a cultivation place for free, for Master Chen Feng and Madam. Chen Feng secretly glanced at Xia Jiao, wanting to see her expression. However, he couldn't discern anything, as if she didn't care about these things. Since that was the case, Chen Feng became much bolder. Pretending to be a couple was indeed feasible. So, he nodded. Then I'll trouble the shopkeeper. My wife and I are extremely grateful. Finally, Chen Feng emphasized the word extremely, and behind Chen Feng, Xia Jiao had somehow leaned in. She grabbed the soft flesh around his waist, pinching it with as much force as possible. You little brat, you're really taking advantage of me. A chilly voice sounded in his ear. Chen Feng instantly shivered and quickly spoke, Shopkeeper, time is of the essence. Wan Yujin nodded and led the two to the cultivation room of Myriad Treasures trading firm, introducing, the environment here is sufficient for gold core cultivators to break through. There are soundproof and anti-peeping formations outside, ensuring privacy. After speaking, He also pointed to a corner of the cultivation room and raised an eyebrow at Chen Feng, saying, Master Chen Feng, there is a resting room over there, just like for you and your wife. Thank you, shopkeeper. Since we've arrived, we should start the breakthrough process. Chen Feng quickly interrupted him. Because he had already felt the chilly breath behind him, if he let Wang Yujin continue speaking, he might not have a good outcome. So urgent. Wang Yujin showed an expression that said, I understand, and tactfully exited, making sure to close the door to the cultivation room. Bang! The door closed, and immediately, Chen Feng felt like he had entered a world of ice and snow, with bone-chilling cold winds. Chen Feng, you seemed quite cheerful just now. What's the matter? Do you have the same idea about your mother-in-law? A chilling voice came, and Chen Feng felt a coldness from head to toe, shivering all over. Cough. Well, mother-in-law, the weather is really nice today, haha, it's perfect for preparing for the breakthrough, right? Chen Feng forced a laugh and quickly approached the door. He wanted to escape from here. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his waist, and a cold breath swept over his whole body. Even though Chen Feng was a grandmaster in qi and blood breakthrough, he couldn't withstand such pain. He could only grit his teeth and put on a forced smile. What are you doing, mother-in-law? I'm leaving to give you some space to break through peacefully. Is that so? Chen Feng felt a cold wind blowing by his ear, and when he turned around, he met Xiaojiao's icy cheek. Gulp. Chen Feng swallowed his saliva and, ignoring the pain in his waist, used his eloquence to the fullest. After a long while, Xiaojiao's expression finally softened. I'll spare you this time. Let's see if you dare to take advantage of me next time. Xiaojiao coldly snorted and turned to the center of the formation. Who? Chen Feng let out a long breath, finally passing this hurdle. At least his waist wasn't injured. Chen Feng took another step, wanting to leave this dangerous place. Suddenly, a cold snort came from beside his ear. Stop right there, stay here. It was Xiaojiao's voice. He didn't know when she turned around, staring at Chen Feng intently. Lady mother-in-law, what's the matter? It's not good for your son-in-law to stay here. Chen Feng forced a smile that was even uglier than crying. Why were women always so fickle? Chen Feng, who had been through countless battles, couldn't figure out this 100-year-old iceberg. Feeling suppressed for the first time, he felt a little uncomfortable. Stay here. Huh. Chen Feng turned around in surprise, looking at Xiaojiao. Haven't you heard? I told you to stay here. Xiaojiao said with a firm tone, her face showing no room for doubt. This. Chen Feng helplessly said, what do you want me to do by staying here? Aren't you afraid it will have a negative impact on you if it gets out? Do I still care about these things now? Xiaojiao rolled her eyes at him. The incident just now had already confirmed their relationship. For Xiaojiao, she no longer cared about these things. I'm breaking through to the gold core stage. You can observe on the side and gain some experience, which will be useful for you in the future. This was what Xiaojiao said after considering it. Although it wasn't good for her privacy, she had seen Chen Feng's talent. He was both an alchemist and close to the later stage of foundation building. In the future, he would definitely be able to impact the gold core stage. Staying here to watch her breakthrough and gaining some experience would also help him avoid detours. Chen Feng didn't expect Xiaojiao to have such thoughts. Without thinking too much, he immediately nodded in agreement. Since Lady Mother-in-law has spoken, I dare not disobey. And so, Chen Feng quietly watched as Xiaojiao circulated one small cycle after another. After stabilizing her aura, she began to stimulate her mana. Time passed slowly, but the spiritual energy that swept through the surroundings proved that Xiaojiao had already started. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Xiaojiao's aura was incredibly full, and 3 golden flowers appeared above her head, slowly rotating. An extremely heavy mana came, carrying a hint of nobility. Xiaojiao swallowed the peak concentration pill. After a moment, the 3 flowers above her head quickly rotated and turned into specks of golden light that entered her body. Then, Xiaojiao's aura began to rise. The bitter sea within her body roiled, constantly being compressed and refined. After the 3 flowers entered her body, they washed and baptized every bone and muscle. But this process was extremely painful, gradually enhancing her physique. Her momentum was also gradually rising, with golden light rippling. A sense of icy coldness overflowed from within her body, and a blue object rose from Xiaojiao's body, hovering in midair. After a moment, below the blue object, an irregularly shaped sphere, about the size of a pigeon egg, was born. However, the oppressive feeling of that level of life made Chen Feng's breathing become rapid. That was a gold core, a semi-finished gold core. And that blue object was Xiaojiao's spiritual root. An exotic single spiritual root, also a heavenly spiritual root, an ice spiritual root. Chen Feng suddenly took a deep breath. A single ice spiritual root, how terrifying was this talent? Chen Feng was not stingy either. He took out 1,000 pieces of medium-grade spirit stones and directly shattered them. The spiritual energy in the surroundings suddenly exploded, and Xiaojiao's gold core was quickly washed and polished. And so, time passed little by little. A golden gold core floated in the air and was swallowed by Xiaojiao. Boom! In an instant, Xiaojiao's momentum increased, and the surrounding spiritual energy was also absorbed. Watching Xiaojiao swallow and exhale spiritual energy, she felt relieved as her internal energy became more stable. The gold core was formed, and Xiaojiao had become a gold core cultivator. Even if she went to some major forces, she would be able to obtain a good position. After finishing her cultivation, Xiaojiao slowly stood up. A flash of golden light passed through her eyes, and the surrounding cold aura was also retracted. Success. Xiaojiao nodded towards Chen Feng, revealing a rare smile. Chen Feng's heart suddenly raced. Xiaojiao, who usually had a cold demeanor, was surprisingly charming when she smiled. It was evident that she was in a really good mood. However, Chen Feng didn't have the audacity to make a move on her. Even if he had lived long enough, he hadn't lived long enough to provoke her. Congratulations, Madam Yu, on breaking through to the gold core stage. I wish you great fortune and eternal life. Enough. Xiaojiao scolded. Chen Feng closed his mouth and approached Xiaojiao with a smile. The closer he got, the more pressure he felt on himself. This was because Xiaojiao hadn't released her aura yet. Xiaojiao restrained her aura a bit and left with Chen Feng. Congratulations, senior, on breaking through to the gold core stage. Wan Yujin greeted them with a smile, offering his congratulations. Master Chen is really lucky. He secretly sighed. I have to thank you for this. It's just a small token of appreciation. Chen Feng smiled and handed over a small bottle. This is too precious. Wan Yujin opened it and found a foundation building pill inside. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly handed the bottle back. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I will have many more things to trouble you with in the future. Please accept it. Chen Feng handed the pill to him and then turned to leave with Xiaojiao. Master Chen, you. Wan Yujin's expression was complicated as he held the bottle in his hand, feeling emotional. His generosity was truly remarkable. His good fortune had not been in vain. He accepted the pill and wrote a letter to Origin Spirit County. Chen Feng and Xiaojiao left the Wanbao trading company without buying anything. And so, Chen Feng stepped onto Xiaojiao's flying sword. Stand steady. Xiaojiao's face was also filled with excitement. She had finally broken through to the gold core stage. After leaving the city, there was no need to suppress her cultivation anymore. She could release it to her heart's content. Swoosh. With a swoosh, the flying sword appeared at the horizon with an extremely eerie speed. Don't go so fast, I'm scared. Chen Feng immediately lost his composure and almost fell backward when they started. He grabbed Xiaojiao's waist, looking terrified. Suddenly, Xiaojiao trembled in the air, and her speed slowed down significantly. A strange feeling surged up. Chen Feng. She shouted and was about to open Chen Feng's mouth. I'm scared. Chen Feng met Xiaojiao's gaze and showed a pitiful and weak expression, holding on to her even tighter. Xiaojiao hesitated for a moment, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. She reassured herself that she had just broken through to the gold core stage, and her speed was indeed a bit too fast for Chen Feng, who was only at the foundation building stage. She comforted herself, thankful that Chen Feng hadn't done anything more outrageous besides stealing her two daughters' qi, energy, these past few days. Fine. Xiaojiao gave Chen Feng a disdainful look and warned him, don't make any other moves, or I'll throw you down from 1,000 feet high. Hearing Xiaojiao's warning, Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. This made Xiaojiao feel somewhat relieved and she continued to practice swordplay. However, because Chen Feng was holding on to her the whole time, she felt a strange sensation, which dampened her enthusiasm for swordplay compared to before. Her speed also slowed down quite a bit. Chen Feng was also sensible and didn't do anything excessive, just quietly holding on to her. Of course, his heart was pounding heavily, and in the weightless state, he instinctively clung tighter. By the time he realized it, it was already too late, so he decided to be shameless and continue clinging. Of course, the plan worked, and it also made him breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also somewhat shocked. This feeling is quite good. Chen Feng felt the sensation transmitted through his fingertips and marveled at the power of the gold core cultivation. In this way, the two of them hurried all the way and arrived above Immortal Flower City. Haven't had enough yet. A cold snort came, and Chen Feng felt a moment of weightlessness as he was thrown down from midair. You say you love me, but you heartlessly abandon me like this. Sigh, women. Chen Feng sighed and summoned his crimson flame, landing steadily on the sword as he descended slowly. Just as he was about to enter Xia Mansion, he encountered a setback. So petty, we've been holding on to each other for so long, and you still won't let me in. Chen Feng grumbled discontentedly. What did you say? The door suddenly opened, revealing Xiaojiao with a half-smiling expression. Chen Feng awkwardly touched his nose and quickly shook his head, saying, Son-in-law didn't say anything, I was just waiting here for the esteemed mother-in-law to open the door. You wouldn't shut out your dear son-in-law, would you? Chen Feng looked lazy, and Xiaojiao waved her hand to let him in. Afterwards, the two of them discussed the future development for a while. Since Xiaojiao had broken through to the gold core stage, she should spread the news and let the world know about the existence of this great Buddha. But Xiaojiao was unwilling, saying that the timing was not right. After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng came up with an idea involving Xiaojiao. There is something I want to ask of you, Chen Feng said. Speak. Xiaojiao looked at Chen Feng, wanting to see what he was holding back. After a while, Chen Feng revealed his purpose. To integrate Origin Spirit County, merge the three major families, and monopolize the first-grade spiritual veins. He also explained the strength of the family, with 3 foundation-building cultivators. With Xiaojiao's help, there would be no unexpected surprises. After pondering for a moment, Xiaojiao nodded and agreed. After integrating the Origin Spirit, it would benefit both her daughter and herself. Moreover, during these days of getting along, she also realized that her son-in-law was not simple, and his ambition alone was astonishing. His talent, as well as the abilities he displayed now, as long as he didn't die, it was possible for him to occupy half of the southern region. If he continued to rise, she couldn't even dare to think about it. After Xiaojiao agreed, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. With her help, the losses in the family would be minimized, and they could also take this opportunity to promote Xiaojiao's reputation. The two of them returned to the Chen residence and immediately held a meeting. In the family, when they heard that Xiaojiao had broken through to the gold core stage, they were overjoyed. Only a few people had some concerns, but after looking at Chen Feng, they all calmed down. The martial pavilion, everyone mobilize. In just a few moments, the entire Origin Spirit County was in turmoil. The three major families were simultaneously attacked by a group of people dressed in embroidered clothing with the character Chen on it. Chen Kewu took action and clashed with the Yuan family's cultivators. Chen Wuji held back the Zhang family, preventing them from interfering. The Li family. A discordant voice broke the conspiratorial whispers of the cultivators. Fellow deist Li Kun, you may be good at planning, but do you know what use it is for you to break through to the late foundation building stage? Chen Feng and Xiaojiao descended slowly without alerting any guards or formations. For a formation master like Chen Feng, a formation of a foundation building family was nothing in his eyes. Chen Feng. Among the conspiring cultivators, Li Kun was the first to look over, his face full of frost. But after looking at Xiaojiao next to Chen Feng, a sudden chill came over him. He shrank his neck and his eyes showed fear. Chen Feng, how dare you set foot in my Li family, you are asking for death. Li Hu's resentful voice came, and by now he had already reached the foundation building stage. Seeing the person he had longed to kill appearing before his eyes, he was filled with excitement. You brat, shut up. Li Kun was itching with anger, looking at his son who didn't know any better. He suddenly lost control. You shut up? He slapped Li Hu hard, causing him to be in a sorry state. Father. After rolling on the ground for several rounds, he finally stopped, looking at Li Kun in disbelief. What are you doing? Chen Feng has entered our Li family, this is a good thing. Without any formations to stop him, he is just relying on his own strength. You can easily kill him, and then everything from the Chen family, including his wives and concubines, will be ours. Li Hu was full of resentment, but after saying these words, Chen Feng silently appeared behind him. He emerged like someone coming out of an extremely cold ice prison, his whole body exuding a chilling aura as he said, You are really audacious. You dare to mention my wives and concubines. Bang. This undoubtedly touched Chen Feng's sore spot. He placed one hand on Li Hu's head and exerted force. In an instant, his head exploded like a watermelon, a horrifying scene. Everyone present was frightened by this scene, looking at Chen Feng as if they had seen a ghost. Li Kun, on the other hand, had a twitching face and remained silent. Even though his only son had died in front of him, he remained indifferent. Elder, Lord of the Chen family, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was all caused by this brat of mine. Now that he's dead, can you spare my Li family? After a while, Li Kun knelt down on his own and begged for mercy from the two. This made all the Li family cultivators present confused. Why did the patriarch suddenly kneel down? But with this one kneel, everyone present realized the seriousness of the situation. A cultivator at the late foundation building stage, even if they encountered peak cultivators, would not act like this. There was only one possibility, a terrifying existence had appeared. Their faces became extremely terrified, as if they had grasped the severity of the problem. Humph, Chen Feng sneered. When he came, he had listened to Xiaojiao for a long time. Things like wiping out the Chen family, taking away his wives and concubines, and then kidnapping the two Xia family women to threaten Xiaojiao. Madam Mother-in-law, I'll leave the rest to you. Chen Feng glanced at Xiaojiao, who was like an erupting iceberg, full of sinister intentions, and wisely stepped aside. Xiaojiao didn't waste any words either. The sudden drop in temperature made everyone present feel that death was imminent. You bitch. Li Kun saw that begging for mercy was useless and took out his law weapon, preparing to attack. Icebound. Xiaojiao didn't even look at him, calmly raising her hand and exerting her power. Instantly, a cold wave swept in, turning all living creatures in sight into various ice sculptures. However, Li Kun's cultivation was still strong enough that he wasn't instantly killed, and he tried to break free from the ice. Shatter. Xiaojiao didn't pay attention and used a hand gesture. A cold shout came from her mouth, and the surrounding ice sculptures suddenly exploded into countless ice crystal fragments. Including the cultivators among them, they all turned into ice crystals. Li Kun at the forefront was the same, the only difference being that his piece was much larger than the other cultivators. Chen Feng took a sharp breath, realizing that his mother-in-law didn't hold back at all. She didn't even bother to destroy the bodies. Looking at the remnants scattered all over the ground, he also remembered his own actions before. A chill ran through him. Why are you standing there? Go collect the spoils. Xiaojiao turned around and said softly. Chen Feng finally snapped out of his shock. After all, a spell with such a wide range of damage, causing such devastation, had a significant impact on him. However, Xiaojiao was a thrifty and frugal wife and mother. After Chen Feng cleaned up the battlefield, he instructed the disciples from the martial hall who had arrived to continue the cleanup. Now, the Li family only had a few martial artists left, without a single cultivator. so the cleanup was quickly taken over. Chen Feng and Xia Jiao then went to the other two families. After seeing the arrival of gold core cultivators, they didn't dare to fight anymore. They surrendered as a family, willing to become subordinates. Chen Feng didn't go too far either, as these two major families hadn't offended him. If he were to raid and kill all the way, apart from the talents of his own family, other talents would also be intimidated. So, after symbolically collecting some protection fees, he took over the spiritual veins. This spiritual vein has been mined a lot, and its value is no longer as great as before. But Xia Jiao shook her head slightly after looking at the spiritual vein. The value of this spiritual vein would dissipate in a few hundred years at most, unless they didn't mine it now and kept nurturing it. This made Chen Feng a bit annoyed. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided not to mine it. It wouldn't bring him more than a few spirit stones in a year, so he might as well focus on transforming the environment. As a result, the Chen family expanded again, incorporating the territory where the spiritual vein was located. At the same time, the academy was relocated and settled on top of the spiritual vein. After the battle, Origin Spirit County had already become the Chen family's surname. Chen Feng didn't avoid it either and directly renamed it Chen County, becoming the Chen family's sphere of influence. For a while, news of Xia Jiao becoming a gold core cultivator spread everywhere. Even before Chen Feng could issue an invitation, a ceremony celebrating Xia Jiao's gold core achievement was held. Various forces, big and small, almost broke down the doors to attend, bringing gifts and saying auspicious words. Chen Feng felt a bit embarrassed to take action against them. However, he couldn't let them off for free. After sending these people away, Chen Feng announced the gold core ceremony to the outside world. The ceremony was held in the Chen family mansion. With Chen Feng's persuasion, Xia Jiao settled down in Chen County. After all, the spiritual energy here, enhanced by the spiritual plants, was much stronger than in Huayun City, where the Chen family took over the spiritual vein. The territory expanded again, becoming the largest force in the surrounding 5 counties, holding the land of 2 counties. But only Chen Feng knew that this was just a superficial title. A gold core power with only 2 first-order spiritual veins is nothing to speak of. Chen Feng then turned his gaze towards the Yin family and sent his family members to search for wild spiritual veins. He didn't really want to meddle with the Yin family, which had formed a good relationship with him. And so, the world remained unchanged. Until the day of the gold core ceremony. The entire Chen County was filled with joy, to the point that even passing dogs were rewarded by Chen Feng with a few chickens. Soon, families of all sizes began to visit. Congratulations to Xia Jiao, the venerable ancestor, for breaking through to gold core. Tomorrow, the breakthrough to nascent soul is within reach, and the path to immortality is hopeful. As Chen Feng's mother-in-law, she deserved the title of venerable ancestor. Looking at the crowded crowd below, all of them were Chen Feng's descendants, the Chen family's offspring. This made her feel a bit emotional and also made her admire Chen Feng. Within the Chen residence, congratulations continued, and joy filled the air. Representatives from various major families kept coming, bringing various precious gifts. Even 2 gold core cultivators came, one from the Bing family in Nan County, a gold core family. The other was from the Yin family in Chufen County. Their arrival had only one meaning, to establish a connection with fellow deist and also to quietly explore the potential of the Chen family. In the eyes of Qi refining cultivators, gold core was already a legendary figure in the world of immortality. In the southern region, their status was extremely high and rarely seen. Now there were even 3 gold core cultivators, making it even more terrifying. However, the ordinary people in the Chen family didn't feel much about all this. But gold core, they believed that their venerable ancestor, the source of their bloodline, would lead the family to prosperity. In their eyes, Chen Feng was almost invincible, having developed from a humble white-clothed person to where he was now. All the guests who came today were many times more than those who attended Chen Feng's foundation building banquet. Even the head of the Yin family was present, bringing a 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine as a gift and further establishing a good relationship. However, many other families also brought beautiful women with them, looking at Chen Feng, who was chatting and laughing with those venerable figures, with longing in their eyes. Xiao Ya, look, that's the venerable ancestor of the Chen family, a legendary figure. I brought you here this time to meet him. In the future, I will bring you to visit again. They knew about the rumors surrounding Chen Feng, that he loved wealth, loved his children, and loved beautiful women, treating his wives and concubines extremely well. Although he was fond of marrying, he took good care of each and every one of them, even benefiting his maternal family one after another. They brought their children here to let them recognize their roots. After the Gold Core banquet, they would have the opportunity to visit again and have a chance to talk. Things like bringing their daughter to the banquet and having her fall in love at first sight with the head of the Chen family. At this time, the Lord of Yuanchu County also arrived at the scene, also a gold core cultivator. When he came to congratulate Xia Jiao and saw her face, his expression changed for a moment. The subtle expression in his pupils was caught by Chen Feng. Chen Feng calmly went up to greet him, even if there was something going on, it was not something he could handle. Greetings, Xia Jiao, fellow deist. Xia Jiao frowned when she saw the person, calling him by his real name. Chu Yun's, what are you here for? Being called by her real name, he didn't show any anger, just softly said, I came to congratulate you on breaking through to Gold Core and to wish you the freedom to soar. In their conversation, Chen Feng noticed many things. The two of them were old acquaintances, their relationship was not bad, but it wasn't particularly good either. After conversing with Xiaojiao, the two gold core cultivators who had been talking with Chen Feng tactfully left. After chatting with Chen Feng for a while, they left the Chen family, and Chen Feng also cleared the scene to avoid leaking any information. After the main host of Yuanchu Mansion left, Chen Feng walked over. However, instead of asking, he spoke up. The banquet is over today. I noticed that my mother-in-law didn't rest well last night, so please allow me to take you to rest. Xiaojiao looked at Chen Feng with some surprise. She thought that Chen Feng would come and ask about her past. But he didn't. Instead, he took her away considerately and quietly. On the way, the two of them didn't speak. Suddenly, Xiaojiao spoke up. When did you reach the 63rd refinement? This statement broke the silence. Xiaojiao was somewhat surprised. How did her son-in-law, who had been taking advantage of her, break through to the late stage of foundation building in just a few days? Chen Feng smiled and said, it was just luck. He couldn't tell her that he had completed a side quest and was rewarded with 100 years of cultivation, could he? That would be too shocking. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't want to answer, she didn't pursue it either. Just like how Chen Feng suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask her. When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard arranged by Chen Feng, Xiaojiao remained silent for a moment before calling out to Chen Feng, who was about to leave. Aren't you curious about my past? Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. I am curious, but I think it's better not to ask someone about their past if they don't want to remember it, especially when that person is my respected mother-in-law. Stop being cheeky. Just tell me if you want to know or not. Xiaojiao seemed to have shaken off her gloomy mood and raised an eyebrow at Chen Feng. Her expression was extremely charming. Chen Feng's eyelids twitched, and he almost spurted out blood. He quickly said, respected mother-in-law, please don't do this. I'm scared. Xiaojiao covered her mouth and chuckled, beckoning him with her hand. Even if we don't talk about it now, you will know in the future. Come to my room, and I will slowly tell you. It's not appropriate. Chen Feng felt a little itchy. Xiaojiao's tone was clearly teasing him. When did his cold and aloof mother-in-law change? Was she still the gold core cultivator and the mother of 2 children? However, this was just a verbal exchange. Seeing Chen Feng's embarrassed appearance, she was in a good mood. Come on, I won't eat you. Respected mother-in-law, aren't you afraid of being misunderstood by others when you say that? Chen Feng glanced sideways and saw Xia Shuer, who was not far away, sneaking over with a mischievous look. What's there to be afraid of? We have the door open. Come in. Xiaojiao hadn't been this happy in a long time, and she had been suppressing it for too long. Until a voice full of curiosity came, Mother, are you and brother-in-law? Pfft. Seeing Xiaojiao's face change drastically, Xiaojiao hurriedly ran into the courtyard, and Chen Feng couldn't hold back his laughter. I told you to tease, now you can continue teasing. Let's see what impression you have in your precious daughter's heart now. Xia Shuer walked up to Chen Feng and looked at him with curiosity in her eyes. Brother-in-law, are you like my mother and sister? Her face turned slightly red, as if she had discovered some incredible secret. Chen Feng glanced at the corner of his eye and saw Xiaojiao, who was hiding behind the door, eavesdropping. Suddenly, a mischievous thought arose in his heart. Since you are unkind, I will be unrighteous. Since your daughter has already found out about this, then. Chen Feng smiled and placed his hand on his forehead, saying meaningfully, now that you've found out, I'll come clean. Yes. At the same time, Chen Feng's gaze fell on the corner of the robe. He could faintly see the corner of the robe trembling slightly. Chen Feng was now very curious about her expression. Chen Feng's scheme succeeded, causing the young girl's face to turn even redder. She lowered her head and softly said, well, since you and mother are like that, I also want to be like that. Sister said, no. Chen Feng was shocked. This little girl wasn't following the script and wasn't heading in the direction he wanted. If she continued speaking, he might not be able to handle it. At this moment, Chen Feng could already feel a chill running through his heart. This was not good. Squeak. Shuer, it's not what you think? You can't do that either. Xiaojiao's courtyard door suddenly swung open. Xiaojiao hurriedly walked out, her eyes filled with anger towards Chen Feng, as if to say, just wait, don't think you can have your way. How could this little thief dare to say anything? And his good daughter actually had such thoughts. Chen Feng saw Xiaojiao couldn't hold back and ran out, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If he let Shuer continue to imagine, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Forget about his life, even his dignity would be lost. Mother, why did you come out? Xia Shuer exclaimed, her pretty face turning red, too afraid to look at her. If I didn't come out, I wouldn't know what outrageous things you would say. Xiaojiao sighed, her face filled with helplessness. When was her Shuer captured? Clearly, the last line of defense was still there, yet she could have such rebellious thoughts. But, mother, you just... Xia Shuer's voice grew smaller and smaller. Xiaojiao's face turned dark, glaring at Chen Feng who was preparing to escape. It's not what you think. I'll explain it to you later. Xiaojiao didn't know how to explain at the moment, feeling a bit anxious. At this moment, she looked at Chen Feng, hoping he would say something. Chen Feng understood her intentions and cleared his throat, speaking with a serious expression. Shuer, you shouldn't continue questioning your mother. Everyone has their own little secrets. You. What? I knew it. Before Chen Feng finished speaking, Xia Shuer jumped up like she had caught a fox's tail, angrily saying. Seeing Xia Jiao's face turning darker and darker, Chen Feng gritted his teeth. Shuer, don't ask anymore. This is a secret. Would you tell someone else your secret if they asked? It's not good. Chen Feng's lecture made Xia Shuer believe it was the truth. Since it's your little secret, I won't ask anymore. Xia Shuer turned her pretty face away, but her cheeks were so red they were almost dripping water, betraying everything. Seeing the misunderstanding getting clearer as they explained, and seeing Xia Jiao's gentle smile beside her, Chen Feng felt a sense of impending doom. Cough cough, since that's the case, I'll leave first. Mother-in-law, you can chat with Shuer. After saying this, Chen Feng quickly fled like an arrow leaving the bow. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to protect himself. He needed to avoid trouble. Hehe, you think you can bully me and then leave? Xia Jiao's icy voice rang in Chen Feng's ears, and a familiar pain appeared between his legs. A cold aura bound his legs. Chen Feng forced out a face uglier than crying. Mother-in-law, please listen to my explanation. There's nothing to explain. If I don't properly teach you a lesson today, I'm not Xia Jiao. Go inside. Bang. The courtyard door closed heavily, leaving Xia Shuer with a confused expression. This time, I'll let you off the hook, but be more careful next time. Xia Jiao glared at Chen Feng, her eyes filled with a threatening look. All right, I promise, just take your hand off me. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, looking at the delicate hand pinching his waist. Humph. Xia Jiao exerted more force before slowly releasing her hand. Chen Feng's face twisted in discomfort. What is going on? After they moved past this topic, Xia Jiao silently stared at Chen Feng. Knowing what she wanted to say, Chen Feng listened quietly. What are you waiting for? Get out, get out. You think I'm going to tell you stories? Dream on. And so, in a bewildered state, Chen Feng was chased out. How things change. Chen Feng seemed to have gotten used to his cheap mother-in-law. He had also figured out some of her habits. She was willful on the outside but soft on the inside, a woman with a story. Without Xia Jiao saying anything, Chen Feng didn't ask either. He stood at the entrance and saw a figure in blue swiftly enter Xia Chuer's courtyard not far away. Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile as he sneaked over. Sister, let me tell you, mother, what should we do? Should I still call him brother-in-law in the future? Xia Shuer told Xia Chuer everything she had seen and heard. Listening from outside the door, Chen Feng's lips twitched. Xia Chuer's pupils also showed surprise, and she smiled slightly, saying, we can't control this matter. They must have experienced something during their time in South Chu City. With my husband's abilities and personality, it's normal. Xia Chuer seemed completely unconcerned. After more than 10 years of companionship, she had long been enamored with Chen Feng, a man who excelled in everything. As for the other sisters in the family, she had accepted them. After all, her man was shouldering a great ideal. Having one more sister to accompany her was no big deal. It didn't matter. If she had her husband all to herself, thinking of this, her face turned red, feeling a bit regretful, as if she had thought of something she shouldn't have. Xia Shuer tilted her head, puzzled by her sister's changing expression. However, after thinking for a moment, she gathered her courage and spoke up. Sister, do you think I can also marry brother-in-law? Xia Chuer snapped out of her thoughts and looked at her sister. This matter had been mentioned by Xia Shuer before, but there were still some aspects that weren't quite right. Now, after hearing about Chen Feng and Xia Jiao, she let go of her grievances. What does it matter? She understood her sister's thoughts. After a moment's consideration, she nodded. Yes, I'll talk to my husband about it later. Xia Chuer nodded. Really? Thank you, sister. Xia Shuer seemed excited and kissed Xia Chuer's face affectionately. She pushed the door open and walked out, but then she froze, looking at what appeared before her eyes. 3 months later, Xia Shuer touched her slightly bulging belly in astonishment, her expression somewhat at a loss. Husband, sister. Since learning that Xia Shuer was pregnant with their first child, Chen Feng had been in high spirits every day. Xia Chuer was also the same, but her 5th child was also in the process of being nurtured. Adding 2 more sons, Chen Feng was very happy. During this year, everything was developing in a positive direction. Good news also came from the Shadow Pavilion. They had already found the trace of a spiritual vein and would soon find it. Even if it was only a first-grade spiritual vein, the family already had 3 of them. Over the years, as the Chen family flourished, Chen Feng's state of mind became increasingly joyful and content. In his daily life, he would accompany his wives and watch the little rascals running around the house. This leisurely life was naturally derived from the growing strength of the Chen family, as well as his own abilities. Another year passed, and both sisters gave birth to daughters, all of whom possessed dual spiritual roots. Chen Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this news and named them Nian Shui and Nian Qiu. 5 years went by. Chen Feng took in several more concubines and was currently sitting on the peak of a mountain that had been moved by the cultivators of the clan. A clear voice rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations host, the population of your descendants has exceeded 20,000. You are rewarded with 100 years of pure cultivation, 1,000 inheritance points, and the ability to freely allocate 200 years of skill cultivation. Ding, congratulations host, one of your descendants with spiritual roots has surpassed 100. You are rewarded with 100 years of pure cultivation, 1000 inheritance points, and the Encyclopedia of Weapons and Elixirs *1. Ding, as the population of the clan continues to grow, the demand for resources and environment becomes stronger. The clan also needs to step up its game. Main quest issued, obtain 3 second-grade spiritual veins. The consecutive sounds of the 3 notifications brought Chen Feng's wandering thoughts back. Receive cultivation. The massive energy reward directly pushed his cultivation to the peak of the 81st refinement, the pinnacle of foundation building. Automatically skipping the main quest, even if it wasn't mentioned, he had been constantly searching for spiritual veins and now had some leads. As for the Encyclopedia of Weapons and Elixirs, it caught Chen Feng's attention. Encyclopedia of Weapons and Elixirs, it was created by a master of ancient times who excelled in both pill refining and weapon forging. It contains techniques for refining pills ranging from 1st to 6th grade, as well as methods for crafting law weapons up to spiritual treasures. This resolved Chen Feng's lack of pill formulas and technique blueprints. Although the current pill tower did not have any second-grade pill refiners, it had already cultivated 6 first-grade ones. All of them were systematically trained, which would be terrifying in the outside world. In just 10 years, 6 first-grade pill refiners were cultivated. The same went for weapon forging, with 6 ordinary weapon refiners. The supply for the clan was more than sufficient. Open the system panel. Name, Chen Feng. Cultivation, Foundation Building Peak, 81st Refinement. Cultivation Techniques, Myriad Spirit Longevity Art, Pure Ying Technique, 8 Extremities Palm, Crimson Sword Art, Art of the Bedchamber, Encyclopedia of Weapons and Elixirs. Formation Cultivation, Peak 2nd Grade Formation Master. Pill Refining Cultivation, 2nd Grade Pill Refiner. Weapon Forging Cultivation, 2nd Grade Weapon Refiner. Lifespan, 1000. Inheritance Points, 3500. Family Members, 20,000, including 100 descendants with spiritual roots. Main Quest, obtain 3 second-grade spiritual veins. Family Prestige, 7,100, considerable prestige in a small place. Achievements, Head of the Family, renowned in the spirit realm, Ruler of a County. After looking at it for a moment, Chen Feng sorted out the first and second parts of the Encyclopedia of Weapons and Elixirs and handed them over to the Pill Tower and Weapon Tower respectively. Among his wives, Xia Chuer had already reached foundation building, while Xia Shuer, Pei Yunyan, and Lu Binger had reached the 10th stage of qi refining. Among the first generation, with Chen Feng's help, Chen Qiren had entered the celestial human realm, while Chen Chuling had reached the 8th stage of qi refining and Chen Ruoxi had reached the 10th stage. The talent for spiritual roots was terrifying. It wouldn't be long before the first foundation building expert would appear among his first generation. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Master, something bad has happened. Chuling is in trouble. Chen Wuji rushed into the main hall, holding a member of the Shadow Pavilion covered in blood. What? Chen Feng looked at the weak disciple and fed him a healing pill. His condition stabilized. Grandfather, please save Uncle Chuling. He's been cornered by the disciples of the Raging Fire sect. Fortunately, he has the array plate you left behind, but it won't hold for much longer. And Aunt Ruoxi is there too. After adding this sentence, Chen Feng's face darkened. The Shadow Pavilion was sent out to search for spiritual veins. Chen Ruoxi was also among them, serving as the deputy pavilion master. Unexpectedly, they were now facing a life or death situation. All the members of the Shadow Pavilion were like his own flesh and blood, direct descendants with spiritual roots. Where? Chen Feng's emotions became somewhat agitated. Qingfeng Mountain. The disciples of the Raging Fire sect coveted Aunt Ruoxi's beauty and wanted to force themselves on her. We resisted to the death, and both uncles died in battle. As he spoke, he became more and more heartbroken, tears streaming down his face. Chen Wuji, who was standing beside him, also had an extremely gloomy expression. His wife was also a member of the Shadow Pavilion. They had gone out together to search for spiritual veins, but they never expected. Wuze, go inform Elder Xiaojiao. I'll go ahead. After saying that, Chen Feng plucked a leaf from a 1000-oak tree and let a drop of blood fall on it. In an instant, it turned into a golden light and flew southward. Seeing this, Chen Feng activated his red flame and transformed into a stream of light, chasing after him. In the Qingfeng mountain range, a group of disciples dressed in fiery red attire were besieging a golden light barrier. Boom, boom. In the valley, continuous rumbling sounds echoed as countless attacks struck the golden light, causing it to dim more and more. I say, why are you all so stubborn? As long as you hand over that beautiful girl, and let me touch the formation, I'll spare you. The leading foundation building cultivator enticed the crowd inside the formation. Inside the formation, 7 young men dressed in Chen family attire were channeling their true essence, pouring it into the compass in Chen Chuling's hand. These dogs are barking again. Yun has already escaped and probably returned home to seek help. Let's hold on a little longer. Chen Chuling frowned, a grim scar still visible on his left arm. Yes, understood. The group of people maintained the formation, united and resolute, not allowing it to be broken. When our father arrives, we must avenge our 2 brothers. Chen Ruoxi's beautiful face carried a hint of killing intent. This was their first encounter with a life-threatening situation, and they wouldn't believe a word from outsiders. If they broke the formation themselves, they would all die, and they would fall into the enemy's hands. Brother Chuling, I can't hold on much longer. Since the Shadow Pavilion consisted mostly of first and second generation members, those with positions were addressed according to seniority. We must hold on, even if we can't. These so-called disciples of the sect are despicable and shameless. Once the formation is broken, we won't be able to escape death. And our sisters will be humiliated. Even if we have to burn our life force and exhaust our blood essence, we must hold on. Chen Chuling gritted his teeth and took out the last chi replenishing pill from his storage ring, placing it on the disciple. That's right, believe that our father will come. Chen Ziyun's forehead was covered in cold sweat. To maintain the formation, even the last trace of true essence in his body had to be squeezed dry. Outside the formation, 3 foundation building cultivators were also exhausted, glaring hatefully at the formation in front of them. But a family with only a gold core cultivator at its highest level, how can they produce such a formation to protect their disciples? Junior brothers, we must resolve this matter properly today. They must die, and once they escape, disaster will befall us. The leading foundation building cultivator gritted his teeth in anger. At first, he thought that this group of people were all pushovers. But he never expected. He inwardly cursed, saying that offending them was a small matter. After all, they were only from the Gold Core family, and his own sect could handle it. But the problem was reputation. After doing such a thing, several of his junior disciples were killed. If they returned to the sect, even if they didn't die, they would be thrown into the fire prison. Senior brother, in my opinion, we should leave first. The cultivator who escaped just now might have already brought reinforcements. The consequences would be unimaginable if we were to be trapped, said one of the foundation building cultivators. We won't have any problems when we return to the sect, another foundation building cultivator said. After these words, several cultivators around nodded, indicating their agreement. No? Do you want to go back and be punished by fire? As long as we kill them, even if someone manages to escape, we can deny it. Our master will protect us, he said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, everyone felt that it made a lot of sense. There was another wave of impact, and the golden light in front of them was already on the verge of collapse. The leader's eyes lit up, and he said, the formation is about to break. Junior brothers, give it your all. At this moment, fog had already begun to rise in the valley, and before long, it enveloped everyone. In the air, Chen Feng followed the golden light and also appeared in the valley. Not far away, there were fluctuations of spiritual power. Chen Feng's heart sank, silently hoping that nothing unexpected would happen. Children, your old father is here. Chen Feng saw the formation of golden light and roared, informing the descendants inside that he had arrived. Father, it's father's voice. Chen Ruoxi's face lit up, and just as the golden light formation was about to collapse, Chen Feng finally arrived. Beasts, give me your lives. Chen Feng's gaze fell on the group of people dressed in fiery red attire, and flames of blood-red color ignited in his hands. A leaf in his hand burst into flames, and the surrounding mist suddenly dissipated. Not good, powerful individuals from their family have come. The leading senior brother felt the peak foundation building strength and his expression changed. We have consumed too much. We won't be a match for this person. Let's retreat first, he said, intending to leave with his fellow disciples. It's too late. The flames in Chen Feng's eyes were about to reach the sky. The blood-red flames in his hand also emitted a faint buzzing sound. Father, kill them and avenge my brother. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Feng's anger was completely ignited. 2 leaves fell into the ground from his hand, and 4 huge earthen walls rose from the ground, trapping the group from the raging fire sect. Not good, it's an earth manipulation secret technique. It can control so much earth power and change the terrain. It's terrifying. The leading senior brother punched the earth wall, only to find that it remained unmoved. His complexion changed once again. He knew that he was in the mid-stage of foundation building. How could he not break through a simple earth wall? Just as the group was trapped, Chen Feng also arrived near them. Die. He understood the principle that villains die from talking too much, so he didn't waste any words. A leaf-emitting lightning was offered up to the sky. A thunderbolt suddenly struck down, hitting the surrounding earth walls. A series of wailing sounds came out. Elder, we are from the Raging Fire Sect, disciples of the Third Elder. Spare us a way out. We deeply apologize for today's events and will definitely show our gratitude with generous gifts afterwards. Go to hell, you son of a bitch. Chen Feng roared angrily, thinking that by revealing their identities, they would let them go. They trapped my children and killed my 2 sons. I won't let your whole sect off the hook, or I'll be letting myself down. Slash. Bright runes manifested on Chen Feng's arm as he swung his sword. A high-temperature flame spread over 10 meters, killing all the Raging Fire Sect disciples at the Qi refining stage. Aren't you from the Raging Fire Sect? Today, I'll show you what real fire is. Yes, Chen Feng unleashed real fire, slashing with his sword again and again. His cultivation at the peak of foundation building was fully displayed. The members of the Raging Fire Sect were completely powerless to resist, with only 3 foundation building cultivators still holding on, all of them injured. The leader of the Raging Fire Sect disciples had most of his clothes burned away, with burns covering his skin. He didn't expect this person's flames to be so fierce. His fire avoidance technique was useless. At this rate, the 3 of us will definitely die here. The leader of the group shouted loudly. You must be Chen Feng, the Chen family's foundation building peak cultivator. My master is the 3rd elder, Huo Linjun, a gold core cultivator. If you kill me, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of the raging fire sect. Fuck you. Chen Feng cursed directly. I not only want to kill you, but also your master. Anyone who can produce such a disciple must not be a good person. He will also accompany my 2 sons in death. Shut up. Don't insult my master. A voice came from the scorched stone formation. Clearly, he loved his master very much. Chen Feng became angry and laughed, his flames shaking violently. 2,000-year-old leaves burned, and the flames on the sword suddenly turned golden, their power greatly increased. Die. Another slash, and the few people had no more ability to resist, roasted alive while cursing. Children, you're safe now. Chen Feng's expression was clearly somewhat gloomy. After seeing the 2 bodies lying in the formation, he took a deep breath and walked over to gently touch their open eyes. Children, this is just the beginning of avenging you. Don't worry, Father will make these so-called sect members come and accompany you one by one. And so, the 2 bodies closed their eyes. Chen Feng let out 2 loud roars of grief and anger, calmly collected the bodies, and fed them second-grade life-preserving pills to ensure their physical bodies wouldn't decay. After completing these tasks, Chen Feng looked at Chen Chuling and the others, many of whom were depleted of their true essence. If he had arrived just a moment later, they might have all been lost. Chen Feng suddenly felt a sense of relief. After giving each person some pills to adjust, Xia Jiao followed Chen Feng's instructions and hurriedly brought Chen Wuji. Seeing the devastated environment, their hearts clenched. Especially Chen Wuji, who was extremely anxious. However, after sensing Chen Ziyun's aura, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the 2 arrived, they saw Chen Feng's gloomy face, silent and expressionless. Only a few people present had seen this expression before. The last time was when the Zhou family foolishly made a move. In the end, the Zhou family was massacred. Chen Feng had taken protecting his children to the extreme. Although the Chen family had a large number of people, as long as anyone died unnaturally, they would relentlessly search for the culprit and seek bloody revenge. Wuze, tell me about the Raging Fire sect, including the cultivation level of their 3rd elder. How many foundation building cultivators and above does the entire sect have? After a long while, Chen Feng's slightly low voice finally came out. Anyone could hear the burning anger in his words. Chen Wuji's face also looked unsightly. As the deputy head of the Shadow Pavilion, every one of their compatriots here was extremely important to him. Here, 2 statues were damaged consecutively. Even his own wife was deeply involved in this. How could he not be angry? He wished to flay and peel the skin of those from the Raging Flame sect. Xia Jiao, who was standing by, remained silent with an unpleasant expression. It was clear that he had a lot to say about the audacity of the Raging Flame sect. However, he still greatly admired Chen Feng's character. Even a fool could tell that he was asking about the information on the Raging Flame sect for a reason. Chen Wuji, who had conducted investigations on the major forces in the southern region, clearly had some information. Although it was not complete, considering that their family was relatively small in power, they still managed to gather some information. The Raging Fire sect was established 1,000 years ago by a nascent soul fire cultivator. It has now developed to the point where they have 7 gold core cultivators, including the 3 elders mentioned by the family head, who are in the mid-stage of gold core cultivation. Chen Wuji paused for a moment and continued. The founder of the sect has disappeared in recent years, and there are rumors that he has already passed away. However, no one can say for sure the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator. As for the foundation building cultivators, I'm not sure. Suddenly, Xia Jiao spoke up. There's no need to worry about the nascent soul cultivator from the Raging Fire sect. He came from the Tianyu sect and was recalled by them 30 years ago to participate in a national war, which has been going on for at least 50 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. In that case, there's no need to worry too much. Ding! Side quest activated. When your loved ones are killed, how can you fear the powerful? Take immediate action to avenge your son's death. Eliminate the 3 elders of the Raging Fire sect, Lijing Mountain. Reward, Perfect Gold Core, Azure Celestial Tree from the Yi sect, Martial Sovereign Cultivation Method, Martial Sovereign Chapter. After hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Chen Feng's heart finally calmed down. First, he would collect some interest. His 3 foundation building disciples had fallen here, so the Raging Fire sect would definitely come to investigate. With this in mind, Chen Feng looked at everyone. Form a formation in place. The 3 elders of the Raging Fire sect will definitely come to investigate. Xia Jiao's pupils dilated, but he still nodded. Since you already have a plan, let's go ahead with it. After I advance to Gold Core, I haven't truly fought yet. Chen Feng smiled. Thank you. Chen Feng's plan shocked everyone present. To trap and kill a Gold Core cultivator. This was something only Chen Feng, at the peak of foundation building, would dare to say. Wuze, take Chuling and the others back. Then bring Kowa here. I need you. Understood. Chen Wuji was also shocked by Chen Feng's decision, but he began to make arrangements. Combined with Chen Feng's formation, it might just work. Father, I want to stay here and help you. Chen Chuling and Chen Ruoxi almost spoke at the same time. Chen Feng's expression changed, and he sternly said, no, it's too dangerous. You all go back. But, no buts. Being sternly rejected by Chen Feng, they could only follow behind Chen Wuji and slowly disappear into the valley. Father, take care. In the end, their worried voices echoed together. These little ones. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled. Xia Jiao looked over and asked Chen Feng, what are the chances of killing that old thief? He is in the mid-stage of gold core cultivation. About 50%, Chen Feng pondered for a moment and slowly replied. 50% is enough. Xia Jiao's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Then, Chen Feng took out leaf after leaf of thousand oak leaves and began to set up formations, enhancing them with the different properties of the leaves. Time quickly passed as terrifying killing formations were set up, one after another, with each one reinforcing the previous. In the center, there was also the Thunder Annihilation formation. Although it only used the thunder contained within the thousand oak leaves, it was enough. Watching Chen Feng set up one formation after another and take out leaf after leaf of mysterious and threatening leaves. Full of curiosity in her eyes, Chen Feng threw a leaf with thunderous power. It smashed towards her face. You better have a good reason. Xia Jiao angrily shouted, using her mana to resist. How does it feel? Chen Feng smiled at her, as well as the residual thunderous power on her hair. It's average. It doesn't pose much threat to a gold core cultivator, at most it's just a nuisance. Xia Jiao shook her head. This magical leaf had some effect, but not much. Is that so? Chen Feng looked at Xia Jiao and took out over 50 more leaves. She swallowed her saliva. Originally, she thought there would only be a few of these magical items. But she didn't expect Chen Feng to take out a large handful, leaving her dumbfounded. Why do you have so many of these magical items? Xia Jiao, who was knowledgeable, had never seen leaves containing various elemental powers. And to be able to take out so many at once. You will know in the future. Chen Feng didn't want to tell her for now. After all, the 1000 jade cypress tree was an extraordinary item, and the less she knew, the better. At least, until he became powerful himself. What would happen if I were to throw this at you? Chen Feng smiled mischievously, looking at her frightened appearance. He knew that if these items were piled up in large quantities, they would definitely pose a threat to a gold core cultivator. For me, it would be either death or severe injury. But for a mid-stage gold core cultivator, it would still have a significant impact, although not as severe. Xia Jiao commented slowly, giving a high evaluation to this novel item. That's good. Chen Feng nodded. It was good as long as it was useful. It was not in vain that he had gathered so many. The 1000 jade cypress tree now had sparse leaves. If it could speak, it would definitely be pointing at Chen Feng's nose. You better have a good reason. You've plucked me bare. Chen Feng buried all the 1000 jade cypress leaves in the killing formation, just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Chen Feng also thoughtfully grabbed a handful of ashes and placed them in the formation. Before long, Chen Koa and Chen Wuji had arrived. After describing the details for a while, Chen Feng finished setting up the formation and they each hid themselves. At this time, Chen Koa had already reached the late stage of celestial human. Compared to the late stage of foundation building, if he were to face a peak foundation building cultivator up close, Chen Koa would definitely win. Time passed slowly. The surroundings felt gloomy. Nightfall arrived. Outside the valley, 2 golden lights entered the valley. The people who arrived were Lijing Mountain and another early-stage gold core elder. My disciples' soul cards are shattered, and the guiding point is here. Lijing Mountain's face was filled with grief and anger. All of his beloved disciples had perished. How could he not be furious? However, those who could advance to gold core were not ordinary people. Someone dared to attack the disciples of the nascent soul sect, so at least their strength would not be weak. Could it be Tianyan sect? They are our arch-enemies. The elder beside him said to Lijing Mountain. Lijing Mountain shook his head and looked at the traces left around. It doesn't seem like it. The marks left by Celestial Melody sex attacks wouldn't be like this. Feeling the remnants of the battle, Lijing Mountain couldn't find a suspect for a moment. This is the trace left by an extremely powerful fire cultivator, but their strength hasn't reached gold core. It's too strange. To cause such terrifying marks during the foundation building stage, it doesn't match the reputation and strength of the well-known fire cultivators in the area. Lijing Mountain's gaze flickered slightly as he continued to walk towards the valley, carefully sensing the traces of the battle. No, why is the spiritual energy here so chaotic? There's a problem. Lai Jingshan narrowed his eyes, looking around cautiously. However, after observing for a long time, he didn't see anything. It's strange. Although there was a strangeness in the surroundings, there were no traces of anything. Just as they approached the location of the ashes, bursts of golden light suddenly rose up around them, and the ground became pitch black. It was as if they were walking on the abyss while the abyss descended. There's an ambush. Lai Jingshan's pupils contracted, and he threw a huge fireball towards the ground. Lai Yinshan did the same, summoning his law weapon and smashing it towards the golden light around them. Boom! A loud noise erupted in the valley. A thunderous serpent descended from the sky and struck fiercely. Just as the two were about to dodge, the shadows under their feet spread again, entangling them with tentacles. Their movements were restricted, and they couldn't avoid this attack, so they could only grit their teeth and withstand it. Fortunately, the thunder was not particularly fierce, and the two easily resolved it. Who dares to ambush us? I am the third elder of the Raging Flame sect, and my father is the sect master, Lai Zun. How dare you be so insolent? Lai Jingshan revealed his background, hoping to scare off the attackers. After waiting for a long time without any response, the thunder that greeted them turned into raging flames. However, although it was a bit troublesome, it didn't pose much of a threat to Lai Jingshan and Lai Yinshan, who were both gold core cultivators. At that moment, the two were unable to break the formation. The layers of the formation intertwined, breaking one layer only to reveal another. Their expressions turned grim. It was obvious that this formation was created by a formation master. Li Jingshan couldn't understand why they had offended any formation master. Moreover, formation masters were even rarer and more terrifying than alchemists. 100 years ago, a fourth-order formation master set up countless killing formations on a full moon night, completely destroying a nascent soul family. Could it be related to my disciples? Li Jingshan resisted the attacks coming from all directions, thinking to himself. His disciples had died here, which was why he had come. Fortunately, he was cautious by nature and had called for his friend's assistance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have much confidence in facing this situation alone. Although the formation was not strong, it was still difficult to deal with alone. Chen Feng, who was hiding in the dark, didn't expect Li Jingshan to call for help. Fortunately, this helper was only at the early stage of Gold Core. If they were both at the mid-stage of Gold Core, it would be troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng decided to wear down the two before activating the second layer of the formation. In Chen Feng's eyes, these two were already dead men walking. They wouldn't last much longer. To set up these formations, it had cost over 500,000 materials and nearly 500,000 spirit stones, totaling 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even an ordinary foundation building family couldn't produce so many spirit stones, even if they sold their entire family. But Chen Feng had used them here. As long as he killed the two gold core cultivators, everything would be worth it. Moreover, there were also treasures like the 1,000 oak leaves among them, which were invaluable. He would crush this group of fools with spirit stones. Chen Feng, at present, still lacks some top combat power within the family. The only gold core cultivator, Xia Jiao, was brought over by himself. Xia Jiao, who was on the side, was also somewhat excited when he saw two gold core cultivators coming at first. Although he felt something was not right, seeing the two gold core cultivators, he deeply fell into the formation. Only when he had some chance of winning did his anxious heart calm down. "Ah, you little thief, you've trapped us for so long and still dare not come out to meet us, a bunch of cowards hiding their heads and showing their tails." Li Jingshan and the other person could no longer hold on. Although the attacks coming at them were not painful or itchy, their spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. If they couldn't break the formation, there was a real possibility of being trapped to death. However, even if they destroyed so many formations, the power of these killing formations still did not weaken. The gold core cultivator beside him also had an unpleasant expression. He looked somewhat gloomy, with a hint of regret deep in his eyes. He shouldn't have come to meddle in this mess, causing himself to be deeply trapped. Elder Yuan, I was too anxious about this matter and let fellow deist and myself fall into the formation. I am deeply sorry. Once we break out, I will definitely compensate you properly. After hearing Li Jingshan's words, Elder Yuan's expression improved slightly. The most urgent matter at hand was to break the formation and escape. You and I will no longer hold back, we will break the formation with all our strength. Otherwise, if we wait until our spiritual energy is exhausted, it will be disastrous. Li Jingshan gritted his teeth and his gaze fell on the southeast corner, where they had been trapped for so long and had finally discovered some clues. The energy in the southeast corner seemed to be the weakest, indicating a way out. Elder Yuan, break the formation with me? Attack this place with all your strength. Li Jingshan took the lead and fiercely attacked the weak point in the southeast corner. For a moment, the entire formation trembled violently, and the shadows under their feet became unstable. It's really here. Li Jingshan's face lit up, and his spiritual energy became even more intense. Seeing this, Elder Yuan also went all out, attaching his golden spiritual energy to a large iron hammer and fiercely smashing the weak point. Little did they know, this was a deliberate loophole left by Chen Feng. The two of them broke through the numerous formations and emerged from the weak point. By then, they would discover that what awaited them was not freedom and fresh air, but a thunderous onslaught. Wuze, you and Kowo each go to the north and south formation eyes to hold your positions. When the heavenly thunder disperses, Xia Jiao will use his technique to freeze them. At that time, you will assist Kowo with the formation flag and capture that initial stage gold core cultivator. Chen Feng glanced at Xia Jiao, who understood his intentions and nodded. After arranging the formation, the two of them gradually saw a glimmer of light as they broke through the formation. Look, that's freedom. We just need to put in more effort to get out. Li Jingshan roared angrily, his entire body enveloped in spiritual energy, like a golden giant. Together with Elder Yuan, they tore through the weak point. The scenery behind them receded like a tide of shadows. Only then did the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. We finally made it out. Elder Yuan still had lingering fear as he looked at the dangerous killing formations behind him, slowly exhaling a breath of impure air. Elder Yuan, don't let your guard down. The thieves who ambushed us have not appeared yet. They might be hiding in the dark. Li Jingshan, having learned from past experience, was extremely vigilant. Yes? Elder Yuan also nodded heavily. Suddenly, before the two of them could take another step, runes converged in the sky, forming dense and numerous dark clouds. They felt that a terrifying aura was appearing in the sky. A sudden impulse caused the fear in their hearts to gradually magnify. Not good, that person has also set up a trap here. Quickly retreat, a great terror is about to descend. Both of them felt the chilling aura that made their scalps tingle. They didn't dare to stay in place and wanted to leave. But they didn't expect that the dark shadow under their feet quickly spread, and the formation behind them was also changing rapidly, forming an encirclement in an instant. Vaguely, they could see two figures moving quickly, stopping in front and behind them respectively. Who are you people? Did you harm my disciples? Li Jingshan shouted towards Chen Kuo, but the latter didn't seem to care at all. He was busy waving his flag. This made both of them feel disheartened, and they glanced at each other. If they couldn't show some real skills, it was very likely that they would meet their end here. Both of them erupted with their magical powers and attacked fiercely towards one corner. In the middle of the formation, the spirit stones were burning rapidly. If they let them continue to attack like this, these spirit stones would definitely be depleted. Chen Feng would never let them leave. He formed a hand seal with one hand and summoned thunder from the sky. A scene as if the world was ending appeared, with dozens of terrifying thunder serpents carrying terrifying flames, creating an imposing aura that could destroy the world, pressing down heavily. Li Jingshan stopped. Even with his cultivation, facing such terrifying thunder, he felt extremely fearful. If he made one wrong move, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. The ultimate technique of the Raging Flame sect suddenly erupted, and a wall of raging flames rose up, blocking the two of them. The thunder in the sky poured down at this moment, bombarding the wall of lava like a storm. In an instant, the earth trembled, and the valley was filled with continuous rumbling. Li Jingshan had reached his current level through years of experience. He resisted the first wave of attacks and turned around, wanting to rush into the sky and disperse the thunderclouds. But how could Chen Feng let him have his way? The black shadow on the ground turned into a giant tree, and countless vines rose into the air, resembling the tentacles of an octopus. Restraining the movements of Li Jingshan and Yuandao Ren, the thunder in the sky gathered power again and poured down. Attack! Chen Feng shouted, and Xiaojiao beside him erupted with his magical powers. His whole body was like an iceberg, and a cold air spread out instantly. The ice-blue magical power turned into a wave of cold, and Xiaojiao rushed into the formation like a shooting star, freezing the two who were about to cast their spells. Li Jingshan and Yuandao Ren felt a chill, and their bodies were instantly frozen, and their magical powers were suppressed. They suffered a direct hit from the thunder in the sky, and their injuries were quite severe. You are Xiaojiao. Under the bombardment of thunder, the two of them didn't perish. But their injuries were not much better, with their skin torn and their magical powers in chaos. Their aura also declined significantly, and their strength was at least reduced by 60%. As a newly promoted Gold Core cultivator and a high-ranking member of the Raging Flame sect, Xiaojiao naturally knew about this matter. The portrait was also sent up, and the face of the person who caused trouble for the country made Li Jingshan's heart beat faster. He was still thinking about waiting for the return of the Venerable and going to the Chen family for a marriage proposal. But he didn't expect. So it was you who killed my disciples and ambushed us. Li Jingshan's eyes were about to burst, wanting to demand an explanation. It's your disciples who deserve to die. Chen Feng stepped out of the shadows, looking coldly at the two miserable figures. Chen Feng. Li Jingshan looked like he wanted to eat him. Don't be like this. If you didn't know, you would think I'm the villain. Chen Feng snorted, and the long sword in his hand fell steadily. What villain? You. Before Li Jingshan could finish speaking, Chen Feng didn't bother to listen to him anymore. Villains die from talking too much. Less talk, more action, that's the way to survive. In case I say a few more words to him, and at this moment this turtle grandson is holding back some big move, wouldn't that be a reversal in the face of adversity? Chen Feng will not allow such a thing to happen. It's already a situation of fighting to the death. Killing the opponent and turning them into ashes is the way to establish oneself in the cultivation world. Damn it! Li Jingshan cursed angrily, almost being frozen again by Xiaojiao. With precautions in place, Xiaojiao's secret techniques have little effect on people of the same level. Not to mention, the opponent is also a fire cultivator. In that case, this elder will capture you first. Elder Yuan. Li Jingshan roared. He didn't think that he couldn't deal with a newly promoted gold core cultivator, a cultivator who wasn't even a gold core. Even an injured tiger is still a tiger? After revealing their true strength, Yuandao Ren was no longer so flustered. Although the opponent also had a gold core cultivator, it didn't matter much. 2 gold core cultivators against 1, the advantage is on my side. After a moment, the 4 of them had already exchanged several moves. One punch, one palm, facing Yuandao Ren's Chen Feng, was also extremely shocked. Even though his spiritual power had been consumed by more than half and his state had declined by 60 to 70%, it was still not something he could deal with. He quickly fell into a disadvantage. The crimson in his hand had already been slightly damaged under the fierce attacks of the opponent's middle-grade magic weapon hammer. However, Chen Feng didn't mind, nor was he afraid. He had already achieved his goal. Looking at his foot stepping on a piece of sharp stone ground. With a thought from Chen Feng, the terrain suddenly changed. The surrounding sharp stones instantly turned into a prison, enveloping Yuandao Ren. Slash. Wu Yuan fist. One attack from the front, one attack from above, both aimed at the prison. Yuandao Ren was taken aback by the sudden change and his mind wavered. Suddenly, the giant stones exploded, and Yuandao Ren relied on his experience to resist, using the giant hammer to block Chen Feng's sword edge. But he couldn't block the giant fist from above, and instantly felt a chill on top of his head. The hot-blooded punch came, and the fist the size of a sandbag slammed heavily on Yuandao Ren's back. Boom. The ground was even dented. What is most terrifying for a cultivator? Being approached by a physique refinement cultivator. Of course, it's the same for martial artists, but there are no so-called martial artists in this world. Yuandao Ren subconsciously thought that it was a very powerful physique refinement cultivator who made a move. As he hurriedly got up and tried to escape, Chen Kowa kicked him over and hit him with an elbow strike. One punch, one kick, Chen Kowa relentlessly attacked the gold core cultivator, who had no ability to fight back. Just when he was about to unleash his magic, Chen Kowa hit him near his dantian with an elbow strike, preventing him from fully utilizing his overwhelming spiritual power. The battle was already one-sided, with Chen Kowa's punches hitting the mark, only stopping short of riding on top of Yuandao Ren and beating him. "It's you who forced me." Yuandao Ren, who was being held down and had no ability to fight back, shouted in anger. Since he broke through to the gold core stage, wherever he went, he was treated as an honored guest. But today, he was being beaten like a grandson, and he could see himself being beaten to death. He couldn't swallow this anger, so he made up his mind, mobilized his spiritual power, and detonated his gold core, wanting to die together. How could Chen Kowa give him this opportunity? Boom! Chen Kowa, as the spiritual power began to go berserk, used his entire body's blood and punched Yuandao Ren's head. The head of Yuandao person suddenly exploded. A generation of gold core, fallen. Watching the fierce Chen Kowa, the Liaoding Mountain, who was fighting in the distance, was also stunned. But in the time it took to be stunned, Xia Jiao attacked. The latter couldn't avoid it and was cut open in the stomach by the sharp sword. Originally evenly matched, Xia Jiao now had the upper hand. Without saying a word, Chen Feng took a step forward and used the Black Tiger's heart extraction technique. He dug out the gold core from Yuandao person's abdomen. A pigeon egg-sized gold core, full of energy, fell into his hand. Chen Feng put it into his storage ring with a backhand motion, and his gaze turned to Liaoding Mountain, who was still fighting. "You fool, you fool." With Yuandao person dead, it meant that he was now isolated and without support. At the moment when he saw that Yuandao person's gold core had been dug out, a sense of desolation arose in his heart. If it weren't for being too depleted, these people in front of him would not be his opponents. Now, if they continued to fight, they would undoubtedly meet their death. "Chen Feng, fellow Daoist, can we shake hands and make peace? I won't pursue everything that happened today, and you can take Yuandao fellow Daoist's gold core with you." Ha ha ha. Chen Feng seemed to hear a funny joke and showed a mocking expression. "If Yuandao person were to be resurrected and hear what you just said, I estimate he would turn against you." Liaoding Mountain's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "You have to think carefully. Raging Flame sect is a formidable force. You, a small Chen family, can't afford to offend them. If you let me go, I will return to my sect and handle the matter of Yuandao fellow Daoist's death in secret. We can all be unharmed. How about it?" Tisk tisk tisk. "No wonder, the master is like this, and the disciple you taught is also a strange character. You have a great contribution to that." Chen Feng didn't even consider letting him go, and as for Liaoding Mountain's words, how could he believe them? Letting him go would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain? "You must die." Chen Feng's face turned cold, and he no longer wanted to give him a chance to continue speaking. "No, it can't be like this. My father is a respected figure, a nascent soul cultivator. If you kill me, he will surely raise the Chen family to the ground." Seeing that reconciliation was impossible, Liaoding Mountain threatened. Chen Feng's face darkened. How did this person manage to reach the gold core stage? Truly, he had cultivated so much power on a dog's body. "Enough, you don't need to say any more. Please go on your way." Chen Feng shouted lightly, and Chen Wuji jumped into the formation, inserting the flag into the heart of the formation. Instantly, light radiated all around, and lines flashed like a swimming dragon. The formation changed at will, transforming into flags that trapped Liaoding Mountain. Heavenly thunder descends. Chen Feng formed a hand seal with one hand, and the thunder that had already been brewing in the sky came crashing down. All the energy poured out without leaving a trace, pouring into the formation. Under the restraint of various killing formations, the terrifying might of the heavenly thunder turned Liaoding Mountain into charcoal. The third elder of Raging Flame sect, annihilated? After realizing that the opponent couldn't die any further, Chen Feng walked forward and took his storage ring, putting it into his bag. Then, he took the storage ring from Yuandao person's body, his face filled with satisfaction. This is collecting interest. Looking at the devastated valley, he slowly exhaled a breath of impurity. Ding! Side quest completed. When your child is killed, how can you fear the strong? Act quickly to avenge your child. Eliminate the third elder of Raging Flame sect, Liaoding Mountain. Reward, perfect gold core asterisk. Ignoring the sound ringing in his mind, Chen Feng temporarily paid no attention. Looking at the three people. After killing two people, it won't be long before Raging Flame sect sends someone. Maybe the whole sect will mobilize. After cleaning up the battlefield, let's go back first. We can't eliminate so many people for now. Okay. The three nodded, dismantled the formation, and erased the traces of their presence before leaving the scene one by one. An hour after Chen Feng and his group left, the remaining 5 gold core elders of Raging Flame sect arrived. Looking at the valley that had been washed white and collapsed by explosions, they didn't know how to proceed for a moment. Who could be so ruthless and skilled? This is a masterful technique. The elder Lai Yunshan looked at the chaotic scene, his face not looking good. Even with his extraordinary abilities, he couldn't find any traces in such a mess. How can I play with this? He said. We have lost 2 elders in a row. We must investigate and find out who did it. I will make sure their forces are wiped out. The elder was out of breath. The loss of 2 gold core elders was a great blow to them. If this news got out, it would greatly damage the reputation of their sect and become a laughingstock. This matter must be handled well, and the culprit must be found and brought to justice. Elder, do you think it could be the people from the demon sect? The second elder whispered beside him. They have always been enemies with our sect. It's not impossible that they did it, the elder replied. As the elders speculated about the culprit, the elder's face was obviously not looking good. After noting down the most likely suspects one by one, he gave orders, and the entire Raging Flame sect started to move, trying every means to track down the culprit. At this time, Chen Feng was counting his gains in the family. Over 1.4 million spirit stones, various types of elixirs and spiritual herbs, worth about 1 million. They also seized 2 high-grade magic treasures, each worth over 1 million. But the problem was that these things couldn't be shown off. They could only be kept until Chen Feng's refining skills improved, and then they could be melted down. After finishing counting his gains, a memorial service was held internally. Chu Ran, I leave these resources to you to handle. When it comes to cultivation resources, don't treat any clan member unfairly, Chen Feng said, looking serious. Chen Qiren nodded. Then, Chen Feng announced that he would go into seclusion. On the peak of Chen Feng, the name given to the mountain that was transported here. Sitting on the top of the mountain peak, Chen Feng's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He had been in this world for over 140 years, starting from an ordinary person and gradually climbing up. Now, not to mention having a large family, even his descendants were not far from reaching 30,000 people. His own strength was also about to reach the realm he used to look up to. But gold core was just the beginning. The higher his cultivation level, the more he would come into contact with and understand the dangers of this world. Zhao country was not even considered significant in this world. What could his small family gain? In the Chen mansion, Xia Jiao was also pleasantly surprised when she heard that Chen Feng was going into seclusion. Unconsciously, Chen Feng was about to break through to gold core. The Chen family could truly be called a gold core family. Shuer, Shuer, both of you should break through to foundation building as soon as possible. Chen Feng stood on the peak, overlooking the entire Chen county. Looking at the thriving appearance, his heart also relaxed. Let's begin. As the guardian deity of the Chen clan, he had to become stronger and lead his descendants forward. Even if he became a demon in the eyes of outsiders, what could they do? Gold core. Chen Feng's gaze froze, and his aura soared. A golden light surged within his body, and 3 flowers bloomed on top of his head. A perfect and flawless gold core, the size of a duck egg, slowly fell into his mouth. Instantly, a burst of golden light seemed to break through the heavens. At the same time, the entire Chen County felt a terrifying aura. The mortals in the Chen County area saw a dazzling pillar of light erupting from the sacred area. They all felt as if a divine being had descended and paid their respects and worship. Gold core, achieved. Chen Feng's whole person was transformed, his aura becoming even more ethereal and powerful. In the Chen family, countless people excitedly watched this scene. Ancestor, it's the ancestor. Countless descendants bowed towards the peak of Chen Feng. Congratulations, father, ancestor, for breaking through to gold core. Xia Jiao also quietly watched this scene. Only 10 days had passed since Chen Feng announced his seclusion. And now he had entered the gold core stage. This is truly terrifying. Chen Wuji also sighed. His feelings towards Chen Feng had changed from friendship to respect. After entering the gold core stage, Chen Feng's attractiveness to the opposite sex greatly increased, and his charm value also increased. This was a habit that Chen Feng had discovered about the system over the years. In order to better flirt, no, to find future partners and contribute to the human race. Every time he advanced, his charm would also increase. This was also one of the reasons why Chen Feng's backyard was calm and peaceful. Congratulations. After Chen Feng came out, Xia Jiao was the first to greet him. Feeling the immense power of Chen Feng's magic power, she was somewhat shocked. What kind of gold core did Chen Feng form that could contain such vast energy? After breaking through to gold core this time, the Chen family's reputation once again resounded. Most of the forces in the surrounding counties came to congratulate them, and it also made Chen Feng take in several more concubines. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, Chen Feng often liked to sit on the top of the mountain and overlook the gradually prospering Chen County. The newly promoted celestial humans of the Chen family numbered 13, thanks to the benefits brought by the large population base. If it weren't for the slow transmission of the celestial human method, this number would have doubled. It is worth mentioning that the Xia sisters both broke through to foundation building, as did Pei Lu and Lu Chen. Chen Chuling, Chen Ruoxi, and Chen Shuiyun also broke through to foundation building. The first generation of descendants with spiritual roots now had 3 people in foundation building. I knew you would be here. Chen Wuji found a second-order spiritual vein, and I can't move it alone. Xia Jiao's voice appeared behind Chen Feng. During these 10 years, they had also increased their communication. The two often drank and enjoyed themselves together on the mountaintop, and their relationship had become much closer. However, she had always been unwilling to take the final step, and Chen Feng was not in a hurry. Smiling, Chen Feng looked at Xia Jiao. I understand. Chen Feng was also somewhat surprised. After so many years, Wan Wuze had found 2 first-order spiritual veins and had been silent ever since. Today, finally found another wild spiritual vein, and it's a second-order one. This relieved Chen Feng of his worries. Let's go. Chen Feng stood up and left with Xia Jiao, supporting their swords. On the way, they passed by the valley where the battle took place 10 years ago. Chen Feng stayed in place for a moment, looking at the cleared valley with some emotion. Over the years, the Linian sect never gave up searching for the culprit and even clashed with 2 other sects. But they never fulfilled their wish. Chen Feng sneered in his heart. If they knew that the so-called culprit had been living right under their noses, what would they think? In the Qingfeng mountain range, the 2 quickly found Wan Wuze. By now, he had already reached the later stage of foundation building, and his ability to handle things had become much more stable. Master. Chen Wuji greeted with a fist. Chen Feng nodded and looked at the cave surrounded by members of the Shadow Pavilion, with numerous hidden formations set up. But these formations were somewhat crude, at most deceiving cultivators who had just entered the foundation building stage. Chen Feng smiled and asked, "Who set up this formation?" "It was me." Chen Ruoxi walked out of the cave. By now, she had grown tall and had an extraordinary temperament. Huh. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. His knowledge of formation techniques had also been passed down, but it seemed that those descendants didn't have much talent. They couldn't even draw a simple formation accurately. Unexpectedly, Chen Ruoxi had mastered the art of formations. "Ruoxi, I never taught you formations. Where did you learn them?" Chen Feng asked. Chen Ruoxi smiled and said, "Father, I learned from brother Chu Fen." Him. Chen Feng's face suddenly fell. He thought that by teaching her personally, he could turn her into a genius who could create a luminous formation. His good daughter had actually learned from someone else. Chen Feng covered his forehead and felt relieved. Fortunately, he didn't teach you wrong. If you want to learn formations, you can come directly to me." Chen Feng doted on Chen Ruoxi and encouraged her. She was his first child with Xia Chuer, and he cherished her greatly. He was extremely pleased with her astonishing talent in formations. Formations were more difficult to master than refining tools and concocting pills. Now, there was finally a successor. How could he not be happy? "Thank you, father. I didn't want to trouble you," Chen Ruoxi happily said. "Silly child." Chen Feng scolded with a smile and looked into the cave. What Chen Feng didn't know was that because of his words, Chen Ruoxi's style gradually deviated. In the future, when cultivators heard her name, they would tremble in fear. With some confusion in his heart, Chen Feng asked, "I didn't feel any spiritual energy leaking out. How did you all discover the presence of the spiritual veins?" Chen Wuji smiled and said, "I went out and met an old man with white hair. As soon as he saw me, he shouted that my bones were extraordinary and that I was a good material for seeking immortality and wealth. Then he forcefully gave me a manual. Out of curiosity, I practiced according to the manual, and that's how I developed this unique method of finding spiritual veins." Listening to Chen Wuji's explanation, Chen Feng's mouth twitched, and he immediately wanted to kick him. But he quickly suppressed the thought and jokingly scolded, "Look at the reason you came up with, it's really unbearable. Next time, come up with a more plausible reason." Chen Feng didn't pursue the matter further. Everyone had their own encounters and secrets. He said it was his business, and for his own people, they were completely free. Chen Wuji scratched his head and pointed to the cave, saying, "Follow me." Curious, Chen Feng followed him into the cave. He naturally had great faith in Chen Wuji's talent. Otherwise, how could he have found 3 spiritual veins in just 10 years? As they went deeper, the cave was not as dark as Chen Feng had imagined. The walls of the cave were covered with various stones, emitting a faint glow. A group of people arrived at the deepest part of the cave, where there was a deep pool. There was nothing else around. Under the curious gaze of Chen Feng, Chen Wuji walked to the edge of the deep pool and pointed below, saying, "Right below, there is a hidden second-grade spiritual vein." Chen Feng probed with his thoughts and saw some flashes through the 100-meter deep lake, in its lakebed area. Indeed, there were some flashes. The spiritual vein under the water. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He said, "No wonder. There was a pool of water pressing down, no wonder the spiritual energy couldn't leak out." However, this pool of water contained rich spiritual energy, and it must have given birth to many monsters. Chen Feng probed and indeed found some fish. However, the majority of them were only at the qi refining stage and had not yet developed spiritual intelligence. This made Chen Feng curious, so he turned to look at Chen Wuji. "Wuze, have you cleaned up the creatures born in this pool of water?" Chen Wuji shook his head slowly and said, "No, I'm also curious about this. According to reason, with a spiritual vein like this, there should at least be monsters equivalent to the foundation building stage in the water. I have thoroughly investigated inside and out, but there is nothing. What could be the reason for this?" Chen Feng looked puzzled. It doesn't make sense. Unless this spiritual vein has just appeared here recently, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Chen Feng muttered. Normally, the spiritual veins on the surface of the earth are usually first-grade spiritual veins. Second-grade spiritual veins can only be found deeper and are difficult for people to discover. The spiritual vein in front of them clearly did not meet the standard. As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Jiao spoke up. "It's possible." This statement drew the attention of everyone. Xia Jiao slowly said, "I have read a strange story before, and it records that in a certain place, there are twin spiritual veins in the heart of the earth. After some evolution, the weaker spiritual vein will float up under the guidance of the power of the earth, while the other one continues to stay and nurture. This strange story made Chen Wuji's eyes light up. I remember now. There is a similar record in my secret technique, but the difference is that the weaker one is kicked out. That means, Chen Feng's breathing became heavier as he pursued the trace of this spiritual vein. Perhaps they could discover an even more powerful spiritual vein. Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other, unable to hide their excitement in their eyes. No matter what, let's explore first. If there really is a stronger spiritual vein. Chen Feng's eyes flashed, and several formation flags appeared in his hand, which he placed around. At this point, Chen Feng had already reached the third stage of a formation master. With a third-grade concealment formation, even a nascent soul expert would not be able to detect it unless they entered it personally. Chen Ruoxi watched Chen Feng set up the formation, filled with longing in her heart. Let's go. After setting up, Chen Feng and the group jumped into the lake. Pushing aside the mud, they arrived in front of the second-grade spiritual vein. Without much hesitation, Wanzai found a patch of mud and signaled to dig from here. Without a second word, Chen Feng took out a low-grade magic treasure shovel and started digging. The others also joined in, and so it went. They tirelessly dug for half a day, and then Chen Feng suddenly dug down with a shovel. Feeling a sense of weightlessness, they realized that there was nothing below. Chen Feng and Xia Jiao were the first to summon flying swords and catch a few people. Chen Feng sealed the hole they came from and stopped the rushing lake water from flowing down, then looked down. In their eyes was a sea of molten lava, but surprisingly, everyone here didn't feel the heat. Instead, they felt a refreshing coolness, and the spiritual energy density in this area was terrifyingly high. Something's not right. Chen Feng focused his gaze and instantly locked onto the area with the densest spiritual energy. As they approached that area, Chen Wuji exclaimed in surprise. It's a third-grade spiritual vein. No, it's more than that. Chen Wuji quickly jumped off the sword and began to explore below. Everyone could see his excited and flushed face. Could it be a fourth-grade spiritual vein? Chen Feng took a sharp breath. If that were the case, it would be too terrifying. In the entire southern region, only South Chu City had a fourth-grade spiritual vein. How terrifying was that? With a fourth-grade spiritual vein, it was like ascending to heaven in one step. Once this news got out, not only would the various nascent soul families fight for it, even the soul formation ancestors would make a move. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement as they stared straight at the location of the spiritual vein below. At this moment, Chen Wuji's voice came up. This spiritual vein is currently a third-grade spiritual vein, but it is still in the process of gestation, undergoing transformation. It won't be long before it advances to the fourth grade. Chen Wuji's voice was filled with excitement, as he had discovered such a rare treasure. The people present were also extremely happy. A future fourth-grade spiritual vein would bring in a considerable amount of spiritual stones every year. Moreover, a fourth-grade spiritual vein could already produce some high-quality spiritual stones, which were the most precious things. After everyone calmed down, Chen Feng said in a deep voice, the matter of this spiritual vein must be kept confidential. Apart from those present here, no one else can mention it. We can only reveal the second-grade spiritual vein and migrate the entire clan, moving the center of the Chen family here. And, this place must be designated as a forbidden area, no mining allowed. Chen Feng directly spoke and arranged all the arrangements. Everyone understood the importance of this matter. If they dispatched a large number of troops to guard it, it would definitely attract attention. The second-grade spiritual vein was also tempting. Perhaps someone would make a move to seize it. If they discovered the fourth-grade spiritual vein that was still gestating, that would be a big problem. Moving the Chen family was the most secure method. Was there anything wrong with moving from a barren land to an area with a second-grade spiritual vein? No. After issuing the order, Chen Feng also arranged an array similar to the one used in the battle in the valley over 10 years ago, with the second-grade spiritual vein as the energy source. Dozens of arrays were set up, killing arrays, defensive arrays, concealment arrays. Even a nascent soul expert who personally came couldn't detect any traces. After completing all this, Chen Feng returned to the clan and announced the migration of the entire clan. In Qingfeng Mountain, countless workers and cultivators joined the construction plan, and buildings were erected on the spot. This matter also caused quite a stir, and several gold core families came to investigate. Upon discovering that the Chen family had found a second-grade spiritual vein, they all left. Within the family, everyone unquestioningly followed all of Chen Feng's decisions, without any doubt. Everyone believed in the ancestor of the Chen family and obeyed his decisions, allowing the Chen family to gradually develop to its current strength, which was highly respected. If anyone questioned it, it was unlikely that the matter would reach Chen Feng's ears, as that person would be dealt with according to family law. After 3 years, the Chen County was truly built, and the original Chen County was renamed Yuanling City. Qingfeng Mountain was still named Chenfeng, but the surrounding mountains were leveled, leaving only the highest peak situated in the center of the city. Ancestor, someone from the Yan family has arrived. Outside the door, a descendant from the 4th generation came to report. I am aware. Chen Feng put down the scroll in his hand. Since the Yan family relocated, they have become even more active. There is no other reason than the fact that the Yan family's ancestor failed in his attempt to break through to the gold core stage and perished. The loss of their top combat power has attracted the attention of many. Chen Feng, I greet Senior Chen. Chen Feng, I greet Senior Chen. Two figures walked into the hall, their eyes filled with a hint of reminiscence. The once prestigious Chen family has left the Yin family far behind. The visitors are the current head of the Yin family and a familiar acquaintance of Chen Feng, and Qian. And Qian's talent is also quite good. From the early stages of foundation building to the late stages, there is not much difference. And Dong's cultivation has not changed much and is still incomplete. It has been a long time since we last met. I wonder what brings you here this time. Chen Feng looked at the two with a smile on his face. The last time he saw the Yin family was at a housewarming banquet. This time, the dust on their cheeks seemed heavier. And Dong has also aged a lot. This is to be expected. Generally, the lifespan of a foundation building cultivator is around 300 years, which can only be achieved through the use of various methods. And Dong is approaching the day of his natural death, unable to sustain his immortal flesh with his mana. This is normal. I have a favor to ask. I hope Senior Chen Feng can help us, considering the long-standing friendship between our families. And Dong's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he looked at Chen Feng with pleading eyes. Oh, is that all? Chen Feng's gaze swept over the two, both of whom did not seem to be in good spirits. It seems that the Yin family is in trouble. They obviously see him as their last hope. But why should Chen Feng help them? Chen Feng looked at them with a smile. That reason is not enough. And Dong's heart sank, and he took a deep breath. If it were that simple to seek help, it would be strange. After all, why would a thriving gold core family help a small family like theirs? And Dong quickly spoke, my daughter, and Qian, has dual spiritual roots. She has been cultivating for more than 70 years and is eligible to enter the Chen family. He was clearly offering his daughter as a bargaining chip, which surprised Chen Feng. Looking at Qian, who was looking at him with slight fluctuations in her eyes, Chen Feng understood that they had already discussed this matter before coming. A cultivator who is close to the late stages of foundation building and has dual spiritual roots seems to be acceptable. Chen Feng paused and looked at Dong. What exactly is the matter that would make you offer your daughter as a bargaining chip in exchange for a chance at survival? Dong had no intention of hiding anything. After hearing Chen Feng's words, he knew that Chen Feng was interested. He continued, two of our ancestors have passed away, and our strength has greatly declined. The He family in the West wants to take over our family's assets and has resorted to various means, causing unrest in our city, Yunnan. In the end, they forced me to marry my daughter into the He family as the concubine of the second young master. We refused and a fierce battle broke out. Our clan elder fell, and the entire clan suffered heavy losses. The He family threatened to send someone to escort the bride in half a month. If we refuse, the Yin family will cease to exist. They are clearly coveting the spiritual veins of our Yin family. And Dong said angrily, his face filled with grief and indignation. Chen Feng was also surprised. The He family is so domineering. No wonder Qian, a strong-willed woman, accepted the idea of using herself as a bargaining chip. The He family in the East has 2 gold core cultivators. Why would you think that I would offend a force similar to my Chen family for the sake of Qian? Chen Feng stared at Dong, wanting to know what he was thinking. Chen Feng is not afraid of offending the He family, but why would he want to antagonize them for the sake of a woman? Dong sighed inwardly and looked at Chen Feng with determined eyes. Senior Chen Feng is not an ordinary person. He has been able to develop the Chen family from scratch to its current state, so his ambitions must be exceptionally grand. And this matter of ours can serve as an excuse for Senior Chen Feng's expansion, without disturbing other forces. After listening to Dong's words, Chen Feng's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, is this your reason? Recently, he had indeed been thinking of ways to expand, but he couldn't do it without a valid reason. Now he was at least in the southern region and could become a force of his own. Being watched by countless pairs of eyes, he didn't know how many forces were unwilling to see the Chen family grow. As for the Lion sect, he couldn't move against them for the time being. Although the family had been expanding and its industries were reaching the distant county cities and county capitals, they couldn't really develop. There were local powers in those areas, so how could they just stand by and watch their resources being taken away? He couldn't even get a foothold there. Qian, who was beside him, spoke up and promised, if Senior Chen Feng is willing to help us, after I marry you, all the mining rights for spiritual stones in the Yin family for the next 20 years will be handed over to you. And, if the Chen family's power becomes stronger, the Yin family is willing to merge with it. How about it? Qian looked at Chen Feng without fear, standing tall and speaking to him. Chen Feng smiled, a very happy smile. He liked people who were so tough and even drew him a good picture. I hope you will keep your promise. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Dong's heart immediately settled. This also meant that Chen Feng had agreed, and a slight joy appeared on his old face. This also meant that the Yin family would not perish in his hands. They might even be able to climb up the tree of Chen Feng. So what if the Chen family became stronger in the future and they merged with it? But they underestimated Chen Feng, not knowing that within a few years of their marriage, the Yin family would be wiped out. Spread my order, the Yin family and my Chen family have had a long-standing friendship, so we must not ignore any issues. Let Kowu station people in Yunnan City, and bring Elder Xiaojiao with them. If anyone from the Qian family dares to make a move, there is no need to show any mercy, just kill them. Also, half a month later, I will marry into the Yin family, Qian. One by one, the instructions were conveyed, and the Chen family began to operate. The Martial Pavilion was mobilized, with more than 10 celestial human experts stationed in Yunnan City, and even Xiaojiao was arranged to go there. All of this was done quietly. Except for a few foundation building experts from the Yin family and the people who went on this mission, no one else knew. They waited for the Qian family to come and welcome the bride in half a month. Similarly, Chen Feng also scheduled the wedding at this time. Qianlu, I want to see how your wishful thinking will be shattered by me directly. How will your face look then? Chen Feng's heroic spirit surged, and his aura was like that of a majestic lion. In these few years, the Chen family's numbers had exceeded 30,000, and they still rewarded 100 years of cultivation, allowing Chen Feng's gold core to complete one of the 5 elements. In addition to the flawless gold core, his mana storage and mid-stage gold core were also not inferior. Name, Chen Feng. Cultivation, gold core initial stage, fire element of the 5 elements perfected. Techniques, myriad spirit longevity art, pure yang technique, 8 extremities palm, crimson sword technique, art of the bedchamber, encyclopedia of weapons and elixirs. Formation cultivation, peak 3rd rank formation master. Pill refinement cultivation, 3rd grade alchemist. Artifact refinement cultivation, 2nd rank artifact refiner. Lifespan, 1,500. Inheritance value, 5,500. Family members, 30,400, including descendants with spiritual roots, 177. Main quest, obtain 3 2nd-grade spiritual veins, progress, 66.66. Side quest, annihilate the Lion sect, reward, Azure Celestial Tree, martial arts, martial sovereign cultivation method. Family prestige, 10,100, renowned in a small area. Achievements, family head, renowned in the spirit realm, county lord. Half a month has passed. Outside the city of Yunnan, hundreds of members of the Yin family stood on the city walls, gazing heavily. The marriage proposal from the Chen family has not been delivered, only circulated within the Chen clan. As a result, the majority of the Yin family members believe that today is a matter of life or death. I wonder how the family head has arranged it. In my opinion, we should marry Elder Qian to them in exchange for our safety. Someone in the crowd muttered. You are truly short-sighted. Do you think that by marrying into their family, we can still produce offspring? Nonsense. They will become even more ruthless in the future. As soon as this person spoke, they were attacked by many Yin family members and even spat on, and they fled in embarrassment. After this commotion, the hearts of those present became even heavier. In the city of Yunnan, Chen Kowa and his group silently drank tea, waiting for the arrival of the Qian family. Standing beside them were the few remaining foundation-building cultivators of the Yin family, as well as Yin Qian, who was dressed in a red robe. After half a month of communication, the Yin family's understanding of the Chen family was refreshed. 15 physique refinement cultivators, all of them foundation-building cultivators. How terrifying is that? Moreover, even Xiaojiao was sent here to guard, making the clan elders feel extremely reassured. Soon, they heard the sound of drums and gongs. The group of people in the city turned their heads suddenly and looked towards the city gates. It's not them. Chen Kowa shook his head slowly, indicating that his family's welcoming party had not arrived yet. The ones coming now are the Qian family. And family, quickly open the gate for me. I have come to marry Lady Qian, otherwise you won't be able to escape. A clamor came from outside the city. Qian Wen, riding a tall horse with a red ball in front of him, looked displeased as he faced the closed gates of Yunnan City. Just as the Yin family didn't know what to do, Xiaojiao suddenly opened his eyes. Chen Feng has arrived, let them in first. Chen Kowa, you all hide first and see what the Qian family will do. Let's watch their monologue first. Chen Kowa instantly understood the meaning. This was Chen Feng's arrangement. Let the Qian family struggle for a while, and then they would come out and stage a big reversal. Xiaojiao called everyone over and stepped into a hidden formation that had been prepared in advance, giving Yun Dong a reassuring look. You guys handle it, leave the methods to us, cough cough, we'll take care of things later. After hearing Xiaojiao's transmission, he took a deep breath and waved his hand. Open the gate. Before long, Qian Wen, with an arrogant expression, rode his horse directly into the city. The Yin family's faces turned dark at his behavior. When Qian Wen saw Yun Qian, who was wearing a red robe in the center, his eyes lit up and he smiled. You guys know what's good for you. Let's go, come with me. I'll take you back and have a good time. For a while, none of the Yin family members paid any attention to him. This made the air filled with awkwardness. Are you all deaf? Let Yin Qian come with me. Qian Wen looked at the Yin family members who were looking at him with disgust, squinted his eyes, and continued. After a while, no one responded to him, and he felt like a clown jumping around on stage. You didn't hear what I said, did you? His face sank instantly, and he jumped down from the high horse. He walked to Yin Qian's side and tried to pull her away. Outrageous. Unable to hold back any longer, Dong directly shouted and pushed Qian Wen away. Qian Wen was just a spoiled child. Although his cultivation had reached the early stage of foundation building, it was all accumulated resources and had no effect. Being pushed by Dong, he instantly flew backwards and was about to fall heavily. Young master. Behind him, a group of Qian family cultivators reacted and quickly caught Qian Wen. They stared angrily at the Yin family. What are you doing? How dare you lay hands on my young master? You must be tired of living. Step aside. Behind them, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face walked in. What are you doing? Do you want the entire clan to be exterminated? Suddenly, a burst of gold core pressure erupted and enveloped the Yin family. The pressure on the few people increased, and they looked at the man with hatred in their eyes. Uncle. Qian Wen saw the man and immediately ran up to him and saluted. Qian Mi didn't have much favor for his nephew, he was just a spoiled child. Today's incident, being thrown out by the Yin family head, was a huge loss of face. If it weren't for the lack of outsiders here, Qianbo would probably not be able to resist slapping him. Uncle, the Yin family has gone too far? Kill them all. Qian Wen felt that his backer had arrived. He straightened his back. He viciously said to the Yin family, "No, don't kill that young lady." He seemed to realize something and quickly added. Qianbo heard the sound and felt a surge of energy in his body. He shook his head inwardly. His nephew was simply no match for his older brother, let alone himself. Even calling him useless was giving him too much credit. What do you want, Yin family? Qianbo coldly snorted and his gaze stopped on Indong. What do I want? Let me tell you, I have already betrothed my daughter to the Chen family head. Facing the person in front of him without any good expression, Indong resisted the pressure and replied fiercely. What? Qianbo frowned when he heard the sound, and a chilling aura emanated from his whole body, as if he would strike him in the next moment. This made him feel a little panicked, but at this moment, he received a transmission from Xiaojiao. Don't panic, the family head has arrived, these people are just trapped turtles. These words made him feel instantly relieved, and his whole body straightened up. He pointed at Qianbo's nose and said, What? You thieves, you have taken advantage of us and killed our clan elder, and you still want me to marry my daughter to that waste of yours? I spit on you. Indong directly fired back, cursing fiercely for a while before spitting out a mouthful of saliva. You're looking for death. Don't think that by getting involved with the Chen family, you can do whatever you want. It's just a newly rising power. Even if you betroth your daughter to the Chen family, so what? I will take her away today, and if I dare to move, I will kill your whole family. Qianbo's anger soared. This person in front of him completely infuriated him. Just because he got involved with the Chen family, he dared to spit on him? Isn't this seeking death? Bone transformation hand. Qianbo angrily made his move, he didn't care about anything. Even if your Chen family is powerful, what use is it to come after me now that I have killed someone? His mana condensed into a giant skeletal hand, carrying the aura of death, and slapped it towards the Yin family. Tisk tisk, the Qian family really has a lot of power.